Yo, what is going on? To all the boxing motherfucking people, we are here on the fucking Rap Star Boxing Knowledge. Even though YouTube want to take this channel out, we're going to still ride this channel for a bit. And let me tell you, we got a guest, your own guy, your mate, Rick Glazier, coming on the channel shortly. But bro, I only made it to see the fight with Zepeda versus Maxi Hughes. I didn't see the fight with Kid Austin and his opponent. I know the fight was a disqualification. It was a weird fight. We're going to talk about that as well, but I haven't actually watched that fight properly, right? We know that Joe Joyce looked like shit, but he won against Cash Ali, right? But the fight that I did watch and the fight that I got a glimpse of is William Zepeda versus Maxi Hughes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Zepeda looked too strong today. And something about William Zepeda shows me that, yeah, he's got some serious heart, strong guy. And yeah, Zepeda is, he got beast. He's a beast. Zepeda's a kind of a beast. In the way that he performed today and the way that he made Maxi Hughes stop, bruv, I gotta give Zepeda his fucking flowers. And I gotta say, at the lightweight division, yeah, he's a tough little beast. He definitely is that Mexican fucking guy. He is all about the Mexican style. He got the heart, the fucking chin, he got the fucking power, and he's willing to take. Look, the thing about Zepeda, he ain't the best fighter, but he's got something. He's got that killer instinct. So yeah, Zepeda looks strong, people. And you got to give Zepeda his flowers. He stopped Maxi Hughes with a big stoppage in the 4th fucking round. Shit. He stopped fucking Maxi Hughes in 4 rounds, bro. That's crazy. You know what I mean? He whooped him. That's right. Now, let me tell you what we're doing right now. We're going to stay on this channel for a little bit. Okay? And we might be moving to the new channel in Rat, Montana. Right? But we're going to stay here for a bit. And we're going to cook it over here for a little bit. We don't care. Look, if YouTube is going to take this channel down, they can take it down, bro. We're going to rock till the wheels fall off. Look, if YouTube wants to take this channel down because they got this channel on surveillance. They got this channel on surveillance until June. Yeah. So they want to put their robotics and their AI, the artificial intelligence on my channel, yeah? Well, how about this? Those robots can do what the fuck they want. We're going to talk in this channel. We ain't doing nothing wrong. We're here to talk the truth. And we ain't here to basically, not speak the truth. We are not doing anything wrong. Yeah? We are not scared of the truth. We are not going to sit here and try and sugarcoat anything. Whether it's boxing, whether it's life, whether it's a conversation, whether it's a debate. We're not here to hold back. So they can demonetize this channel. They can keep this channel later. And we'll move to the new channel in Rat, Montana. Yeah? But at the end of the day, we're going to stay here and we're going to keep it cooking for a while. So just smash the like button. Yeah? You don't need to subscribe if you don't want to. That's all good. Subscribe to the new channel, bro. Subscribe to Rat Montana Boxing. All right? Now, give me a second. Let me set up the link and let's get Rick Glazier over here. Right? I want to talk to Rick Glazier about a couple of different topics. But yeah, what a fight. Zepeda. Now, Zepeda wants to fight Shakur Stevenson. Zepeda wants to fight Shakur Stevenson. Now, what do you think about that fight between Zepeda versus Shakur Stevenson? Let me know what you think about that, and I'll be back in a minute. Mic check, mic check. We're back, we're back. Let's see who's in the building. Smash the like. We got Wizard of Oz in the house. Eric Gomez. What's going on, Eric? The one and only pound for pound king. What's going on, pound for pound? You never came to the new channel the other day, pound for pound. Let me rent you up over there. Yeah, we were live on the new channel the other day. All right, we got Mike Wolf. What's happening, Mike? Jesus M. Gabriel Sanchez. Zaven. Pound for pound. Yes, Real Boxing TV. What's going on? Yes, Real Boxing TV. EDP. Yes, bruv. EDP. Yo, Mirage. What's going on, Mirage? Yes. Look, Mirage is live and kicking, ready to take it out on Canelo Alvarez. Mirage is already on Canelo Alvarez, man. We got El Cuatro. El Cuatro. Any boxing? What's happening, mate? Mr. Sanchez. Eric G. Yo, Philip. Yes, Philip. Zaven in the house. Boxing lifer. Yes, mate. Joker's wild. Joker's wild. Let's get Rick Glazier over here. I'm trying to get Rick Glazier over here, so give me a sec. Hayes in the house. What's going on? All right, we're going to have a quick chat with your mate, Rick Glazier. Smash the like button. What's going on, Max? You want to have a chat, Max? Max, you got any energy today, or you a deadbeat? Hey, Max? Talk to us, Max. You got any energy, mate, or what? Are you trying to shut this channel down as well? We've had hundreds of reports on this channel, bro. Are they the Canelo Alvarez fanboys? Is it the Canelo Alvarez fanboys trying to shut down rap star boxing knowledge? Like the Deontay Wilder fanboys tried to do that before. Huh? I mean, look, man, at the end of the day, we know we got a lot of sensitive boxing fans. And you know that, right? And that's why I do appreciate people like even a man like Rick Glazier coming over here, giving us his views, because we know there's a sensitive fan base out there, just like the way you guys are about Canelo Alvarez. But look, we're going to talk about that a bit later. We got the one and only Rick Glazier. How you doing, mate?
Not bad, rap star. Just relaxing when you called me, and I got a few minutes here to spare, and here I am. What's up?
Yeah. Just wanted a quick little recap with you. We didn't catch up with you for a while. I've been busy. I built a new channel, and I've been just doing some other stuff as well. So thanks for coming on, like always.
Thanks for having me. What's going on?
Man, first let's just go straight to it, Rick. I haven't watched all the fights, but Zepeda versus Maxi Hughes. What a dominant performance! The guy came out with a performance to show that he really means business.
It was Munguia and John Ryder all over again. The Mexican destroying the Brit. There's a common theme here. There's a common theme here going on.
They usually
Mexican. The Brits should be fighting Mexicans.
No, but to be really real, right, Rick, is we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Even when we gave threw John Ryder in there, he had 6 losses anyway. It wasn't like John Ryder was one of our best Brits, and not even the best in Britain. They are, obviously matching up the guys in America, especially being a Mexican with Golden Boy. They do need to match them correct as well. What do you take from this win against a guy who has lost 6 times, which is Maxi Hughes?
I think that Max Hughes needs to find another job right about now. I think it's over, and he got the shit, just beat the pulp beaten out of him, and the game's over. That's all there is to it. It was a WB and IBF eliminator, so it was an ordered fight. It wasn't just something that somebody just said, "Okay, these two guys are going to fight," because he's going to beat him. It was a WB eliminator and an IBF eliminator, so it was, it had value to the fight. It had value, it had meaning and purpose, and it just that another Brit that got blown out.
Yeah, I know it's another Brit that got blown out, but we also are lining up the Brits which are ready to retire and send them over to
Well,
that weight.
Sonny Edwards is about to retire. Was he about to retire?
No. Sonny Edwards is a very good win for Bam Rodriguez. That's like a pound for pound win.
Okay.
But
Okay,
this
just want to
win
make sure
against
now.
Maxi Hughes, how much credit should we give? But look,
What about
we got to recognize before you say
What
anything,
about when
please.
Warrington got destroyed by Mauricio Lara? I mean, you want me to continue?
No, I'm not
I
denying
mean,
that Warrington didn't get
uh,
beat at his. Warrington
really?
got beat. Warrington got beat more or less at his best. That's a great win. I'm
Yes,
not biased. Look, I'm not biased. I know most of the
I know.
Brits. Most of the Brits, right? We know that some of them lately we've not been looking good in the last 2 years. I understand that. There was a time in 2014 we had 14 world champions. So we have been dominant at certain points. At this point, we're not that strong like we'd like to be. I agree with you. But I got to give the win against William Zepeda. It's just the way he beat Maxi Hughes. He like dominated him in a different fashion. So do we still give him the credit and recognize that he really is a problem?
Yeah, there's no question about it. He is. I mean, nobody else did that to Maxi Hughes recently. He didn't he lose a disputed decision to was it Tiafimo, was it, or some Gambosis, or one of those guys?
Yeah.
And I mean, so he took it out of him. He took the fight out of Maxi Hughes. You got to give the guy a lot of credit. He's a hell of a fighter, that Zepeda.
Yeah. So do you feel that Zepeda, this fighter of Oscar De La Hoya, he is ready to fight a guy like Shakur Stevenson?
He probably won't fight. They probably won't fight.
That
The
fight's not
fight
going to
is him.
happen.
The fight's him and Zepeda and Tank Davis. That's the fight. That's the fight.
You think that
No.
Oscar can get that fight for Zepeda versus Javante Tank Davis?
Well, he's a mandatory, so it's fight or flee for Tank Davis. If he flee, he moves up to 140, and Zepeda walks in home with the title. So that's what really would happen.
Okay, so
You
you
know.
think that's the big fight for Zepeda is Javante Tank Davis?
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I said that is, but that it would be a big fight. Yes. Uh huh.
Okay, I mean, overall, though, at the end of the day, I think there's other opponents there that we know ain't nobody going to be waiting for Javante Tank. And I think the other opponents that are around William Zepeda's level, should I say, and if we're not going to go to the world champions, we know that Shakur, obviously, he's definitely a commodity with a belt there as well. But what other direction can we look at William Zepeda if it's not going to be Javante Tank
Well,
Davis?
maybe,
Isaac Cruz has just
maybe,
moved up to 140.
maybe 135-pound IBF title winner between Gambosis and Lomachenko. Maybe that way. That's a possibility too.
Yeah, but he's definitely put his name, especially out there in the mix now for sure. And Oscar De La Hoya's fighter is definitely going to be now part of that mix. And hey, I think De La Hoya's got this. How long has he had this guy, William Zepeda?
I don't know. Quite a while. He's developed them.
Okay, so
So
he's
quite a
developed
while.
him for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Okay, what did you
Yeah.
think about the disqualification fight with Kid Austin?
It shouldn't have been disqualification. It should have been a TKO. He fouled out so he wouldn't get knocked out. That should not be a disqualification. That should be a TKO.
But either one, the right man won.
Of course.
Yeah, so I mean, it was just a dirty fighter, dirty tactics,
Right.
just doing
Right.
everything you can to spoil the fight, not listening to the referee on consistently, just doing the same thing that he's told not to do. I mean, at that point, what you meant to do?
Yeah, he fouled out intentionally. No, nobody's kidding. Nobody's bullshitting me on that. That's all intentional. You know,
So
he
why
was
are
getting
you doing it?
destroyed.
How come you're not there at this event?
I just didn't. I elected not to go. I can't go. I'm sick. I'll be 66 years old next month. I don't go to every event. I like to stay home with my lovely wife, relax, enjoy myself. I'm going to the winning call fight April 20th, the Ryan Garcia fight. I'll be there, and I'll be at the fight with definitely in June at the Turning Stone. Golden Boy goes there. So
And not to
those are the two
mention, though,
definitely.
you being 66, we don't need to forget you have been in situations where recently you've had, I don't know about life threatening situations, but we were watching boxing and we saw you collapse, and that went round the world. So of course, I'm not sure, but with your health, is
Yeah,
100%.
well, yeah, no, it's my health is fine now. Just an isolated incident. I took the COVID shot, the booster shot, and it fucked me up. My heartbeat and all that. So, it made me go hit the deck, but it's all straightened out now. That's nothing to do with it, really. Just,
No, that's good. That's good, because at one time you were having a couple of episodes, and I think people were just generally saying, "Oh, Rick's had a bad episode." So
yeah,
overall,
no,
that
I'm
is
good
all
now.
past you now at the moment, right?
Yeah, well, for at the moment, yeah, everything is good.
Yeah, that's good, Rick, because you are a workaholic anyway. You seem to want to be doing as
Well,
much as you can.
that's the problem with going to the fights. You lose 2 days of travel, and you lose 2 days in traveling. One out and one back. And living in Buffalo, going out to the West Coast. It's just on the plane itself. It's 6 hours, let alone in airports and everything else. So you lose so much business time traveling that you get so far behind. You spend the whole day returning phone calls, emails, and texts after you land. You know what I mean? So it's not the most convenient thing ever. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but I want to just touch on certain things now, knowing that you're back on the ball. So I can, I just want to ask you certain questions
yeah.
about what's going on in boxing during this last couple of weeks since we ain't seen you. I want to talk about Ryan Garcia first, Rick. This guy has gone from saying so many things that's got the world of boxing concerned and people generally concerned about this man's behavior. Not only has he gone to the stage of saying, yeah, he's trying to do good things for speaking up loud to want to help the children that are getting exploited, especially by the Bohemian Grove, and, trying to give out stuff that Alex Jones was talking about at one point, just to go into certain places like that and then going into places of drinking, smoking weed live on TV. I just want to know, we are at a stage now. Boxing thinks he ain't gonna make it to the fight, and they think he's got some kind of mental illness. He needs some kind of help. His father and mother are showing themselves as, no, he's great. And then Derek James just seems like he's great. But now it seems like everybody's in it for the money. And is Ryan Garcia really ready for a fight with Devin Haney? Go ahead.
I can't answer the question at all because I'm not close enough to the situation. It's only stuff I see on the internet. I don't
Yeah.
discuss it with anybody.
What do you think
No,
about what you see on the internet, though? I mean,
no,
you spoke about everything with us. You spoke about
yeah,
the old school, what happens behind the scenes, about the gangsters. We spoke to
yeah,
you about everything.
right, right. What do I think? I think that he's a little wacky. There's no question about it. I mean, he's getting involved with shit that's got nothing to do with him. Like he's a public advocate for other people and kids and everything else. And I don't think should be a public advocate about anything. I should be concentrating on the fight and deal with the issue at hand. Devin Haney, not some fucking, not kids you don't even know, you know. So that's how I feel about it. I mean, as far as him smoking pot and drinking and whatever, I mean, what can I say? He's got people that are handling him. He's got a manager, lawyer, advisor in the Lupe Valencia. He's got Derek James, his trainer, his parents. Let them deal with the problem. Lucky I don't have to deal with it. That's all I can say.
He's a very tough client to handle.
Yeah.
And it just seems like you lucky you're not in the business of Ryan Garcia.
What's
I mean,
that?
I don't know if you're lucky because you make a lot of money, but I just think everybody around
Oh
Ryan
no!
Garcia.
Listen. Ryan Garcia brings in a lot of money. Would I like to have him as a client? Oh yeah, for sure, for that way. But the aggravation factor that would come with it is just too great. I mean, it's just too much aggravation. It's like a full-time babysitting job. You just turn into a high-priced babysitter and a psychologist. That's all you turn into.
So would you say somebody spoke to his father yesterday and he turned around and said that he's just trolling, guys? He's doing what he needs to do. He does
I don't
have
know.
some other
I,
concerns,
I
but
don't
he's
buy.
really
I don't buy that he's trolling. I don't buy that. I think I think that's a cover up for all the shortcomings and everything else. I don't think he's trolling. I
now the
really don't.
WBC has instated that they want did you see what Mauricio Silliman wrote to the New York um
Yeah. Yep.
commission?
Yeah.
And Ryan's gone a bit angry about that. And they're saying that they said the same thing about Teofimo when he was saying all crazy stuff before Josh Taylor's fight. But at this point, um, even the WBC said they got a few concerns in the way that he's posting certain things on social media, only because his boxing is what they're concerned about, not about everything else. It's just his boxing right now.
I don't know. All I know is I'm not involved, and thankfully, that's all I can say about it at this point.
So you got to feel sorry for Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, of course I do. They got to deal with this fucking wackadoo.
And
Of course I
look,
do.
it is what it is. Some people think he's gone whack. Some people think he's really trolling. Some people think, but he really does say certain things that are either true, but there's a time and place to do certain things and say certain things.
Well,
It's just the way he's come across this time round. Would you throw him in there with Devin Haney right now?
yeah, absolutely, no
Or
question about it.
you would throw him
Oh
in
yeah,
there with a fight in Devin Haney?
absolutely, absolutely. He wants to be in there with Devin Haney, and there's nobody can stop that as far as Golden Boy or anybody else. It's he's got legal rights. He signed the contract. They signed the contract, and let him go fight. It is what it is.
Okay, look, business is business. At the end of the day, if the fighter wants a fight, it doesn't matter what
Well,
they're
no, it's
saying.
not business. Business. There's legalities here. In other words, they both signed the contract. There's nothing the Golden Boy can't really do anything about it legally. Just to stop it now. I mean, he's got to not want to fight or be mentally declared incompetent by a judge or a doctor or something for anything. They just can't stop the fight. So he
Okay.
does have rights. He does have rights.
Now, I will say
So
this though. Ryan Garcia, no matter what's going on, what's not going on, he's not. The reason why you say he should just be focused more on boxing is not that he's messing up the whole business with the people around the business that are representing him and everybody else around this kind of production. There's a lot of people which have put their names onto this fight, which means that there's a lot of money invested. So not only is Ryan Garcia obligated for that, but even the fight afterwards, it all depends what he does here because there's multi-millions even afterwards, but he has to understand that this is not about now, it's about later as well. So he possibly could be fucking around, not with his own life, with other people's lives too. Do you agree?
yeah, but I don't think that's really an issue right now. I think him being fucked up, and supposedly fucked up. Whether he's trolling or not, you know, I mean, he may be trolling. I'm not saying he's not, but no matter what, if it doesn't look good, and he doesn't, it looks like he needs help. You know, so I don't
I
know.
mean,
I'm not
look,
a
somebody in the
psychologist.
chat says,
I, I'm
sorry,
not a
Hawker, go ahead.
psychologist. I'm a boxing guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I just want people to realize who are coming in the chat. We got a lot of people coming in. Rick's not saying we'll just throw him in there. If he's signed to fight the fight, then that's all that matters. Until he declares himself either have some mental problems, health issues, whatever signed by the judge or the doctor, then you can change that decision and go to the next guy.
Right.
But
Correct.
until then, Ryan has to fight. Now, people are saying in the chat, but Rick, Hawker Mustang says, Rick, you want him to have an Oliver McCall moment when you can see it.
Listen. It's not for Golden Boy to decide. To be honest with you, they both signed the contract, and that's why you have contracts. So that's the story there. There's nothing they can do about it. You know, if a doctor declares him insane, or a judge or something like that, a court judge, not a boxing judge, a court judge, something like that, then it's a different issue altogether. But until that's the case, that man's fighting.
So what do you say to the people that are coming every day on this social media and saying, look, Oscar De La Hoya needs to have concern for his fighter and the fighter's future. He knows the fighter is having some mental issues, but Oscar's not a psychiatrist. He's a promoter.
It's way past that. There's legalities here. You got to deal with legalities. He's already talking about threatening to sue the New York State Boxing Commission. He's already mentioned that. Come on. It's a lot of legalities here.
So Oscar has to be very careful how he threads on this. I mean,
Absolutely. 100%.
So the people that are coming here giving Oscar a hard time, they just don't understand the legal
Right.
channel and the business.
Correct.
They don't basically so basically they're in their feelings and they don't know shit about the business.
No, it's legalities. It's got nothing to do with boxing. It's legalities. Okay, it's about legalities, rights, stuff like that. Work, right to work, all that kind of stuff. Sign contracts, right to work. So it's not as easy as it looks. Trust me when I tell you.
Okay, it's just that people are very concerned and they're trying to put it on Oscar De La Hoya to do the right thing.
How can they put it on Oscar De La Hoya?
Because they think Oscar is the one who can just, because he's one of the promoters for Ryan Garcia.
No,
he should know Ryan Garcia's well-being.
Doesn't work like that.
And put in somebody like Arnold Barboza and take Ryan out.
No, it doesn't work like that. He's armed with lawyers, Ryan Garcia, and he's got rights. Right to work. He signed a contract, everything, right to make a living. So people got to stop. You know, it's completely wrong.
Okay, so it's completely wrong to even try to put the blame or try to even say that Oscar needs to look for his well-being of the fighter. It's the legal channels that people don't understand, that Oscar has signed his name and he has to do the best by the production and everything that's riding on his company before he gets sued.
Nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Nothing's right in anybody.
Why does Oscar need to just?
Because they have a signed contract. Okay, they have a signed contract. Okay, we've already been through down this road. There's nothing that either party can do. There's nothing Oscar can do unless Ryan declares himself, or a doctor declares himself unfit, or the New York State Boxing Commission declares him unfit. Somebody has to declare him unfit. It's not Oscar to do that. Can't do that. Oscar's not a medical professional or a court judge.
Okay. You've been in years ago. You used to do match fixing. I don't think you were
match
ever a promoter.
fixing.
Used to be used to be a guy who used to make fights, right? Not
matchmaker.
Matchmaker. I'm so
Matchmaker.
sorry.
Right.
Sorry, matchmaker. It's early in the morning.
Right.
Matchmaker. You worked around
Right.
fighters years ago. I remember you being around a fighter called Paul Spanadora, right? Spanadora.
Spadafora.
Yeah, Spanafora.
Right. Right.
I watched a few of his fights years ago, and I know that he was sparring. You got him to do some sparring with Mayweather and stuff. Am I right?
I did not arrange for that. I did not arrange for that. But yes, he did spar with Mayweather.
Okay, he sparred Mayweather's and stuff like that. Now, that
Right.
fighter, he had some personal problems as well, just like other fighters do in life, correct?
Right. Yep.
Right. Imagine you in a situation where you've signed this fighter in Oscar's shoes, but the world is looking at the fighter that you are promoting, and they are looking at him.
You can't compel.
What advice would you give that fighter as being
Listen,
somebody? What
well,
advice would you give him?
first of all, you can't compare Paul Spadafora and Ryan Garcia because of the fact that Paul Spadafora had issues that he put aside every time he went into training camp. In between fights, he may have been a hot mess. But when it came down to the boxing, once he went into training camp and started training, he put everything aside. And he ended up with his career 49-1-1. His only loss, he got robbed in his second last fight of his career when he was like 37 or 38 years old. So you're comparing that. This guy was 46-0-1 at one time, and was champ for 4 years. So it's apples and oranges with Ryan Garcia. Okay, just to let you know.
Okay, but
Okay,
if Ryan Garcia was your client and you could see this happening, would you not ask him to get some medical evaluation?
I would demand it. Absolutely. But you understand one thing. There's a difference between being a promoter of a fighter and the advisor. If you're advising a fighter, you can do that. As the promoter, Oscar can't tread in that area. He's got a contract. They signed a contract. That's all there is to it. It's plain and simple. If Ryan pulls out for health issues, okay, that's one thing. Oscar cannot pull the plug on that kid. He'd get sued. He'd get sued like you wouldn't even believe.
And
he could get sued.
That kind of makes a lot of sense because Oscar's position is a promoter. He has to legally act as a promoter and just be professional in his.
No. It's nothing to do with being a promoter. It's right. There's laws for this. It's called right to work, right to make a living. And in the meantime, as I signed the contract, it's got nothing to do with Oscar being a promoter, okay, or anything like that. It's that they have a signed contract both to perform their duties.
And the only way this fight can be, like Ryan can come out of this fight, is either if Ryan goes into some situation where he needs to get help and he's not ready for the fight, and he gets
or the boxing commission puts a stop to it because they have the guy checked out by a doctor, and the boxing commission stops it.
Okay, so the boxing commission can step up. Number one, boxing commission can step up, and they can get evaluation, and they can make Ryan step aside from this fight. Or Ryan can go and get himself medical help and get some kind of documentation, and he can step away from the fight. Or the manager or his father can give him the advice to do that, because he's acting as his advisor and his well-being.
Right, correct.
So it has to go through the right channel.
Right, correct. It has nothing to do with Oscar. People don't get that. People think you just can't pull the plug.
De La Hoya, and Oscar De La Hoya has to do his job legally. Otherwise, he'll be breaching what he should be doing.
Correct. 100%. Very good.
I'm glad we have to just clean that up. Now, going forward, though, what do you think about this announcement that has happened with a 57-year-old legend, Iron Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul?
Well, he'll be 58 in June. So by the time they get in the ring, he'll be 58 years old. And he has the last two fights he had in 2004 and 5, he was knocked out colder than a cucumber. So it doesn't bode well for him at all. But it's not a fight; it's an exhibition, And I don't know what the rules are for the exhibition. I don't know if they're wearing headgear or what they're doing or
They said there's
how
no
many
headgear.
rounds.
That's the latest. No headgear.
Well, well, may not be. I don't know. All I know is that it shouldn't be taking place. It's a farce.
It shouldn't be
No
taking
matter.
place in the first place.
Right. Right.
But
Correct. Hello.
money now. Go ahead. What
I
you say,
didn't.
Rick?
I just said hello. That's all. It fizzled out here. The
No, so it just don't make sense him making this kind of a fight. In today's day and age, the money that they offer and the things that they got in order to put a fight like this together, I don't know how much they're offering Tyson, but it's the money that people would never had got before. So it does turn a different time to what we're living and watching today.
Yep.
It is what it
Yep.
is, but you're not for it, and I'm sure you're just like, it's a farce. You already explained that.
It's definitely a
Now,
farce. It's definitely a farce.
okay, the big question is, Rick, Canelo Alvarez is facing now, and the press conference is coming up with Jaime Munguia. The money on the escrow account definitely looks like it's come along. And a lot of people been saying, well, Rick wasn't right about this one. Rick was wrong,
No.
rap star. I said, let's wait for Rick. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not in the business like Rick or
Well.
Lou DiBella or
Let's put it
Steven
this way to you.
Espinoza. Go ahead.
First of all, he left. Okay, whether he came back 6 days later because he couldn't make a deal with the zone is another issue. He left. Okay, now they had a 3-fight deal. This would have been the second fight. Now there is no third fight. This is the last fight. It's a one-off deal. One fight and he's out of there again. Okay, and now it's called Canelo Promotions is doing the show because there is no guarantee. He just gets the first X amount of dollars, which is 37 million bucks. There is no escrow now. That's why it's Canelo Promotions. Okay,
So how does Al Heyman come into the picture then as the advisor?
because he's not advising
Okay, so he's
Canelo.
not advising him. Why is
He
Al
he
Heyman
he
doing this deal for Canelo?
he because of the fact that he promised in his deal to Amazon that they would give him 2 Tank Davis fights this year and 2 Canelo fights, and he's at least get him one fight and then see where it goes from there. Remember, this is only the second fight in the deal with Amazon. The first fight's March 30th, which is going to be a complete failure. So he's got to come up with something strong for this date coming up. And now he's getting 37 million. He's not getting 35 million for this.
So
So
who's
there you
getting
go.
37 million? Who is?
Canelo.
Canelo's getting
Yeah.
37 million, and who's getting him that money?
It's coming from Amazon because it's coming from the pay-per-view money. That's what's really going on.
So why did Al Heyman become the power move back for Canelo to redo this deal with Al Heyman then? Why would they
He
meet
did.
Al?
He did. They didn't. He did. They weren't. The manager Eddie Reynoso wasn't thinking straight. He did. They didn't. He could have made a deal. He could have stayed with his own, but Eddie pissed. Eddie Hearn pissed Eddie Reynoso off, and he went right back to PBC. And he says, for 37 million, we'll fight for you.
But the problem is,
So
though, there would make no sense for them to use Al Heyman
we
anymore.
we know that. We know that it was a spite
There's
your
got to
face
be
situation.
something that Al Heyman's doing and PBC for
There's
Canelo,
nothing that
for Canelo to
he's
put
doing.
their banner on
Eddie
his name.
Hearn, I just explained it to you. Eddie Hearn pissed off fucking Canelo. Canelo went to, and Eddie Reynoso went to DAZN directly. They told Eddie to deal with the situation. Eddie was negotiating, and he insulted Eddie Reynoso. And they left and went back 6
But they're
days
still
later.
doing it on DAZN, and they're still on DAZN.
Right. The reason why they're on DAZN, because somebody's got to guarantee Munguia and Golden Boy their money. And that's what, and so they're putting it on pay-per-view, so they're guaranteeing Munguia and Golden Boy their money because PBC's got no money.
So Al
So that's
Heyman
what's going on.
So Al Heyman structured the deal where Canelo can get paid the money through the Amazon Prime deal, and Oscar De La Hoya structured that deal where DAZN can pay the money
Correct.
for Jaime Munguia.
Correct.
And
Correct.
between both teams, that's how they done the deal.
Yep.
So Al Heyman was still a big commodity for Canelo to bring that money through Amazon Prime.
If you want to put it that way, Canelo didn't need them. That was that they chose to go that way because Eddie Hearn pissed them off. Remember,
Just to, yeah, but I would have thought.
hold it. Remember, the zone's involved now because Golden Boy's involved, nothing to do with Eddie Hearn.
Now, what you say about the statement about people being saying PBC is broke? What you say now? PBC is saying to me, now who's broke? I had a message from somebody.
They're broke.
I had somebody who's pretty not powerful, but not bad, pretty big in the game, and they said, "Tell Rick who's powerful now," and they work around PBC.
They're broke. If it wasn't for the two networks coming together, this deal wouldn't be happening. They have no money. Okay, DAZN is coming up with the guarantee for Canelo and for Munguia and Oscar, and Amazon's backing the guarantee for what's his name for what's they're not backing the guarantee. It's just that they're getting the first 37 million of the pay-per-view money, because remember, they're handling the pay-per-view. Amazon, they're the distributor. So they're not really guaranteeing the money.
So
they're just guaranteeing.
But Canelo doesn't just fight like that, right? He gets a 35 million and then he takes a percentage of the pay-per-view.
Well, he's going to get the whole pay-per-view. Basically speaking, he's going to get the whole pay-per-view. That's what's going to happen, because that's they got to guarantee him the money that those funds come in. And they don't go to Heyman, they don't go to PBC or TGB, they go directly to Canelo Promotions. So the rest of the show,
the problem here is again, Canelo did a deal with Al Heyman with this Amazon deal, right? Without a guarantee now.
No, because Canelo's the promoter of the show now. What does it say across your thing? Canelo Promotions presents.
I thought Oscar De La Hoya Golden Boy is going to be on there too. Or that's a poster
they are, because they have Munguia. Correct. Everybody worked together to make this thing happen. Everybody did a little something. Amazon guaranteed the revenues that come in. The first 37 million go to what's his name, and then if there's a shortfall from there, it comes out of the gate. And then what's his name take the money. Amazon's guaranteeing them. DAZN is guaranteeing Munguia and Golden Boy their money. That's what's going down.
Rick, you know what the situation here is, right, Rick? Everybody's a bit understanding now that Al Heyman's job with Canelo, there's something that Al Heyman's doing that also gave Canelo Alvarez.
There's nothing he's doing. I've already explained it to you. Now, if we want to do this for the fourth time.
No, you've explained it. You've explained it that he's got the deal done through Amazon.
No. He got the deal done because of Amazon. What went on was Eddie Hearn pissed Eddie Reynoso off, insulted him, and they went back. That's all there was to it.
So you're saying to us the only reason they're using Al Heyman is because Eddie Hearn pissed off Fat Boy Eddie Reynoso.
Correct.
That's the only reason.
Well, to prove to you that you were right, Golden Boy had already made a deal with Eddie Hearn, assuming that Canelo was going to go back to DAZN. They had already made a deal with DAZN and with Eddie Hearn. They had already made a deal.
People don't understand. A man who has done $500 million worth of business. In any business, why would somebody get offended with a certain situation with Eddie Hearn and go take the business to Al Heyman?
Because he insulted him.
Because he insulted
him. Absolutely insulted him. Yes, he did.
Can you tell us how you know that he insulted them? How do you know? How can we find out those are facts?
I don't know how you can find out. I was told by 3 people that were actively involved. So I don't know how you can find out. That's a
But how
different
do we as
question.
fans and boxing content creators
I
find
have
out that
no
that was the
idea how
truth?
you're going to find out. I mean, I have no idea. I know from being a boxing insider, I was told by 3 different people from 3 different sides. One was an attorney. Eddie fucked the one guy said Eddie fucked the bag up, but that wasn't what the attorney said. The attorney said Eddie blew the deal up.
Right. I just want to know. It just seems very, very unprofessional from such boxing guys who have been in business for many years to know that a personal argument or a personal situation between Eddie Hearn and Eddie
The guy
Reynoso
was
would
the guy got
make Al
insulted.
Heyman look so powerful that no, we're gonna go back to Al Heyman, Eddie, because you've pissed
Well,
us off. We're
it's
gonna
for
go back to Al Heyman.
it's for one fight, okay? And every listen, Golden Boy is still involved. Just like if he would have went to the zone and when it went to Hearn, they got Munguia. Everything's fine. Okay,
Okay.
go Oscar would have done this fight without him, but Oscar and what's his name doesn't like Oscar. Canelo doesn't like Oscar. Remember, he used to promote him, and they got in a big blowout.
But they're
Remember?
still doing business with Oscar.
Well, yeah, but yeah, yes and no, yes, but Canelo didn't want Oscar involved, and the zone said no, he's got to be involved, and Oscar said I got to be involved. It's my fighter. Very simple. So
Them. Oscar said,
anyway,
"Fuck
does
them."
anybody
Yeah.
listen? I'm going to hit the road. Does anybody have any questions before I go? Any calling questions?
I think we got a lot of calling questions. I just wanted to, know that, that particular situation between him and Al Heyman now. What about the escrow account though, Rick, that you said Canelo's not gonna fight unless he gets
That
that
was under
escrow
that was
money?
under that was under the first deal, but it's really the same thing now because Amazon's guaranteeing the pay-per-view money. So the first 37 million that comes in, he's getting it. Okay, so now
Amazon's guaranteeing it or PBC's guaranteeing it?
either, let me explain it again. The
Right.
first 37 million that comes in on pay-per-view, he's getting from Amazon. Okay, if 37 million comes in, he gets it. If there's a shortfall, the rest of it comes out of the gate.
So they're
So
betting
let's
on
say
themselves then. So is Canelo betting on himself?
basically,
So
yeah, but
Canelo
not
at this
really,
point is betting on
not
himself.
really, because if let's say there's a $7 million shortfall, then he gets the first 7 million from the gate. That's
I
all. It's plain
understand,
and
but at
simple.
this point, the deal's worse and weaker than what you were saying to us that what he
No,
was trying to get.
no. It's he's guaranteed 37 million, not 35 million. But things do change, and it did change.
But the
He
other
left.
deal was different, right? He gets guaranteed 35 and a big split
No,
of the
no,
pay-per-view.
no, no. You mean the deal with the zone?
No, the deal with PBC, he wanted 35 million guaranteed that
Correct,
Al Heyman
correct,
wasn't getting him. He did get him
correct.
that for the first fight, and he was getting a majority share of the
Right,
pay-per-view. Right? So
right,
that was a much sweeter deal because he had 35 straight in the bank and he only has to wait to get the pay-per-view
right,
numbers.
right.
Now he's betting on himself just to first hit the first
No,
35
no, no.
7 million.
He's still not because no, he's still not because let's say it does $30 million, 30 million, not 37 million. He gets the 30 million, and then the $7 million would come from the gate. And they're gonna do
I
$20 million
know,
plus
okay, I
gates.
understand that, but he's totally
Right.
betted on the numbers that he does. See, the numbers he
Well,
does is
yeah,
what
okay, I see
Amazon
your
has
point.
guaranteed
Yeah,
him, right?
yeah,
The other
I get
way,
your point.
the
Yes,
other
yes.
way, it was a
That's
guaranteed
why
safer deal.
it's Canelo Promotions now. Is the lead promoter and not anybody else. So
Okay, but how do you feel about the deal going that way? Does that make everything feel like Do you understand the misinterpretation between what you know in business?
I don't listen. I don't know. I'm an insider.
Do you
What other
understand
people
why they
think?
all? Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What other people think they're going to think. I know what's going on because I'm behind the scenes. I get it. Okay, I understand it. Just like
So
people
you
say, "Well, you
understand
still."
that some people now think that your resources and your sources wasn't 100% on point for them.
Yeah, they were. He left. He came back 6 days
But
later.
now
Two
he's not
separate.
taking an escrow account deal. He's taking an
So,
Amazon guaranteed deal.
well, that's because things changed when he came back. It was a whole new deal. That's why there's this. Why that's why it's a one fight, one off deal. There's no third fight now.
Anyway, and that little bit of pissing off Canelo's fucking boyfriend, Eddie Reynoso, Eddie Hearn pissed him off. Now they gone back to Eddie Al Heyman. Do you see how unprofessional that sounds, Rick?
That's on them. That's not on me. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. You acting like I care that Eddie Reynoso guy was pissed off by Eddie Hearn. If the zone was stupid enough to put negotiations in the hands of Eddie Hearn, then they're fucking stupid. I'll leave it like that. Okay. Any
let's
questions?
go JB Sports. He's been waiting to ask a question.
Sure.
JB Sports, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, Rap Star? How's it going, Rick?
Good. How you doing?
Okay, let me ask you a question about the zone. What's going on with Kevin Mayer stepping down from the zone, the chairman? What's that about?
Kevin Mayer, who's he?
My bad. Didn't the zone didn't the zone CEO step down the other day from the zone? I think I read that.
Joe Makowski.
Okay, what was the reason behind him stepping down from the zone?
He didn't step down. He got let go.
He got let go. Okay, so what they not doing the numbers that they're not doing the numbers that the big wigs stepped in, or what?
They just found that he made too many mistakes along the way, and the new guy that they brought in, Alfie Sharman's, doing a lot better job. That's all. And they basically got rid of him, and they're bringing somebody else in from IMG to handle the actual contracts and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
he outlived his usefulness, as they say in corporate America.
So basically they wasn't satisfied with the job that he did for the zone. They wasn't they weren't happy with the numbers. The numbers they would produce.
No. The numbers they had nothing to do with him as far as that goes. They didn't like some of the deals he had made along the way. He got exposed. Is what happened by new executives that they brought on.
Oh, okay.
That's what happened.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Now, after after Canelo fights Munguia May 4th, what you think he's going to do next for September? Who you think what he going to do? He's going to stay with the PBC, go back to the zone?
He'll go to the highest bidder, like a whore. So that's what he's going to do. He'll go to the highest bidder.
I got you. Yeah, I watched that Zepeda Hughes fight, man. Zepeda is man. That guy there is relentless, man. Throwing a whole lot of punches, man. He was very impressive tonight, man. Where he was able to break down and stop Maxi Hughes, man. What you think his next what's his next fight gonna do? What's the next route his team gonna go? They gonna enforce the mandatory in the WBA and pursue a Javante Tank Davis fight, or will they pursue the IBF mandatory and try to fight the winner of?
I can't answer that. I think that if they go pursue the mandatory, Tank will move up and fight Rolly, the winner of Rolly and Pitbull next at 140, even though he already fought Rolly once, just to not to have to fight Zepeda. I know some people think that the Tank will kill Zepeda and all this stuff, but Heyman doesn't look at things like that. Heyman looks like, oh, this is a risk.
Okay, my question is this though, JB. And also with you, Rick, is that, do you remember, Rick, you said that Amazon is not investing no money into the Al Heyman PBC fights?
They're not.
But they're guaranteeing money that comes
out. They're not. You're not listening. You're not listening. I said that they're guaranteeing the money that's coming in from the pay-per-view. So if 30 million comes, 37, the first 37 million comes in, Canelo is getting it. If 30 million comes in, okay, then 7 million will have to come out of the gate. They're only guaranteeing that he's going to get that money.
Right. So the broadcaster,
they're not guaranteeing him the money.
Okay, so the broadcaster that PBC Al Heyman have an exclusive deal with are now guaranteeing the first amount of 30 up to 37 million that comes in.
Correct.
They will guarantee those funds.
Right. There's no risk. There's no risk on Amazon's part.
Right.
None at all.
What about Tank Davis? They're putting on a Tank Davis fight now.
I don't know. That I don't know.
So is that money that they're putting up for Tank Davis? They got that kind
I have no.
They're not
I have
like that.
no. I have no idea. Don't have a clue.
Okay, so you don't know about how Tank Davis's fights are going to be put on?
No, because remember that's all in house. That's Leonard Ellerby, Leonard Ellerby, Heyman. So that's not getting exposed. That information.
Okay, so what is the deal? They're going to put 16 shows on annually with Amazon Prime. Is that correct?
No, 12 to 14.
So 12 to 14 shows annually. And if they're putting on 12 to 14, we already know about 3. Canelo versus Munguia, Tank Davis versus Frank Martin, and we got Tim Tszyu versus Keith Thurman. So they got 3 fights already scheduled about it for Amazon Prime.
Yep.
Right? So going forward, they're obviously going forward in that business because now they got Canelo and Tank on Amazon Prime. So they're obviously trying to get the biggest names they can in order for them to, start their business with Amazon so they can get a lot more subscribers over there who want to watch more boxing.
No. It's pay-per-view. Incorrect. It's every show's going to be pay-per-view. They're talking about doing a couple non-pay-per-view shows, but they won't do those. You'll see. It'll be all pay-per-view. Every show.
And the only way Amazon's giving them money is because whatever's coming in, they're giving out the money what's coming in, not any investment of their own.
No, there's no investment in their part. Correct.
So a man who wanted guaranteed escrow money is now not bothered about that guaranteed escrow money.
No, he's sure he is, but he's still doing the deal anyways because May 4th was coming right around the corner. He wanted to fight. He wanted to fight on that holiday, and he was geared up to fight. Everything was geared up to fight. He had no choice but to make a deal or not fight at all.
Yeah, but the deal was that he could have made this fight on DAZN himself. He didn't need to put this fight on Amazon Prime through PBC. The reason why you're telling us that happened is behind the scenes, Eddie Hearn pissed off Canelo Alvarez's manager and trainer, Eddie Reynoso.
Correct. And Eddie Reynoso went back to them and says, for 37 million, we'll fight on May 7th, but we got to fight Munguia.
And if they had done that deal with Eddie, what would have been Canelo's structure, do you think, in just doing that deal on DAZN?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
If he wasn't going to do that deal and they didn't have a argument behind the scenes that you're saying that they had an argument, if they didn't have that, how would Canelo have done that deal with Eddie?
Eddie was offering less than 35 million. That was part of the deal. That's why Canelo's manager got pissed off and why Eddie insulted him.
But they were able to get that money through Al Heyman.
No, they weren't able to get that money for Al Heyman. It's being guaranteed through the outlets.
Yeah, through the outlets, through Al Heyman's business with Amazon.
Right. But Al Heyman's not promising fuck all. So that's the story there.
No, Al Heyman ain't promising, but due to Al Heyman's business that he's doing with Amazon Prime, he got the guarantee for Canelo through the broadcast.
No, it's not a guarantee. I just explained that to you.
For the money comes in. The money that comes in, he's getting that prioritized, guaranteed for that money through the broadcaster that he's with.
Correct.
Okay, so therefore,
it's very easy to trust Amazon than it is Al Heyman. That's what they're basically saying.
That's understandable, but they're still using Al Heyman to do this deal. So Al Heyman's still part of this deal.
Correct.
So he's basically getting
Go ahead.
So he's basically getting a percentage. He's basically getting a
I
percentage.
don't know. Probably, yes. Probably, I would assume.
Yeah, but look. The problem the fans are getting in the chat is why didn't he trust Amazon before all the shit hit the fan? Because the deal was
because Amazon never volunteered to do anything before. That's why. It all came about after the fact, after he had already left and came back. Okay.
Okay. I mean, it is what it is. Got any questions for Rick? While JB gets a couple of questions out, let me know. So before Rick leaves, we'll ask your questions in the chat. We got nearly 65 people in the building. Smash the like button. Go ahead, JB. Go ahead, JB. Are you there, JB?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, what's the latest on the Crawford Eubanks Jr. negotiations? Where they at?
Well, and what's his name said it's not. What's his name said there is no fight. Bomac, but that's not true. They both agreed to fight. They have to come up with a promoter to make it happen. So
what do you think about a fight that Terence Crawford people are slandering, saying that you, the number one pound for pound in America, and you're not even a star that can make a big fight with somebody? So who are you? Why are you fighting Chris Eubanks? People are not happy with that, they're saying. We don't care. We're happy with it.
I'll explain why he's fighting. I'm explaining why he's fighting Chris Eubank, if you allow me to do so.
Go ahead.
Because he wants to either fight. Canelo is his first choice to fight. Okay, and he only has to move up 8 pounds to the next weight class to fight Canelo. He'll get used to 160 pounds, or he can go down to 54 and fight Tim Tszyu, which is only 6 pounds less. So that's why he chose a 160 pounder with a viable name that he can fight. Okay, that brings in TV money from another country. Okay, makes sense.
I would have to think that fight either going to be on PBC or DAZN. I don't see a Golden Boy Top Rank putting on that fight, so it's got to be one of those two people.
Is, Rick, you have debates every day, right? And they say Chris Eubanks is not going to give Canelo any ammunition for him to fight him. I mean, that's not the guy.
It's the weight. It's the weight. He needs a guy to fight at 160 pounds. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Why can't they get the money for? Why can't they make a fight if he's a number one pound for pound against the true Genovic?
With who?
Genovic.
Because he can't bring a fucking dollar in.
Exactly. So here we got the pound for pound number one who's relying on Chris Eubanks because he's
he's not relying on Chris Eubanks. They both will bring money in. Genovic won't bring a dollar in.
Chris
Eubanks got the US and UK market.
Right, yeah, but he's using Chris Eubanks' UK market because Chris Eubanks.
Well, that's business. Everybody does it daily.
Yeah, but they're
thinking
fuck are you talking about? Pound going against Chris Eubanks.
It doesn't. Everybody does it. Everybody does it. What do you think Wilder fought fucking Fury the first time for? Okay, what do you think Wilder? Because it brought UK TV money in. Come on, please. It's part of the business. Anyways, it's after 1 o'clock. I'm hitting the sheets. JB, always a pleasure. If you want me on again, or like just some night this week, JB.
Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah, Wednesday will work. And
okay,
have what's his name, JB, come on back on Wednesday night. Okay, have some more questions.
Anyway, Rick, like always,
that'll work.
For coming
on. Thank you very much, JB. You have a nice evening, JB. Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right, Rick, you take care, man.
Hey, JB, how you been?
I'm doing pretty good. Just pretty good, man. Just got through watching some pretty good Golden Boy card.
JB, yeah. Look, JB.
Yeah.
Rick always comes on this channel. He's one of the lads over here, right? But I had to grind him with these questions that people keep coming in every day with, right? I can't just sit here and not give him all the questions, bro. And I know that Rick was getting a bit, not agitated, but I wasn't trying to grill him. I'm just trying to ask him the questions, bro.
Yeah.
And I know that the argument, Eddie Hearn pissed off fat Eddie Reynoso. I understand that, but I don't know where to find that, bro. Right? The escrow account money. Canelo wasn't going to face nobody unless you paid him the escrow account money. Now he fighting just to wait for the guarantee to come out the pay-per-view from Amazon Prime, and he's betted on himself. So I want to know the logistics of all the situation because I'm part of it. Do you understand what I mean, JB?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Right? I like to get all the questions asked.
Yeah.
Right? And you know what? I respect Rick Glazier because he knows what I'm like. And at this situation, and the tables have turned, hey, it just seems a little bit not clear on how and what exactly happened with and how he fought the Jaime Munguia fight. It's not clear, bro.
Yeah, he didn't want that fight. He wanted the Charlo fight. He was, and that's what was in the contract, Charlo and then Errol Spence Jr. But they couldn't sell that Charlo fight because of what his brother did. His brother wet the bed. So the PBC didn't feel that Canelo versus Jamal was a sellable fight. So they went back to Canelo and said, hey, man, can you fight Munguia? We believe that's a more marketable, more sellable fight. Canelo said, no, I signed a contract with you guys, and the next name on the contract is Jamel. Yeah. And if you want to bring somebody else on for the May 4th date, then we're gonna have to renegotiate. I can't. I'm promised $35 million. And I was like, okay, you can fight Jamel Charlo, but I cannot pay you $35 million. Man, the fight will lose money if I'm paying you $35 million. I got to pay Charlo and the undercard.
No, but the first original problem was right that even if Canelo was looking to fight Charlo, we got told that Canelo's leaving, that they can't give him the money for the Charlo fight. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Right. Now, it does look like there was a problem with the Charlo fight. It does look like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what it was. They didn't want to do that fight.
Right. Then we were told that Al Heyman, the only way Canelo's going to stay if Al Heyman puts the money in the escrow account. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's what Rick said, right?
Right. Yeah. So we were waiting 10 days. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Right. 10 days we were talking back and forth. Escrow account, no escrow account. Is the money coming? Is the money not coming? Is Canelo moving? Now, within 6 days, Canelo Alvarez leaves Al Heyman again. Answer this question to me, JB. Canelo leaves Al Heyman, discusses another fight with DAZN. Right?
Right.
Listen to me. And then gets pissed off. Eddie Hearn says some sensitive stuff to Eddie Reynoso that his tits are bouncing around, that Eddie Reynoso just a fat fuck. Right? We don't even know where that came from. Now, those are the talks that Eddie Hearn pissed him off again, and they went back to Al Heyman. And they making this fight on a DAZN fighter with Al Heyman, with Amazon Prime, and Oscar De La Hoya, and Jaime Munguia. Right?
Yep.
Right. What the fuck happened all that time? Explain that to me.
This is what I think happened. I think Canelo did go over there to the zone and negotiate with Eddie Hearn about a 2-fight deal with Berlanga and Munguia. But I think what people don't understand is what you can go over there and negotiate with the zone, but if you want to fight on May 4th, the PBC's got that date. Canelo don't have that date. PBC is the one that went to the Nevada Boxing Commission and put a hold on the May 4th date. So they still had that date. I think Canelo realized
what the biggest problem actually is after listening to you, listening to Rick Glazier, and listening to the whole situation. Shall I explain to you the biggest problem?
What's the biggest problem?
Is that he did not want to fight David fucking Benavidez. That's why they had to find another solution.
Yeah, because they were saying, because remember the PBC went back to Canelo and said, okay, you can fight Jamel Charlo, and we'll even give you the $35 million that you signed the contract for the fight. But the third fight September has to be Benavidez because we're about to take another loss with Jamal, just like we took a loss with Jamel. So we want to try to make some of that money back. You got to fight David Benavidez. We know that fight's gonna make money. And Canelo said no. Canelo said that's not what the contract that I signed. My contract that I signed was Jamel, Jamal, and Errol Spence Jr. So he had a good leg to stand on saying that because he signed the contract is a contract. What I signed is what I signed. Benavidez was not on the original contract, but he should have understood that hey, Errol Spence Jr. is not a viable name at this point in time. Either is Jamal. They're not a viable name, so we need to change this up. Look at the fact that Jamel fight, that fight lost money. That fight did 650,000 pay-per-view buys, and it's lost money because of the high purse that they had to pay Canelo. Had to pay him his $35 million, and for that. So when you're paying him that money, then you're paying Jamel, and you're paying the fighters on the undercard.
Yeah, but
that fight probably had to do at least 1 million pay-per-view buys for the PBC to make money on it.
Yeah, but JB, I don't think you're understanding this whole structure properly, like I have. The way that Canelo Alvarez has structured this deal, from what Rick Glazier is saying today, is that everybody hear this carefully, ladies and gentlemen. That first Canelo's argument with PBC was he wanted the guaranteed escrow money. Am I right or wrong, JB?
Yeah, that's what Rick said. Yeah, right. That's what he said.
Now, the problem is that Eddie Hearn pissed him off, right? And because he pissed off Canelo's boyfriend, now Canelo's pissed with Eddie Hearn. So he went back to Al Heyman. And now the way they've done the deal is that Amazon, through Al Heyman, Amazon Prime, is going to give Canelo Alvarez the first pay-per-view money up to 30+ million. Are you understanding this, JB?
Yeah, 37 million.
Right. So you're telling me that Canelo Alvarez went back to DAZN, and after he went back to DAZN, and they had an argument or whatever the fucking situation is that Eddie Hearn pissed them off, they went back to make a guaranteed deal through Al Heyman now until Amazon pay him the first 30+ million from the pay-per-view. There's no guaranteed escrow money, bro. So yeah, like he's betted on himself with Amazon to guarantee him his money for the first 37 million. How does that deal sound to you?
Like I said, I don't know about all that. I don't know if that was the case, but I do think that he's getting a guarantee because that's one thing about Canelo, man. All his fights, he get guaranteed. He believes in upfront money. He don't believe in trusting pay-per-view numbers. So I find it hard to believe all of a sudden he's going to go do what most PBC fighters do and take very low minimum, and they try to make their money on the back end of the pay-per-view. I find it hard to believe that he's all of a sudden going to switch up and basically go with a percentage off the pay-per-view. I think he's getting a guarantee, man, in the northern, 35+ million. Like I said, I do believe what Rick said, 37 million. I think he said.
Yeah, but you don't understand how he's getting that money.
How is he getting it? He got it.
You're not listening again. He gets the money once Amazon collect all the pay-per-views.
And that's basically the same thing, though. That's basically the same thing. You saying he get the money? He's still basically like a 37 million guarantee. You can say, "Are we gonna wait for the numbers to get?" But if Amazon is promising Canelo, "Hey, you're gonna get 37 million once we get through with once the pay-per-view numbers come in," that's still the same thing as a 37 million guarantee.
Yeah, but he's got to hit minimum 500,000 pay-per-views.
Oh, okay, Amazon. Okay. Oh, that's what it is. I didn't hear that.
So he has to hit 500,000 pay-per-views on Amazon to get that money.
So if he makes if the fight does 500,000, he'll get 37 million.
Going to sell the pay-per-view separately for Jaime Munguia versus Canelo.
Right.
So where is Canelo Alvarez's first 37 million? Okay, it's from the gate. Rick said it's from the gate. And it's from the pay-per-view. But I'm trying to think. If Al Heyman is who they're gone back to, right?
Right.
I'm thinking Al Heyman must have given them a guaranteed too until Amazon pay him too. Or, I mean, I'm just thinking, Al Heyman, why they gone back to use him? What, just because he's got the Amazon Prime deal?
He had the Amazon Prime deal, and he had the May 4th date. The PBC had that date. They put a hold on that date. Canelo couldn't just take that date with him to negotiate with his own. He could have negotiated a fight with Berlanga, but it might not have been on May 4th. The PBC had a hold on that date. That's another reason why I think he probably came back. He probably went to the zone. They couldn't come up with enough money to satisfy him to fight a Berlanga or Munguia over there, so he came back to
Mountain
the zone.
509 says it means Canelo is getting paid directly from Amazon before PBC and Al Heyman get paid.
Maybe that is the case. Maybe that is the case. That's still almost the same thing as what he's been doing. He's getting upfront money, and that's what he's been getting pretty much since he become a pay-per-view star. He's been getting upfront money. He's been getting huge guarantees. He's not. He don't. A lot of fighters, you got some fighters out there will take a very low guarantee and they'll trust the money on the back end of pay-per-view. They believe their fight don't sell and do big numbers, and they'll get a 50% of the pay-per-view or something like that for 60% of the pay-per-view, and that's how they make their money. Well, it's not a cap on what you can make. I just think PBC came up with a little bit more money. He wasn't gonna come back and fight on Amazon for anything less than 35 million. And he got 37 million to fight Munguia. You can say he got to meet a certain threshold of 500,000 to get to 37 million. Maybe that is true, but he basically is getting what he felt he should have been getting in the first place when when negotiating with the PBC on the Charlo fight. And they was trying to get Munguia to fight Canelo in May. So he's fighting Munguia and he's getting 37 million. So at the end of the day, Canelo got what he wanted. He got what he deserved.
But my thing is this, you're not getting to the point, is that Al Heyman is still some reason why Canelo is needing Al Heyman. That Eddie Hearn, the reason why I think Eddie Hearn's quiet right now is because Eddie Hearn couldn't provide the numbers that Al Heyman was able to provide to Canelo. It can only be about money. Look, the only reason Canelo's back with PBC or doing a one-fight deal with PBC is DAZN couldn't bring him the deal that Al Heyman has.
Yeah, you know why? Because when Canelo's with Canelo, or when Canelo's was with DAZN, he wasn't doing great pay-per-view numbers. That's what people don't want to talk about. He didn't do great numbers with John Ryder. That fight did 200,000 pay-per-view buys. When he fought Triple G, that did 565,000 pay-per-view buys. That's okay, but we're comparing it to the first two Triple G fights on HBO, which did 1.1 and 1.3 million pay-per-view buys. That was disappointing numbers. So DAZN, like, man, we're not gonna give you this big guarantee that you're looking for because you're not doing the numbers that that you was doing on HBO when you was with us. So that was part of the reason.
What also has happened here, I think everybody's got to realize that first Al Heyman gave Canelo a 3-fight PBC deal, right? And in that 3-fight, he let him pick the Charlos, right? And the third fight was open for negotiation. Okay.
The third fight was real Charlo,
let me get this off. The first Charlo stepped into the ring. And the first Charlo that was meant to fight was mentally not prepared to fight Canelo Alvarez.
All right.
Right? The other Charlo stepped in. The 154-pounder. Al Heyman gave that fighter to Canelo and gave Canelo his guaranteed money. Right. The fight unfolded, and the fight only did 500,000-600,000 pay-per-views. Right? Canelo got all his money. Al Heyman didn't hardly make shit. Right? That's what's happened. Listen to me clearly. The second fight, Canelo said, bring on the other Charlo to Al Heyman. Are you listening?
Yep.
And he goes, give me my guaranteed money. Al Heyman looked at Charlo and said, this motherfucker's not even ready to even get in the ring with Canelo. Right?
Yep. He didn't look good against those minutes.
Canelo said to Al, nah, You said you want to do a 3-fight deal. You said you're going to put in the Charlo brothers. Well, let me beat the fuck out of these 2 brothers. Let me give me this easy money, right? Because at that time, PBC offered him that deal.
Yep. That's when
right?
they were with Showtime. Yeah, that's what they with Showtime. Things changed.
But that's not Canelo's fault.
Yeah.
Right? You offered Canelo a deal. Showtime went out of business. That's Al Heyman's fault. That ain't Canelo's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Canelo said, now fuck you. Give me that other easy fight. Al Heyman said, look, Canelo, that other fight, Amazon Prime can't even sell it with me. It's dead. Jamal Charlo's already in the island drinking alcohol. He's finished, bro. I can't do nothing with Jamal Charlo now. We need to get you another fight. Right?
Yep.
He said, okay. He said, look, I can pay you a lot of money. Let's get David Benavidez. Right?
Yep.
You can get your money with David Benavidez. He said David wasn't in the contract.
Yep.
Canelo said David ain't in the contract. You need to give me the fighters that you told me. Right. That went back and forth. Now, David Benavidez has been pushed to the side, and Canelo has influenced Al Heyman to get the deal for Jaime Munguia.
You know, some rap star McGill wasn't even in the contract either, but he gonna fight McGill. So you know, you say David Benavidez wasn't in the contract, and he wasn't in the contract, but neither was Jaime McGill. But they ain't stopping you from fighting him on May 4th.
So Canelo has done his business so strategically. Listen to rap star very carefully now. That Canelo has done some very good, smart business now, negotiated his power, and got Al Heyman to pull the trigger and get him the fight with Jaime Munguia and push David Benavidez to the side. Have you seen Canelo Alvarez's power now?
Oh yeah, he's the face of boxing.
Now you see the power?
Yeah, he's a power player in boxing. Make no mistake about it. He's a power player. He's a top guy in boxing. You know, you look at what he's done over his career. He's a top dog. I don't think he's a top dog right now, based on the numbers of 2023, but based on longevity, yeah, he's a top dog. So you know, he's able to call the shot.
Handled his business as a power move.
Yeah.
And just took David Benavidez out the mix.
Yeah.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, he said.
He's basically
you know what he's doing? He's sitting there saying, I'm the cabron. I ain't going to give you the throne. I don't care if you can beat me. And even if you can, I'm going to put you aside right now. Fuck you.
Yep.
Fuck David Benavidez. He literally is blocked him.
He's literally forced him to go up to 175. That's what he done. He done moved him out. He didn't move him out the division. He got him to lead the division in frustration. Now everything, you know, now everything is clear, and he can do his thing now. 168.
Canelo is the boss. He made the boss moves, and he made David Benavidez just kicked him out the side, bro. Said, fuck you, motherfucker. Yeah? He said, fuck you. And I want you to hear this clearly now. Canelo Alvarez is a don. He's a fucking don. He made Eddie Hearn work for him. He made fucking Al Heyman work for him. And now he made Oscar De La Hoya do a deal. And he pushed David Benavidez to the side. He said, fuck David Benavidez. I don't care. Fuck him. Canelo just played a fucking mad move, bro. He just blocked him. And he said, fuck all of you motherfuckers. Call me a duck. Do what you want. I'm the daddy. I'm the Don Corleone. I'm the Cartello. I'm the king of boxing. I'm Canelo Alvarez. And that's what he told Al Heyman. Get me the fucking deal, bro. Bitch.
Yeah. It's just kind of strange how these 3 names that was in the deal didn't get.
Let me tell you now, bro. Money talks and bullshit walks. Money is the root of all evil. I don't care what anybody says. Money is the root of all fucking evil. And let me tell you why money is the root of all evil. Why money will overtake what a man is really meant to do. You understand? It doesn't matter what is right, what is wrong. Money talks and bullshit walks. That's how it works, bro. And that's why I want JB to hear this as well. I don't care what anybody says now. Ryan Garcia, at first, he was going up and down, up and down. But Ryan Garcia, I saw his dad yesterday on some channel and just giving Ryan props. Right? And Ryan speaking in front of his dad, drinking some wine afterwards, smoking a joint, whatever he's doing, bro. Right? Now, at first, I know that Ryan was talking some mad shit, but then he started talking some deep shit. Some of the stuff that Ryan been saying, yeah, man, I respect some of the stuff that he been saying because not many celebrities will say that.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you was in and out.
Not many celebrities would have said what Ryan Garcia trying to put the message out. But the problem with Ryan Garcia, he got too much emotional baggage. He got too much mental pressure. You can see the man is not correct 100. Now, there's a part of trolling, but there's a part of overexerting yourself. And we've been seeing that Ryan Beach is doing too much. Why is there yes men all around Ryan? Why is his dad acting like a yes man? Why is his mum not stepping up? Why the fuck are the people around Ryan Garcia like Derek James? Derek James just looks like a yes man, bro. I'm going to tell you straight. I don't care if Derek James is a good trainer in America, but Derek James is acting like a yes man. Yeah?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm just saying, everything around Ryan Garcia, people are scared to tell him where he needs to be right now. Yeah? Money talks and bullshit walks. You understand that? Everybody around this is money talks, bullshit walks. Money changes the people's lives. Hundreds of millions, 20, 30, 40 million coming in right now. 20, 30 million coming in. People don't even care about Ryan Garcia. They don't give a fuck. If people really cared about Ryan Garcia, they wouldn't be letting him do what he's doing to this level. And Ryan don't give a fuck about nobody because Ryan seems like a kid who's grown into a man that's seen what shit's about and only he trusts himself, that he's not even cares about anybody's respect. And the way that he conducts himself, you know, that's not Derek James's way. He's running the show. He's running the fucking whole show. You understand that, JB?
Yeah, just like with Joe Goosen, he running the show, man. I thought when he got with Derek James would be, you know, the guy that, hey, man, you're gonna come train with me, man. You got to do what I tell you to do. You got to show up when I tell you to show up, man. But he seems like he ain't even training, man. He's out here doing all these different videos and saying all this crazy stuff. Like you say, he got some stuff that he's saying is solid. But then again, in the same breath, man, he'll say some stuff that's outlandish, man. So this dude is not well, in my opinion. It's a shame, like you said, that his family, they looking at the money instead of looking out for their son's well-being, man. He needs to be pulled from this fight, in my opinion. He is not well. People say, oh, he trolled. Man, you don't troll. The stuff he talking about, the stuff he has been talking about for the last several weeks, you can't be trolling when you talk about stuff like that, man. You talking about some outlandish and stuff that's, you know, just crazy and bizarre. You know, some things you don't troll about, man. He been trolling about some stuff that you don't have no business. If he is trolling, you don't troll about stuff like that. He said he was raped and stuff like that, man. That's serious stuff, man. You know, if you've been raped, that stuff can have a detrimental effect on your mental health. You know, especially if it happened when you was, you know, when you were younger, when you were a kid.
I mean, I hope you understand this, but Ryan Garcia is also scaring the people that are around him.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you something. I did a bit of research. Ryan Garcia ain't capping about this Bohemian Grove, whatever this organization is, the 2,500 acres, and how they have a private restriction over there. Cameras are everywhere, and they got certain things they worship over there, and they have a certain way of a law that they follow over there, and certain things that go on over there. Now, about children getting exploited and stuff like that he been saying some deep stuff. The people around Ryan Garcia are shook. Even people around Ryan Garcia are saying, Ryan, You're talking about these elite people. You're talking about the government. You got to watch out, bro. They're going to take you out. They're going to find a way to get to you and make sure that your voice gets shut down. Right? Ryan trying to read too many things, watch too many things, and he's getting too many videos from people and things that he's seeing that's maybe that he knows that elites have done that we know in this world. Where did this guy Epstein come from, bro? Where did this Epstein come from? With a private island, right?
Yep.
Those are deep conversations. This is a billionaires owning private islands, and they had kids going over there, right? They had kids going over there, and they were doing things to children. Do you hear about this?
Oh yeah, I heard about the Epstein. I heard about him,
Right.
man. He was a guy with a
So
lot of
all
power
this
and a lot of
stuff,
influence.
all this stuff that Ryan trying to fucking talk so many deep topics, but then he drinking alcohol. Then he's saying that he believe in God. Then he's smoking weed in front of everyone.
Yeah, he's not focused, man. He's not well. He's not focused, man. He's not well. He's not focused. In my opinion, he needs to be pulled from that fight. It needs to be a family intervention. If this family really should be looking at the money aspect, they should be looking at the well-being of Ryan Garcia.
Yo, Batman, you dumb fuck. I'm just talking to you what is really being spoken about that people don't want to speak about as well. And the evil and what is going on. Now, if Ryan is twisted and acting mentally unwell, then that's a different story. But you got to see the messages like JB has been telling you. And I ain't cashing in shit, you dumb fuck. I don't even have no monetization. Ain't nobody giving me no money. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the realest voice you're going to hear. Over here, I ain't getting no sponsor. I ain't getting no money. Where'd you see anyone sending any money? Cashing in. What are you talking about, bro? Some people are just trolls. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. It's just like I said, it's stuff he's been saying, man. It's some outlandish comments that he's been making for the last several weeks, man. He's not well. He never did this before, too. So I don't, understand that they're doing a fight that's, I guess, another thing, they say that he's trying to troll, he's trying to sell a fight, but it's just, I think this fight is on the zone. It's not even on the zone pay-per-view, so it's not really about trying to sell a fight because it's not, I guess you're trying to sell tickets to the fight, I guess you can say that, but the fight is on the zone, not the zone pay-per-view, so that's out the window about him trying to sell a fight. He trolling trying to sell a fight on pay-per-view. That's not the case. So hopefully he gets the help that he needs. Hopefully he get pulled from this fight. He's done it before. A couple of years ago, he stepped away from boxing. I think he needs to step away from boxing and get his mental health together because he's a guy that, to me, is crying out for help. He's crying out for help. And it's going to be a situation where if he do fight Devin Haney is going to beat him. Devin Haney is going to wash him, maybe
because
even
we
stop.
already know that Ryan had some mental pressure before.
Yeah.
We know that some years ago he had mental pressure and he couldn't fight. There was a fight that he was supposed to fight. Was it Javier Fortuna the first time round?
Yeah, Javier Fortuna.
And then he fought him after. But in the first time round, he had to pull out the fight due to some mental pressure, correct?
Correct.
Right. So Ryan already, we know that got some other issues, that he takes too many emotions and mental pressure on himself. He's done it before, but this time round, it's just gone a bit too far.
Yeah.
Where is the people that really love this guy? Where is these people that are not the yes men? Why does it look like anybody around this guy is a yes man? Explain that, JB.
Talk about MONEY. It's about that money, man. If it ain't making dollars, it ain't making sense, man. They turning the other cheek. They looking the other way because they understand that there's a lot of money on the line coming up April 20th. So they really overlooked that. And they probably saying to themselves, after the fight, we'll give him the help that he needs. But right now, we got to make sure this fight happens, man. Because this fight is going to produce a lot of money for us. They're thinking about money, man, instead of thinking about their son. That's I'm talking about the mom and dad. And like I say, Derek James. You would think he would step in, but he's looking at a big time paycheck too. So he's looking at feeding his family, taking care of himself. So he don't want to say anything and possibly get terminated or whatever. So he's gonna keep quiet and he's gonna do the best he can do and make his money. So it's a shame, man. People
what do you think about
looking
Ryan?
at the money over
You said certain
somebody's
messages that Ryan's been saying he's not been trolling. Now speak on those messages. What are you saying about Ryan saying that there's elites out there and there's a crazy world? that needs to be stopped. What do you say
Yeah,
about this talk that he's talking about?
yeah. He makes some good points. He makes some good points. A lot of stuff like that. And then he seems to be a real religious guy. So he was talking about. I heard him talking about Katy Perry and she said some satanic stuff, and he called her a devil, and he called a lot of those elites that are devils and stuff. And he said he's standing on the right side. He's standing with God and stuff like that. And I understand there's some truth to what he's saying. But in the same interview, man, he'll let somebody come on there and ask him a question that he don't like. He'll get to cursing them out and going off. You supposed to be this religious guy, and all of a sudden you out here cussing everybody out that that say something that you don't like. So it's like it's a schizophrenic type of behavior, man. It's like bipolar type of thing, man. You talking some good sense and talking about religion in one sentence, and the next sentence you read a comment that you don't like, you get to cussing people out. So to me, man, he's going through a lot of problems, man. A lot of pressure on this guy, man. He is the supporter of the Garcia family. He's the guy that's supporting everybody. So it's a lot of pressure. I didn't heard a lot of stories about a lot of entertainers, actors and singers and stuff like that have been, like, man, I had to support my family and I had to do this, and I was a breadwinner for not only my immediate family but all my family. This is a lot of pressure to put on an individual when they know they are the money, they are the main support of income for the family, and the family know that. So basically, even though you the son and you got parents, it's almost like it's the roles are being reversed. You calling the shots, you telling them what to do. They can't tell you what to do. They can't say anything sideways to you, or they'll get they say something sideways to you. You can basically get away from them and stuff like that. You can kind of just say, hey man, I'm not gonna deal with you no more, and escort you away from his team. They probably worried about that, saying anything that Ryan don't like. Say, hey man, Ryan, you need get some help, man. We need to check you into a facility. And you say that, and the next thing you know, you even kicked you out and cut off the money supply. So they probably worried about that, man. That's why probably ain't nobody said anything to him. Everybody's tried to do what they call a family intervention and try to get that guy checked into a facility, or at least talk with a psychiatrist and see what's really going on with him.
Yeah, but that's not the real John McSmith. That's the fake John McSmith. Who's that? John McSmith ain't like that, bro. He got a different avatar and he got a wrench. So what John McSmith is that in the chat?
They got somebody with a fake John Smith account, huh?
Look at that, bro. But let me tell you this, bro. Rick, has got Ryan Garcia. He said, look, at the end of the day, nobody can't do nothing about this. No Oscar de la Hoya, nobody. Because they're obligated and they've signed to make this fight, and there's a production and people and companies at jeopardy. Only person who can do anything is Ryan Garcia. If he pulls out the fight through any issues or any documentation through his mental faculties, and the doctor says he's not right for the fight, or if the commission pulls him out, that's the only way.
Yeah, the WBC president Mauricio Suleiman came out and said that he was going to look into it. And he was going to try to see if he can get somebody to talk with Ryan, a professional to talk with Ryan. But I don't know where that stands here tonight. But that's what I heard him say the other day. I think it was yesterday, or maybe even earlier today. He was saying he would be speaking to maybe some medical professionals to try to maybe talk with Ryan and see what's going on with him. But he didn't say, look, I guess, like I say, he can't do it. He didn't come out and say, hey man, this guy with the stuff he's been saying here in the last couple of weeks, man, we've got to cancel the fight. We got to pull him from the fight. He ain't go so far.
And the problem is, no matter what you're saying that he's been speaking about or whatever he's saying here and there, that they're deep messages and some of them you agree with, there's a time and place and way to speak about it. Right? Yeah. And he's also not using his platform. He's a multi-millionaire. Ryan Garcia just made over 30 million for the Tank fight. Yeah? 30 fucking million for one fight. Some fighters never make 30 million for the rest of their career before they die. Never. Right? So you can't feel sorry for this kid. But At the same time, you can see the kid is a little bit up and down, and it just don't make sense, bro. For me, I don't understand why all the yes men, included his family, that somebody can't just get him to focus day and night on the boxing. That imagine if he beats Devin Haney, and if he's really got a message, he can send that message out there, win or lose, but give a good account of himself, right?
Yep. You can do that. Like I said, he could, fight, put his best foot forward, train, and get ready to take on Devin Haney, fight Devin Haney, beat him. And then after the fight, in the post-fight press conference, you can start bringing up all that stuff that you feel that you should bring up. All these people out here that are actually not walking, not walking with God, going with the opposite of what God says. You can talk about all that type of stuff then, but for you to be saying about a week ago that you was going to get off Twitter, get off Instagram, and focus on training, you had 5 weeks to get ready for the Devin Haney fight, and then a day or two later, you right back on social media doing the same thing you was doing before.
Hey, let me just say this to you. Forget Ryan Garcia, right? Trolling and all this shit, yeah? He ain't getting no favors of the stuff that he's been speaking about, yeah? He loses sponsorships. He losing money right now. So everybody who's saying he's doing it for clout chasing have to recognize what he's really doing and how this affects him in today's environment and today's world. You understand that, JB, or not?
Yeah, I understand that. That's what I said earlier.
He's not doing all this for money. Something that he's talking about is fucking his money up too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, JB. Elaborate on that.
Yeah, you're right about it, because stuff he's been saying is really fucking his money up. People, you watch him and he's doing these different interviews on social media, you be like, man, I'm not finna shell out any kind of money to go watch this guy fight. This guy shouldn't be nowhere close to a boxing ring. This guy need to be in a insane asylum. You know what I'm saying? Those people, watching the videos probably be thinking, man. So yeah, he ain't helping the fight sell. He probably hurting the fight. I don't know how many seats they done sold, but I guarantee you, once you start doing these interviews on social media and talking about all this outlandish stuff, I guarantee you that those ticket sales are slow.
Let me just address this, Mr. Batty Man. Hey, listen, Mr. Batty Man. I don't know what you're on about, Mr. Batty Man. We're just talking about a fucking topic. You silly fucking idiot. You sitting over there. Hey, listen, I don't know what's wrong with you, Mr. Batty Man, but I hope you ain't one of them guys who are overlooking what's going on to the children, you fucking Batty Man. Yeah? I hope you ain't one of them guys who are overlooking some of the shit that Ryan Garcia been telling you. You need a slap in your face. JB just told you some of that shit that he been talking about is real shit. Some of that shit fucking happens. All right? So whether you think he's trolling and whatever, mate, hey, listen, it is what it is. But some of the shit that he's been speaking about can fuck him up. All right? It ain't going to give him no fucking help in making money. They try to cancel the shit that he's been speaking about. Yeah? So if you understand that we're just touching on certain subjects, we're not saying that Ryan's fucking not trolling you, idiot. So just understand, man. Stop acting like you're fucking delusional. Batty man. Rap star, the most children are black. What's he say? Most trafficked children in America are black in the USA. And that's some fucked up shit. That is some fucked up shit, bro. But let me tell you something. That one thing that Ryan Garcia is saying about this whole troll, don't overlook that one thing. Because there is some bad shit going on in this world. There are kids getting exploited. Now, as far as him saying that children get exploited, get raped, get killed, I don't know about all that, bro. I ain't heard about kids getting eaten. The only place I've heard that kids get eaten is in China. I've heard China have certain villages that they eat the children which have been dead, or I don't know about this, but I know they eat the ovarine. What's that thing they eat anyway off of a kid that dies? The ovarine, right? JB? I know the Chinese eat a certain thing, right? That's some sick shit. I've heard that,
Oh yeah, them Chinese, they eat a lot of
right?
stuff that I like
But
to hear it.
I haven't heard in the Western country. I have heard there's some sick shit going on, but I haven't heard some of the deep shit that Ryan trying to say.
Yeah, I haven't seen it myself though, but he's been he's saying it with a lot of conviction, man. About they eat like say eating ovaries and stuff like that. Maybe they do, man. I don't know. I don't know that for a fact. I haven't like I say, I haven't seen that myself. I haven't seen that for myself, but like I say, he probably witnessed that. He's probably witnessed a lot of that stuff. So he's bringing a lot of that stuff to light, which is good. Which is something that a lot of people that's in the public eye don't like to bring up. They like to play everything down the middle, stay neutral, don't want to offend nobody. But he seems to be willing to offend people because he believes he's telling the truth and he gets things out there
but
that
I
need to be
also
getting out.
understand this though, JB. That
Yeah.
there's a lot of people saying, man, we're fed up of Ryan Garcia, bro. He just trolling. He just trolling, rap star. We're sick of him, rap star. I get that part. Listen, I understand. Ryan has been doing too much, but certain topics that he's been speaking about, don't take those things for a joke. He might have been trolling about so many other things, but just get the messages of the shit that he's speaking about. Do you know that some of the shit that he's been speaking about, that certain influencers have said, bro, man, we can't speak about those things, bro. We'd be cancelled. Some people are scared to speak about the shit that he's been talking about. I'm just letting you know that.
Some of the stuff he's saying is true, though.
Yeah, to tell us what is true.
About the stuff with kids and all the disgusting things they do, like the elites. I mean,
Yeah, but people are saying that he's trolling. But
people. We all heard about Epstein Island. I mean, what do you think that is? It's exactly what he's talking about. I mean, everybody heard about that, right? It was all up in the news. So people. I mean, it's not like he's lying. These things are.
So do you agree though?
These
He's
are
doing a lot of
documented.
trolling, but then he's doing some serious other shit that's.
Well, I think he's having like a mental break. So he's saying some things that happen to be true, and he's saying some things that are insane. But yeah.
Okay, Lisa says Ryan is trolling because it's been dragged for 3 weeks. Remember when Ryan said in the press conference, "Don't be surprised if this fight is called off." Look, Lisa, I'm not denying that, but I said there's trolling going on, and there's some stuff going on that's gonna harming his brand. You do realize other guys who are there, which are like LeBron James, Mayweather, and all these big brands, they won't speak about shits getting exploited because they're scared to losing their sponsors. They're scared to lose their business with the elites, right? So Ryan Garcia is actually saying certain things that can harm him. So is it trolling, or is he harming? Some of the stuff he's saying can actually harm him. So what kind of clout is he getting from trying to say stuff that can damage him at some point with the elites trying to shut him out?
I mean, the real question is, who's the elites, right?
Yeah, this is another thing I don't like. That Ryan's trying to give so many messages, but he ain't calling no names.
I mean, we know, though, I think, or most people know who's actually running the shit. I mean, you can just look at Epstein, look at who was employing him, right? Look at who he was working for, and who was organizing all that shit.
Look, I
you
understand.
can look at P. Diddy with the record labels. I mean, look at who owns the record labels. So it's not
I definitely think one of the guys that he's speaking about is P. Diddy.
Well, yeah, for sure. But who do you think turned a blind eye to all that and allowed that to happen? It's the record labels, and once again,
And all this stuff that Ryan knows, all these kids, Ryan knows all these kids, yeah, that you've heard, to get a record label or to get a TV show, that they say some of these young kids, or even to some which are underage, they say, actually suck some of these producers and high-end people's cocks,
Obviously, 100%.
right? You got
do.
boys and girls getting exploited just to get into this kind of industry, right? That's been going on for years.
Of course. But once again, the real question is, look who owns it, bro. Look who runs Hollywood. Look who runs the record labels. Just look at their names, bro. Look at their Wikipedias. You can see who they are. You can see who the elites are, man. Who's actually facilitating all this.
Yeah.
Who runs Hollywood?
So overall, let's
saying the Jews. You saying the Jews, right? That's who they say run Hollywood. The Jews,
that
right?
Was you who said that. That wasn't me.
Let's answer the question overall.
That wasn't me. I didn't say that.
Hey, JB.
That's what people say. That's what people have been saying.
Hey, JB.
Yeah.
They have a certain way that they actually think, the elites. That's what it is. And they have a certain way that they like to have control, and certain things that what are going on that we're not meant to know about are things that we're not meant to know about. You know what I mean, JB?
Yeah. It's like I said, he's trying to bring a lot of that stuff to light. And like I say, if he would just stick with talking about that type of stuff, that's okay. But he's throwing a lot of other stuff into it, man. It's making it look real bizarre, man. It's like, it's making people, making a lot of people think, man, he needs to be looked at by a psychiatrist or a medical professional, man, because he's got a lot of things going on, man. Like I said, even when you listen to, I'm going to talk about a guy that Charles Manson. He would do a lot of rambling, and if you really listen to him, there's some stuff that he was saying that probably was kind of true, but then he would say a lot of other wild stuff on top of that would just let you know, man, this dude is out of his mind. He's a whack job. But even though even the people that's out their mind do make good points. That's basically what I'm saying.
But have you noticed that in the past of history, when you've ever seen anybody trying to exploit the elite, they end up getting classed as a whack job before they die?
Yeah, that's how they try to dismiss what they saying. At least want to hold on to power, so they try to, they be happy when the public, But
at this point,
if they saying, "Oh, this dude is crazy. He's off his rocker."
Yeah, but at this point, if you had any power like these multi-billionaires and elites do, you would easily try to do anything to make this kid Ryan Garcia into a whack job now.
Yeah. You try to paint him as a whack job, a guy that needs help, needs to seek professional help immediately. That's what you try to do. And then people ain't gonna take what he says seriously. They're gonna let it go in one ear and out the other. If you can make it look like the guy that's crazy, the guy's bipolar, whatever kind of mental thing he going through, if people think that, they're not gonna take anything what he's saying into account. They're gonna just be like, okay, whatever, dude's crazy. He's crazy.
The reason why I don't think this fight is really stable is now he's trying to say that he want to sue the New York Commission for not letting him smoke, or because he's smoking too much weed. And he was saying that Mike Tyson could do it, others could do it, why can't I? Now, he was making accusations and threatening about suing the New York Commission. So how is this fight really now in jeopardy? Are we here looking at a fight that really is now in jeopardy?
I mean, on the thing you said about how they try to make everyone seem insane who starts speaking out. I mean, now that you say that, I feel like it's definitely possible they're maybe like fucking with him to try to make him seem like he's insane when he's like, you know what I mean? Like maybe he's trying to get the message out there, but some people are.
Yeah, but bro, I've noticed certain stories that I've read in the past, and I don't get too much into it, right?
Like
I've seen certain people that have been either doctors. I've seen people which were physicians and doctors and all kinds of people that have tried to go against the government. I know a guy that was making natural medication for many years in a third world country, Dr. Savi. I read about him. He was bringing in so many great products. He was making products for people and showing people you don't need pharmaceutical medication. Pharmaceutical medication is a poison, it's a drug. They made this to be that you can get treated by natural remedies, many different homeopathic ways and so many other natural therapies that doctors were showing you. They put that guy in jail and said he's crazy as fuck, and he ended up dead in jail. I'm just saying, there's so many things that certain people try to say certain things, yeah?
When you can
And they try to go
look
against the government, but nobody has succeeded to go against the elites. Somewhere along the line, they get shut down. That's what they've done to this Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate trying to expose certain, now they're shutting him down. So now Andrew Tate's found another way to talk a little bit, but he can't go all out. So everybody who has a certain thing that they know is wrong and know that it's wrong, the government's wrong.
Yeah.
You go against the fucking government or the elites, then you see what happens next.
Bro, I love how the chat's getting totally red pilled right now.
What does that mean? Tell them.
The chat, I'm saying the chat's getting red pilled right now.
Right.
Red kill.
Red pilled.
Oh, red pill. I got you.
They're all naming them.
Yeah.
No, but you can look back, like you said, about making people crazy. You can look back to you know, Jack Ruby, the guy who was involved in the guy who killed Lee Harvey Oswald with like the whole JFK.
Yeah,
shit.
they gotta say they shot JFK in Dallas.
Yeah, they got he was in prison, right? And they got some doctor to see him, and they pretty much made him go completely insane. They pretty much like just meted the fuck out of him and did like some CIA shit and made him go nuts. So I mean, they definitely do that to people who.
I mean, look, man, this whole
And don't even
world
get-
is so corrupted, bro. It's such a look in front of our eyes. What happens in England is worse in America. You know, they leave certain cities in London looking like it's run down. They want poverty. They want people
course.
to rob because
Same
they don't
thing
want to
here.
help. Let me tell you what, they don't want to help the system from the ground below. They want the blacks, the Chinese, even the Asians, the even nowadays the fucking the all kinds, the Turkish and everyone, even anybody who's in those cities, even the white British people, whoever grows up in those cities has a hard chance because there's nothing there for the foundation for the youth. The youth are always stuck on the street, and the fucking crime needs to carry on. So they don't. The government and the government don't help those cities. They're only helping the rich cities. You go to the rich cities in London, bro. There's a youth center. There's things there for the children. What the fuck are we got in the poverty places? There's fucking nothing but projects, single mums, crackheads, drugs, and this is what the fucking government want. Because if they really wanted to help their own country, they would help it. You go to America, they make all these fucking bad projects. They leave them to burn. They want these fucking people to be in poverty under the slums. They want the blacks in America to be weak. They want the Mexicans in America to be weak. I'm even going to say they want the American white people to be weak, which are in those places.
Yeah, the
Because
poor white
they
people,
want to
yeah.
control. They want to have control. And the other thing they want, the elite want this. They want divide and conquer. They don't want all races to get along. It will go against the world. You need to understand this. If a black man and a Mexican became very smart and realized that the government don't want them together, imagine how powerful that culture will be. You understand? Do you understand that if everybody got along and understood that we could make better for each other and fuck this race, we'll be strong? But the government don't want that, bro, because that will be divide and conquer. That's what they want. They want weakness, and they want everybody to have those issues so they can do what they need to do.
Well,
it's control.
It's more about like
they can educate everyone to the next level. They can help every race. They don't want to. It's not they can't help. They don't want to help. That's the big difference. They don't want to. But carry on.
Word, man. Word.
Yeah, they want to maintain power, man. They want to maintain power. That's why you notice.
Oh shit, go ahead. Sorry.
That's why you notice a lot of them try to talk down about Spanish people coming over here from Mexico, because they understand that they're gonna become the minority. Right now they're the majority, but they keep, you keep got these people coming from different countries, not only Mexico but China, all different parts of the world come to the United States, because the United States is the land of opportunity. And they feel, a lot of these white people, they feel for that. Like, I ain't saying all of them. A lot of these, though, a lot of them are, not all of them. A lot of them are. They feel for the people coming over here, and this, because the country is changing. It's changing. It's getting more diversified. More diversity. They don't want that.
Last 20 years. Let me tell you what's happened in the last 20 years. Because I've been doing some proper intellectual fucking deep talk with people which are either mentors or people which have been on the street and they've made it. You know, those are the people, the older generation that I need to follow, the ones that made all the negatives into positives and beat the system. You understand? Right? And I've seen this,
Yeah.
and I can see this for myself. In the last 20 years, the way that mankind looks at the world today and a woman is different to the respect of how we looked at life before. A hardworking man was respected in his household. A man who was hardworking was always the tough man, the respected man, but he used to pay the bills. That's not good enough anymore. That's not respected. You understand that? And also, media has shown as well, it's rich or poor. That's how it goes, bro. And nowadays, it's not about working hard. It's about living for that lifestyle that you want. It's not about being a guy that wants to be a 9-to-5 guy. It's a guy to be an entrepreneur, to live a life that he can see that that's a life that I want. I can't get that for working hard. You understand? So that's another thing why the rich is going to get richer and the poor is going to get poorer. Because just like I said, it's divided in that way that even the hardworking man today can only just pay his bills, bro. What respect is that? Go ahead, JB.
Hey, Rabbi, I gotta step out somewhere
Yeah.
where I can talk more freely. I'll be back in a few minutes though, so I can cook.
Yeah, look, it's the good, bad, and the ugly. Forget the ugly, it's the good or the bad.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And you gotta remember something, bro. No matter what happens, you are in this world, and somewhere along the line, your own fucking country will make you feel like a victim. It's at your choice to get out of that way and that thought process and beat the system. But you're gonna be stuck in the system all your life because they don't want you to grow. Only the
Yep.
rich, only the
Okay,
rich can grow
okay, wrap
because
up.
the rich have the network. The rich have they have the power. They have the listen, man. When you got millions, bro, your language changes, your thought process changes, and the way that you talk changes.
Yep.
Okay?
But okay, check this out, right? I don't mean to interrupt, but what I'm saying is like the young guy. I don't think there's anything wrong with Ryan. I think he just got too much free time in his hands. This is a guy. Obviously, we already touched the points in your show that he's the one that's controlling the training. That's why he's having problems there. But if he has somebody like Derek James, will keep this young man much more busy and and teaching him more to master his craft, which is professional boxing, we wouldn't be hearing these negative things. Even though some people think this is interesting, is stuff that we're supposed to know, but we wouldn't be listening to his stuff. We'd be listening to stuff about his craft, and that's what we want. That's why I want to hear. I don't want to. If I wanted to see stuff like this, I'll go listen to Takashi 6ix9ine with him fighting with his girlfriend. But the reason he's a magnet is because he's a professional boxer that's very successful. I also think that he should go to the next level and get a world title. Maybe not become unified, but at least one world title around his waist would put him in the next level, and he start conducting himself. I think much more professional in the sport, and he's making money. So I think he would make much more money, and he'd be much concerned about money. You also touched on points about the rich. Not all rich are negative. They do have a lot of influence and power. They start
I never
engines, a
said they
lot of
were negative,
programs.
bro. I
Okay,
was not saying
um,
negative.
no,
I,
but
I
in the
was I
chat,
was
some
talking
people were
about
saying that.
something else. Oh,
I
people
know
were
you.
saying that.
I know in the chat people were saying it. So what I'm saying is that some people are very
No,
influential. They're
some
very
rich
rich.
people are great influencers.
Yeah, they're very influential. They start engine many programs all over the
But
world.
what do you think
They do.
about Ryan's mental state that so many people feel? Why is he showing that he's drinking and smoking weed in front of the cameras? Then he's talking about God, right? Is that how you represent God, being God's child? But then he's talking about stuff that is really concerning, and it's some deep talk that some people don't even want to touch on because they lose their credibility, or their, or the elite, they're scared of going against what's going on in the governments. But
Okay,
Ryan
what
Garcia is
are some?
basically going from back and forth. Don't you see a concern for this
Yes.
young
Okay,
gentleman?
the concern for that I see is this young man has to be schooled more. The young man is still raw in the sense that he doesn't know how to conduct himself in a conversation in
Mm,
public.
mm,
Okay, he needs to upgrade his orator skills. He
mm.
needs to to know how to talk to people so people will listen. There's certain stuff that you don't say in public. Okay, there's certain stuff that you can't
So, what
brainstorm
about
about
the
in
people
public.
that are telling you
Okay,
in the chat that he's trolling, and he's trolling to sell the fight? Would you say to them?
okay, hey man, the gentleman is a professional pugilist,
Mm,
aspiring to become a world champion.
mm.
Um, he's selling the fight, but I think the stuff there is that you could see the inexperience. Uh, his opponent, the champion, Mr. Haney, as you see how Mr. Haney is. Mr. Haney is very, very polite, very professional. He talks. Um, he lets his father do a lot of the talking also, and he doesn't get himself in rabbit holes like Mr. Ryan Garcia is doing. So Ryan Garcia, what he got to do is get other people to talk for him if he doesn't want to master his orator skills and minimize the stuff that he's saying, the negative stuff. You know what I mean?
So
Stuff that produces
can
it.
I just tell the people in the chat that when they say you speak a bit different, like when you say Mister this, Mister that, that's because you're a journalist, and because you're a journalist, you use a different language barrier when it comes to certain boxers and boxing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are
You're
you?
very true.
Can you tell everybody that where you're a journalist?
Yeah, I'm a professional boxing journalist.
Mm,
Um, I call very I call several shows, and
mm,
I study the art of boxing. I read boxing. Looking to get some articles put out in some channels. I have my own podcast itself, which I'm trying to establish. And I'm just a big fan of the sport, and I'm a hardcore fan of the sport. And I see this that talking about Ryan Garcia right now, I could see that Ryan Garcia, um, he needs to go back to the basics of how these other stars in the making, like Wilfredo Gomez. Wilfredo Gomez, even in Christmas and in Thanksgiving and the holidays, he kept himself in the ring, man. Not only to control his weight, but to master his craft and to keep all the negative energy away from him. So now, if he stays in the gym and he's doing stuff that keeps the negative energy away from him, like for example, like for a professional athlete, and we know that people have got suspended and fined for smoking weed, even though it's legal in some parts of the country. That's a no-no. He should not be smoking weed in public. He should not consume alcohol. That's a no-no for training for professional boxing. So stuff like that, he should not be showing. You know what I'm saying? Plus, he's also a mentor and a role model for a lot of youth in the United States. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Latino Americans I like this guy. A lot of females want their kids to be like Ryan. Um, he's also a role model for the sport of boxing. So he gotta right now. He needs to adjust uh, just in like look at his opponent. His opponent is a champion, ex undisputed champion, two division champ. He conducts himself in a completely different manner. I mean, he devotes himself in
So
sportswear, modeling.
is it fair to say, after Ryan Garcia made over 30 million in the Tank Davis fight, some people don't even make that in their lifetime, and him caused such a major social presence, and he's made so much money through other sponsors and other so many other ways. Has the money got to Ryan's head that he thinks he's more powerful than the sport, and that's why he carries on a bit like this? Is it true to say that Ryan Garcia's changed because the money has made him feel different too?
Okay, let me touch that
Is that
subject,
right as
right?
well, JB?
Okay, okay, I know what you're
Yeah.
saying, but let me touch that subject because what Ryan Garcia has done, okay, right now with the endorsements and the money, there's other guys in professional sports and professional boxing and entertainment that's done better. Okay, so he got to hold his head because He could tank. You know what I'm saying? The guy that tanked him and knocked him out and give him his, oh, okay, he made 30 million, but his career could tank. Okay, we seen it done before. We seen guys tank before they became club fighters. Okay, and they made money. So what he got to do is to be successful and progress in the sport. He
Yeah,
got to
but isn't
stop
that the
doing things,
difference
man.
between isn't that the difference between someone like Ryan Garcia? He makes 30, 40 million, maybe got 100 million now, and he thinks he's the king of the world. As whereas Canelo Alvarez, when he was making makes this kind of money, he's just quiet. And now Canelo's a
He's
billion
humble
dollar.
and he
Now Canelo,
mastered his
let me
craft.
finish. Canelo's a $1 billion man, and
Yes.
Canelo's mentality has always been true to the game. And that's the
Yeah,
difference in
and
maturity.
there's
And
certain thing
Canelo
in this.
Alvarez has never let the money make him go crazy in any way either.
Yes,
Like, yeah,
yes,
he got crazy, crazy amounts of money. He can own 10 Bugattis. Nobody can even have one Bugatti, bro. But Canelo still has a humbleness about him.
yes,
He
and
doesn't even
and
have a
he
number.
knows
Look, Ryan
and he
Garcia
knows what
with
to say.
50, 100 million has gone a bit up and down. Canelo with
Yeah,
even a billion, he's very strong headed.
and he hasn't been concussed. He hasn't been concussed like Ryan because he's mastering his craft. This young man
But
is a
then
young
again, Matten
pugilist.
said the right thing.
He's a
Canelo's from a different
aspiring.
era. Canelo's from a
Yeah, no, but
different era. And
uh-huh. No, but this guy needs a wake up
today,
call. His
someone who
father's
makes this kind of money on social media and Ryan Garcia's position, it's a different era.
okay. This young man, right? As we speak, he needs to. I mean, that's a perfect role model. I mean, I will use him as a role model. Look at Canelo. Canelo knows what to say. If Canelo can't say nothing positive, he will not say nothing at all. Canelo's making money. Canelo's managing his money excellently, in my opinion. Canelo's is making contracts. He's picking and choosing his promoters. This is what this young man has to do. He has to master his craft. Okay, by not mastering his craft, that's what cost him that loss. Okay, because he was very overconfident. He thought that he was gonna knock this kid out and sweep him. He couldn't master his craft. He could have devoted a lot of time to learn this craft. You have to be humble as a boxer because you have to sponge things. Like this guy right now in his training, it looks like he's not sponging the craft anymore because he's a young cat. He needs to sponge knowledge from his trainer. He needs to spend time in the double and back. He needs to do things like run an extra mile. You know what I'm saying? If he can't run it, then coast it. But the point is, he needs to start learning. He needs to start acting like a aspiring pugilist. He doesn't
Yeah,
have
but
a
the way
world
that
title.
you're
Okay,
looking from the outside in, and you don't need to be born yesterday, like Life and Logic said, Ryan is not listening to his trainers properly. Ryan is
yeah.
not listening to his promoters properly. He's not listening to the people. You can see it that he's doing things his way. Isn't that going to cost him? And at this point, you can't see him beating Devin Haney. Or does this
Okay,
guy still go in
okay,
the ring?
okay. Let me give
Does
you an example.
Ryan
You know how
still
to
go in
cost
the
him?
ring? Let me finish, bro.
Okay.
Let me
Mhm.
finish, though.
Yes, I'm
Does
listening.
Ryan Garcia still go in the ring knowing that he beat Devin Haney 3 times before?
Okay. Your question is,
Something
okay,
that
he goes in
we
the
didn't
ring.
expect.
Okay, okay, he goes in the ring. Okay, he beat him in the amateurs, right? That Haney that he beat in the amateurs is not the Haney he's fighting now. Okay. Um, second thing is, we saw in all aspects of sports, we see guys that the number one draft pick and they don't master their craft and things do happen. You get an injury, a career ending injury. Okay. You see guys in boxing, they get a brain beat. You see guys like Roman, the one that Kovalev killed in the ring. That guy was at one time he was more ranked than Kovalev. If you see the fight with him and Kovalev, the guy was doing the same thing like Ryan, very overconfident, neglecting his training. Kovalev, he's completely opposite. He was learning his boxing. He's learning how to box, move, jab, fundamentals, learn how to move, have movement, conserve his stamina, stuff like that, right? So in that fight, you saw that the guy took a lot of punishment. He used a lot of heart, but at the end of the day, he got a brain bleed. This is professional boxing. This guy is neglecting his art. He's neglecting his sport. He's gonna be fighting. He fought a ferocious fight with Tank, and he lost. The reason he lost the fight, I don't think the weight was
So
the
he's
issue
gonna
that much.
lose
I
this
think
fight, bro. That's it.
he's gonna lose this fight also. Why?
Yeah.
In
So
my
Ryan
opinion,
Garcia is not up the elite level at the
No,
moment.
and the reason he's not part of the elite is because himself. He has nobody to blame but himself.
You agree with
Ryan
that,
has
JB? I want JB to get his view because you've been waiting for a long time. You there,
yes,
JB?
yes, JB.
JB.
Yeah.
Where he
Yeah,
mm,
is Ryan Garcia got no one else to blame but himself. He could be someone who's an elite. He could take this craft serious. He's beaten these guys in the amateurs. If he really wants to get his head down, he can find a game plan. He can do the best he can, and he could pull off a victory. But he's not going to be able to do it. Would you say to that? Is go ahead.
Yeah, he's not gonna be able to do it, and I just think he needs help, man. I think he's not in the right state, man, mental state to be taking on, be fighting anybody. He should be that should be the last thing on his mind, man. Fighting. He need to get help, man. He need to get help. Stuff he's been saying, and this ain't the first time that he's been dealing with mental issues. So who to say that had a relapse, man? He's dealing with a lot of mental issues, maybe worse than it was the time he pulled out
I
before.
think to differ. I don't think it's a mental issue. I think the guy is spoiled, man. The guy needs to have somebody step to him, like somebody that's like a role model to him, and step to him and tell him, "Yo, dude, you gotta master this craft. If you don't, listen, you could receive a career-ending injury." The guy he's fighting, I mean, this guy is a star in the making, bro. He is a pound for pound in the making. The guy is starting to pick up on his punching power. The guy could punch him, he could lose an eye. This is professional boxing. He could get his nose cartilage broken, a piece of it. This is professional boxing. People could get killed. The kid is a fundamentally very sound elite fighter. Okay, Haney. This guy is slipping. He's relying on power a little too much. Okay. The power didn't save him against Tank. Tank was small for him. If he was mastering his craft and learned and stopped being so overconfident, um, which that fight right there, he pushed for that fight. It wasn't Tank. Tank wasn't fine for him. He pushed for that fight. His ego and his lack of mastering his craft, right? The problem with Ryan, I don't think Ryan has a psychological problem. I think Ryan problem is that he has an ego problem. Ryan thinks he's the shit. You know what I'm saying? He's believing the hype. What Ryan gotta do is hold his head right now, learn this craft. He could become a star, man. If Ryan, all he has to do is learn this. All he gotta do is go to the ring, be humble, man. Absorb. Look at Canelo, bro. Canelo was had the same problem. Canelo, he's the one that
Hey
pushed for that
Solomon,
fight.
people in the chat saying you capping about that. Explain.
I'm not capping. Okay, look, listen to this, bro.
That's
When
what he's
Canelo,
saying in
when
the chat.
Canelo
He said
fought,
you
when
capping.
Canelo fought Floyd, Canelo beat Austin Trout, right? He became a unified champion. That fight with Floyd, who pushed for that fight? It was Mr. Canelo Alvarez, okay? Because Canelo had this chip that he could beat the world. He wanted to be great. So this guy did the same thing. He did it before. This young guy, instead of going for a world title, he pushed for the Tank Davis fight. Okay. And okay, even in losing, okay, he could still rekindle his career and become great because he did show aspects of his greatness in it. He showed punchy power. He showed that he got he showed a lot and he made good money. So he got himself a new trainer. He got himself a great trainer. Listen to your trainer about not only in you guys are talking about the rich, right? The rich have become rich because they know how to manage their money. You are paying Derek James a top tier trainer, top quality money, right? So why not get some of the dividends of that money? Get some of that knowledge. Go into that guy, tell that guy, look, I want you to make me great. I want you to master me, make me a perfect fighter. I'm fighting top tier fighter. I'm not fighting no club fighters. You know what I'm saying? I'm fighting top tier fighter. He's gonna go in the ring now to fight ex undisputed champion who is 135 pounds. Okay, maybe he doesn't have enough to beat the guy, but if he goes 12 hard rounds, exciting hard rounds, maybe there's a rematch. Maybe you get a split decision win. Maybe the fans will, the judges will be so impressed, so shocked that they'll give him a split decision win. So this is what he has to do. He has not only is he paying money, the kid, I mean, I don't want to be too much in the kid's pockets, but the kid is spending top tier money for Derek James, man. You know what I'm saying? So get some results from that training. If I was going and paying shitload of money to a guy like Derek James, a boatload of money, I want something. I want something for that money. You know what I'm saying? So he has to learn how to fight for his money. He has to learn how to talk. There's certain things that, okay, man, we seen a shitload of things, a boatload of things in this world, and you can't say it all. You know why? Because like you said, the elites are gonna shut you down. So you gotta be able to hold your head and say things. You're a professional boxer, an exciting boxer. You got endorsements. You're gonna continue to get endorsement. Say the right thing. You know what I'm saying? We're here talking about a guy that's a professional boxer on this podcast. This guy is such a elite pugilist that we talking hours and hours about him because he's gonna fight one of the best pound for pound fighters of this era, and that's Haney. So now, if you want to impress people and do, because look at Roberto Duran. Roberto Duran got a win over Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray almost retired. He went back to the basics and learned how to beat that guy. He gave him a short training camp. He knew that Roberto was partying, so he gave him a short training camp, something like a 6 7 week training camp. And Roberto had to go cut down on his weight because he neglected staying close to the ring, right? So then he started using stuff to mess him up mentally. So what do you think? Um, this is a guy that got a win over Sugar Leonard, right? Was one of the top four guys. So if Sugar Ray Leonard went back to the base and beat that guy, so he could do something like that. He could go in there, beat Sugar Ray. He has a lot of power. Learn how to use that power to get it to Haney. We also seen a lot of tapes now with Haney against Tank. Haney has problem with power. He has problem with power. He could pivot, beautiful. He could box, but he has problem power. If this guy uses that power and it mixes it with that boxing, he could probably get a split decision win or a unanimous win. Maybe get a couple of knockdowns, get a win. You know how historical that would be, and then he get a rematch. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about big money. You're talking about legacy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you
So
done.
Ryan
You
got
you you explained all
okay, but
that, but you got to
I know what I'm
recognize
saying.
something, bro. You got to recognize
Uh-huh.
something. You said it earlier yourself. Devin Haney is very, you know, he's like it's like a religion to him. Boxing. He's like a gym rat. He knows what he needs to execute. Haney knows he need to keep the distance, work the jab. That jab is gonna frustrate Ryan Garcia, bro. Especially knowing that he not focused like he think he is. Coming in there with a mindset thinking gonna hurt Haney is what everybody fucking comes in there with. And and that's why Ryan needs to be durable. Ryan needs to be able to when Haney gets when he gets close, Ryan's got to try to catch Haney with the left hook, the right hand, and he also needs to be sharp with his punches. The problem is Haney's too sharp for him, bro. Yeah, at
Okay,
one
but
time
you see
both of
what
them
the
were go at one
okay,
time
uh,
they were both very level years ago. But
uh,
Haney has elevated in the last 5 years. Ryan Garcia could have elevated a bit more, but his style, even a trainer cannot bring out more attributes to what you got. Now, yeah, can Ryan
even that
work on
aspect.
different things? Yeah. Ryan can work on his
Mhm.
footwork and his
Okay,
stance. And
and
Ryan
even the
can work on
aspect.
his
Mhm.
timing. Ryan's
Yes.
already got speed. He already got speed. But Haney just got
Mhm.
too much all
Okay,
round
even the
at the
aspect that you
moment.
touched right now, he has nobody to blame
Haney's
but
just
himself,
very
right?
accurate, bro.
Okay,
Haney's
but
very
you,
accurate, bro.
see all that experience that
Devin
Haney
Haney's
got
very
over him.
accurate, bro.
Yes. For all the experience, I agree with what you're saying, right? For all the experience that Haney has over him, who has to who does Ryan has to blame? Himself. Because Haney could have got a world title years ago and could have got championship level experience. He neglected that. He wanted to be a playboy and look the good on the media. And that's what cost him. So now we have to look at this, right? The way Roberto Duran, who was undisputed 135 pounder, I think that's a horrible comparison because Roberto Duran is an all-time great. But this jump to me, look at the blueprint of Roberto Duran when he fought Leonard. He has to go in the ring. He has to win the crowd. Okay, he has to win the Latino crowd. Okay, salute the crowd. Go in there. Okay, salute the crowd. He has to impress. He has to show a mix of boxing and power. He has to be the power puncher. He has to bring the drop stop. If he does that, maybe he might get a split decision win. You know what I'm saying? He gotta be able to. He gotta make this guy go on a back foot. He gotta make this guy run away from him. He gotta mix it up. He gotta do like a Teofimo when he fought when Teofimo beat this guy when he beat Lomachenko in the first fight. He gotta do that. If not, he lost his fight. He gotta do something like a Teofimo when he fought Lomachenko because that's the only way he could get a win on this. And he needs to win because if not, he's gonna fade away, man. Because he never won a title. He was just a popular kid that makes money. If another loss or a devastating knockout loss,
Hey,
he's
yo,
gonna be
Ryan
done.
Garcia needs the punch of God against Devin Haney to hurt him, wobble him, and finish him. He needs the punch
Yeah,
of God, bro.
I agree. I agree. He has the skill. He has the raw talent. I think he has the raw talent. He has the amateur experience. He been in there with Haney in the amateurs. But this is a completely different fighter he's fighting now. It's not an amateur. It's not a pity pat amateur fight. There was a guy that beat Floyd in amateur.
But if
Another
you
guy
ask
that
me
beat
the truth, Mastermind, if you ask me the truth, yeah, Mastermind, there's the link. And you've been cooking for a while. You might have convinced some people that Ryan is not what he's showing out to be because he's been in the game for many years. He knows what to do. You got to have a bit more faith in him. I get that. But at this point, I'm scared to put any money on Ryan Garcia. My money is safe with Devin Haney.
Bro, why would you even bet on Haney though? He's minus 1,000.
I understand, but I'm just saying, if right now Ryan Garcia is giving off messages that he can't win this fight, bro. Even at his best, yeah, he's got a chance against
Bro,
Haney.
I honestly think, like you said before, it kind of got me thinking, bro. I swear they're probably like MK Ultraing his ass or some shit, man. Like they're probably drugging him or some shit, cause like I don't know how, he's going fucking. He's like, I don't know, man, cause he's saying some shit that's true and some shit
Because
that's
let me
like
tell you why.
he's
I
saying
even
some
know
shit.
you. Freezing. I know freezing boxing. If Ryan Garcia was showing you sharp videos and you could see he was hungry, you would still say, because I know you're not a Haney fan that much. I know you would come in and say, no, I think Ryan can knock him out. But you guys, even the guys who think like that are not saying that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think he has the ability to knock him out. I don't think Haney has an amazing chin. I think Ryan has a lot of
But let's
power.
be honest, freezing. I want
Ryan's
you
got
to keep it right for the both sides. Ryan
what?
Garcia is not giving the Haney haters any ammunition. Am I right or wrong?
What does ammunition mean?
It means you know there's a lot of people don't like certain fighters, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And if Ryan Garcia, like the signals, ammunition means signals as well.
Okay.
If Ryan Garcia was giving them the signals, a lot of people say now Ryan can knock Haney out.
Right.
That's all stopped.
Yeah, because he's putting out videos of himself smoking weed and drink straight from wine bottles like weeks before the fight. I mean, like I said, I think someone like I actually think I'm not saying it's 100% true, but I think it's definitely possible someone's actually fucking with him.
Yo,
Because
Mastermind, what are you saying about this? Mastermind. Mastermind, stop playing with yourself, bro. But go ahead. You guys keep cooking.
I don't mean to derail, but like, what was it that you were saying earlier, Rap, about? You were saying some shit about divide and conquer, something about the elites.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, who are these elites you're talking about? Who are they? And
I think
in
more
what way are they doing the dividing and conquering?
people which have government power, people which have influence, all those kind of people, bro.
But you're talking about like the racial, like they're stirring up vision and they don't want like
No,
solidarity and unity
I
between.
was talking about how governments and countries they leave the poor to be poor and the rich to be rich, and how they
Oh,
control the environment of divide and conquer. They don't want to help every poverty place or the children from the ground below.
you know
They want to
how
see.
I see. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, just go ahead.
No, I'm saying how I see the divide and conquer is how they're just. I mean, you just look at England, right? How they're kind of flooding your country with a lot of people. That's kind of how I see the divide and conquer is sort of replacing the native population of the country, and then making them into a minority, and then it's way easier to divide and conquer when you don't have a strong majority. And it's been going on in the US too since the 60s. I mean, it's to me, it seems like they're just replacing the native population of the countries, whether it's in Europe, USA, America. That's kind of how I see the divide and conquer. But
And that's a different way to look at divide and conquer as well. We got to look at that different invasions and different, how they change laws and have different things go on in their own countries. But I'm more talking about countries within who already have so much going on in their own cities that what they see going on, which is what needs help, they in fact leave it to be in a certain situation where if they wanted to help, they would help, but they don't want to help. They want to see this disturbance, which
right.
creates more divided.
So you're saying they want all this poverty, all this crime.
Of course.
You're saying they're purposely allowing it to
Well,
happen.
if they really wanted to, instead of helping trillions of dollars, putting it in other countries just to have wars, why not help your own? Yeah, why not help your own country and really help from the ground within and ground up?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the countries they're sending all the money to. They're sending the money to the Ukraine. They're sending it to Israel. They're all this foreign aid. They got all this money to send to other countries, right? But then, yeah, like you said, they let their own cities become crime-ridden hellholes, right? And they allow all that shit to happen. So I feel like there's a particular group that's allowing that to happen. So, but anyway, that's
it's
kind
becoming like a war zone,
off
right?
topic
Like a
a
war
little bit.
zone in New York, and New York is becoming
Exactly.
a war zone.
Exactly. Go look at the subways, man. You got people shooting each other, stabbing each other, fucking. I mean, wherever you go, L.A., New York, Baltimore, Detroit, Chicago, all
Because
these.
if you got a concealed carry in New York, you can't even go in the subway with it, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the guy that gun was completely illegal, and then he's fighting a guy. There's a guy, I mean, incident that happened. The 36-year-old guy fighting a gun for and then he gets beat up. They take the gun and he shot the guy, and the people are scared shitless because nobody want to get shot, man. Nobody want to get shot.
I saw that video. No, but the guy
And
actually
then not,
out on him. Yeah, it was crazy.
he even jumped the fair. He even favored.
Yeah.
But the problem is that you got the cops. You got the
Sorry,
cops checking people. Like right now, they're patrolling the subway, but it's the hiring process for the cops. Like you got two chubby Puerto Rican girls checking people. You know, they don't have no respect for the cops because the hiring process of the cops is not is you know what I'm saying? You got like a fat 300-pound cop.
Be female cops. Yeah, exactly.
So now the criminal doesn't respect them. You know what I'm saying?
It points to a larger thing where they're allowing all this crime and filth and all this. They're allowing it to happen. They're actually the ones facilitating it, and like with like bond too. They're letting violent criminals off on free bond and shit, right? And it's just
But the criminals are going to the ghettos. The problem with New York is the ghettos, right? Because like right now, if you go to there's a place called the Church, right? What on East 40th Street 300. Right now on sale, they got one bamboo condos for $800,000. The condos were 1.2. So they're saying, oh, we shaved 400,000 off the condo, right? So we could sell it, but nobody could afford to live there. Know what I'm saying? So these people there, because they're very rich, like they touched on the subject here before in the top in the panel in the show. The rich are not having no problem because they're making money. They're investing their money. They're having fun. They got their own private parking. They got their luxury cars. They got the money coming in. They know how to play the game. But now the ghettos is the problem. The suffering is the middle class and the low class people. They have to put up with the baloney. You got people shooting up drugs all day. Now the migrants, they want to put them in the ghettos to live, and they complain. They say, no, we don't want to live there. It's drug infested. So now what are they doing? They go into the ghettos and they're giving all the drug dealers. and then you'll be thinking that drug dealer is a Black American or Spanish guy. Most of them are Dominicans. Like what in the Bronx, they took 16 of them. They were all Dominicans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then they put all their
So
names in the paper. And then the DA is a young guy. Is a young Black American guy. Like we see all these politicians, they used to be district attorneys. They used to be prosecutors. Like what's his name, Spitzer, uh, Giuliani. All these guys on the come up. They were prosecutors, man. They was putting people in prison. But now they just got this bail reform because they say it's economical. That's the reason. The only reason bail reform is in effect. They claim is economical because guys were playing the system. They were staying Rikers for months. They won't pay no bail. So now they got the bail reform. They said we're not gonna keep these bums in there, so they let them out. You know what I'm
and then
saying?
you look
So
at the crime, and it's people who were just let out on bail,
yeah,
like
recidivism. They
bail
call it
and shit.
recidivism.
Yeah,
Recidivism or something.
recidivism.
Yeah,
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 but
because
let me
that's
ask you, though, Suleiman, what do you think? What do you think contributes to this widespread crime in your city? Do you think it's the culture that encourages that, or it's just how
well,
it is by coincidence? What
if
do you
you
think
want
it
to
is?
be,
It the culture?
if
What do
you
you
want to
think
be
it
based,
is?
it starts with the schools, man. The schools because you got these young parents. It starts in the schools. It starts in the home. We have to
But do you think
admit
there's
a
a
lot of.
culture, like a culture that kind of allows for that or accepts criminal behavior?
I really don't think it's cultural because you see white, you see black, you see Hispanic, or you see all kind of people doing the same
But
thing.
if you
Because
look at
what
the
happened?
statistics, though, it's overwhelmingly it's Black Americans, and then slightly less so Hispanics, and then so do you think it's part of Black culture, or do you think it's just
Now, I really don't want to. I really don't want to go racial there because to tell the truth, man, we know like you got African countries that are black and they're very prosperous, like Nigeria. Nigeria is an excellent country.
it's
It's a
not
very rich
very
country, right?
prosperous, I
So
think.
no, no, it's very prosperous. You have people that are very rich, very highly educated, right? You got Ghana. So it's. I don't think it's a racial issue in the sense of ethnicity of black, white. I think it's because what it is like a lot of these women nowadays um they have kids out of wedlock, right? And the kid doesn't have a father figure, right? Or even the daughters, they don't have a father figure at the home. They come from broken homes, and the kids go to these schools, and they're role models of guys from the street. You know what I'm saying? So this is what it is. And then neglect, like for example, like
Right,
let's
right,
give a
but
random idea.
isn't that kind of cultural though? If they think these guys on the streets are role models, like if they think drug dealers and
Okay,
criminals
so
are role models, do you think that's
how
kind of
can
a
we call it
cultural?
cultural? Because the white guys, like they say, if I'm a white Italian, right, I'm gonna look up to the mobster. I'm gonna look up to the mobster, the drug dealer. I'm gonna look up to if I'm a Irish guy, I'm gonna look at the guy in
It's
the bar,
true,
the
but when
coke
we
dealer
actually
in the
look
bar.
at the statistics,
Mm.
when we look at who's the ones actually committing the crimes, it's not Italians
Okay,
and Irish. It's usually
okay. So
African
I
American.
think the difference between them and the guy from the ghetto, the poor guy, is that he doesn't know how to hide it because those people committing crimes too, man. They committing crimes, but they know how to hide the crimes. The Caucasian
So you
American,
think they're just
they
getting
from
you?
North,
So you think they're all doing it equally, but the white people are just getting away with it? That's what you think?
they know how to hide the crime. They know how to hide the crime. They know somebody. They know how to hide the body better. They know how to cover their tracks better. They have the money. They have the influence. They work in a higher a network, but they're committing as much crimes, man. Because if you go to the suburbs, there's crimes happening like crazy in the suburbs. There's prostitution there. There's drug dealing there. There's everything there. You know what I'm
I
saying? So
I
the
think
pilot, the
maybe you're
part.
right that the higher caliber crimes, like maybe the more white, sorry, no, yeah, maybe the more white collar crimes are from, yeah,
Maybe the
maybe like,
more elite pedophile crimes.
yeah, but well, that's not white people, but yeah, but when you look at the more white collar crimes,
I mean, isn't it,
uh,
yo? But you got prisons with a lot of white people in prison, bro. Depends on what kind of prison it is.
but
You
just
got
look
the
at
Aryan
the
Brotherhood.
statistics
You
though.
got
Look
the
at the
Aryan Brotherhood, which has a lot of fucking prisoners, which are white people. You got a lot of white
Yeah, that's
criminals in England.
anecdotal. That's anecdotal.
You know what I
Just
mean?
look, if you look at the statistics, man. I mean, I don't gotta
Yeah, you got
pull
the
out the
Hells
FBI
Angels.
crime statistics,
You got the
but
Hells Angels, the biker gangs, all those biker gangs.
and wait,
You have to
but
be
on your
realistic.
point about the pedophiles, rap star, if you take Epstein for example, I mean, are you gonna say Epstein is white, or I mean, if you just look at who he worked for, I mean, are you gonna say that's white people?
Okay, well
Rap
he's a
star?
Caucasian. Okay, Epstein's Jewish, right? Epstein's a Caucasian
Yeah,
Jewish
there you
man.
go.
Judaism is not a race. It's a religion,
It's
right?
an
You just
ethnicity.
have to.
No.
Yeah.
Being Jewish is an ethnicity.
Okay.
Ashkenazi Jewish, Sephardic Jewish. That's an ethnicity.
Okay,
And if you look at the pedophiles, like Epstein, and he worked for Mossad. Epstein worked for Mossad, who's Israel's intelligence
okay. Well, we don't know
agency.
about that. That's
And
all
Ghislaine
allegations.
Maxwell, who was his
Okay.
partner, her dad was Robert Maxwell, and Robert Maxwell owned all these news sites, like the Sun,
Okay.
the
Okay,
Daily Mirror.
but
So
we can't
I'm
talk
not
about
gonna.
that
It's
because
not white
that's
people.
not proven. But what I'm saying is that the guy he got put down in prison. We don't know for what. Um, but the point is that he was doing that, and right there that shows you something. But the guy, people talking about Ryan Garcia needing a psychiatrist. He needs a psychiatrist because if I'm making monthly 40-50 million dollars monthly, and I have all these assets, something is wrong in my head. It has to be something. And we have to look at this, bro. Judaism is the study of Judaism, right? The study of Judaism,
Yep,
it puts you on a high level. Okay, okay. Maybe he
100%.
wasn't religious. Maybe he wasn't religious. Maybe the guy wasn't
Yeah,
religious.
but
But
what
the
do you
point is,
think about
That
what Lisa says? White people get away with a lot because they look out for their own. A lot of white men were the main ones looking at me weirdly when I was in middle school at the store.
I mean, that's just an
okay,
assertion, though,
okay,
right? I mean,
but
is there any
Rapstar and
statistics?
JD, right? You have to be realistic, right? You got a boatload of money, right? Right? And you made a mistake, right? So it's just common sense. You take some of that boatload of money and you use it to, I mean, innocent to proven guilty. You use the system to
I
your
mean,
advantage.
this is all
It's gonna cost
conjecture,
you a
though.
boat.
If this is
It's
all
gonna cost you
conjecture,
a
if you
boatload of.
actually look at
It's
the
gonna cost you a
statistics,
boatload of money. But at the end of the day, the boatload of money properly spent could could save you from one mistake. It's not gonna save you for of a recidivism of mistakes, but it'll save you for one mistake. Let's be realistic, okay? We got guys that got into a car accident. He left the scene, right? But he has a boatload of money. I don't want to say no names, but he was able to fix the problem, right? Right? He was able to pay some time in prison or whatever time and fix the problem. So it's we all know that at the end of the day,
all my point is that you pointed to, you said these higher caliber crimes, right? Like pedophilia and stuff. That's white people, but when we actually look at the cases, like with Epstein wasn't white. He wasn't the one. Epstein wasn't a white man using his power and using the system to get away
okay,
with the
okay,
crimes. He was
boss,
actually
boss,
a
boss,
Jew, and
boss.
with Mossad,
Okay,
and he
okay,
used that to
boss.
get away with it.
Okay, that's very racist because okay, let me explain something. That's a religion, right? Right? But
It's
the
an
gentleman that
ethnicity. No. It's an
okay,
ethnicity.
no.
It's a
There's no
race.
it's
Being Jewish
okay.
is a race. You can take a
Okay.
DNA test. You can take a DNA test to become a citizen of Israel. They can look at your DNA and see that you're a Jew, and they'll give you citizenship in Israel. So it's
Okay,
not just
so
a
you just
religion.
proved okay, but you just touched something, right? Okay, you got Sephardic Jews. What is a
Yeah,
Sephardic Jew? Okay, explain
it's
to
the
me. Do you know about
Palestinian,
Jews?
like the ones that are native to the
No, a Safari
Palestine
Jew
area.
is an Arabic Jew. Okay, let's
Yeah,
if you want to talk about Judaism, so okay, they have
yeah, from
Arabic Jews,
Palestine. The
right?
ones from Palestine.
You
Those
got
are the
Jews
Sephardic
from
Jews.
Eastern Europe, okay? You got Ashkenazi Jew. You got Mesrehi Jew, which is a
Exactly.
Moroccan Jew, right? So you got Jews from all over the world, right? The reason they're together is for the religion, right? The
No, it's
reason they're
both.
together is
It's
because
both.
design, okay? Because you got,
No,
for
but here's
example,
the thing, though. Here's the thing: is even the Jews that aren't religious, they still consider them Jews because it's their
Yeah, because
ethnicity.
Zionism. Because
No,
Zionism is
no, it's
Jewish
because it's their
unity.
ethnicity. Even if they're not
Okay, but
religious, they're still considered
okay,
Jews. They're considered
okay,
non-religious Jews.
okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is that that's a religion. Okay, because you could convert right now. You could
It's
convert to Judaism.
no, no.
Okay,
That's the thing. No,
and
I
you be
can't.
considered a Jew.
No, I can't. If I
Who said you
converted to
can't?
Judaism, if I converted to Judaism and I wanted to become a citizen of Israel, I wouldn't be able to because I'm not ethnically Jewish. They would put me through a
Okay,
DNA
in
test,
order to become a citizen of
and
Israel,
it would
right?
show that
Okay,
I'm whatever German,
okay.
Scandinavian.
Let me explain to you. If maybe you don't know, right? In order to become a citizen of Israel, you have to prove that one of your ancestors was a Jew.
You
You
take a DNA
basically you
test.
okay. Well, you don't take a DNA test. What they do is
You do.
you have to bring paperwork saying that somebody in your past was Jewish. So
They
you
also
got all
make you
these
take a
Russian.
DNA test as well.
Okay, all the Russian people, you got a lot of Russians and Ukrainians in Israel. You got a lot of people from Eastern Europe, and all they did was when they was given asylum there, right, and they became citizens, they already have 3 or 4 generations already. These people came there because they said that you have a relative that's Jewish. You had Sephardic Jews, okay. They had European names. They changed themselves to Arabic names. They went to Israel. Okay, we had a prime minister like that in the state of Israel. Okay, that this gentleman went there. He was probably the shortest prime minister also. He went there with Arabic name, okay? And he said he was Arabic Jew, okay? And they gave him asylum there, and he prospered there. You got Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews is Arabic Jew. So what I'm
It's
trying to
Jews
tell you
from
is, if
Palestine.
you do if you do a DNA test to an Arabic Jew, he's gonna say he's Arabic, right?
No, no, it will
Am I
show
right?
that he's Jewish. No, it'll show that he's
No, if
Jewish.
you do a DNA test to a Chinese or a Japanese Jew, he's gonna say
There's no such
he's
thing as a Chinese Jew.
well, I've met several Asian Jews. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't
Oh,
understand what
okay,
you're saying.
look. So
If you go to a Reform synagogue,
all I'm saying is today, if you want to become a citizen of Israel, they have you take a DNA test and they look at your DNA to see if you're Jewish, which
you
proves
know,
that being Jewish is an ethnicity and a
okay,
religion.
okay, let me
That's
show you
why
something,
when you
right? They
have
got programs. They got programs in Israel, right? They got programs in Israel. If you could prove that you have a relative in your family that's Jewish on your past, a grandmother, did you
yeah,
know that you get a monthly trip paid for by Israel,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So you could learn your country. And
yeah.
all you have to prove is that somebody in your family is a Jew.
That you're
You got
Jewish. Yeah, and
Reform
that
Jews.
means you're Jewish.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
you
So
got
you
Jews
have to be
that
ethnically
okay,
Jewish. You can't just be religiously
okay,
Jewish. You have to be
okay. You got
ethnically Jewish.
Jews, right? But let me explain. You got Jews in America because I want to show people the
Yeah,
extreme of
unfortunately, yeah.
anti-Semitism. Okay, in our country, we have so much anti-Semitism that there was people, right, that they had to change the name, right? So now these gentlemen, right? These gentlemen, basically, they lost their religion, they lost their culture because they only knew English. So
No.
they did a bar mitzvah. They did a bar mitzvah. All they know is that they're Jewish and they did a bar mitzvah, right? So now they become Reform Jews. They're starting to learn more about Judaism, right? So now these people go to Israel and they embrace Judaism and become more religious. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, if you're Orthodox Jew, right? And a Reformed Jewish girl wants to marry you, right? And you know she's Jewish, right? You could say, I want to marry the sister, but the reason I don't want to marry the sister is because she's not religious enough. And she will have to strive to become more religious if she wants to pursue a marriage, right? So what I'm
So,
trying to
what do
say
you
is
think
that,
about the 9/11 conspiracy that they said that half of the Jewish companies never turned up on
Well,
9
okay,
11?
bro,
so
they
that
did not.
you
They
just said
obviously
Raptor,
did 9/11.
that,
They did 9/11, bro. Just search up
okay,
dancing
Rapstar, that's
Israelis.
a
Wait,
conspiracy,
wait, wait, wait,
Rapstar.
wait, wait.
So I would not talk
Wait,
No,
about it.
wait.
I'm
I just
just
want to say one
asking
thing.
you
I
that a
just want to
lot
say
of
one
big,
thing.
big elite Jew companies did not turn up
Of
on
course,
9/11.
because they knew, bro. Why do you think only one Jewish person died in all of 9/11? It's because they had a communication system where they warned them beforehand to get out of the area. And to the chat, everyone in the chat, search up dancing Israelis 9/11. When the planes hit the tower, there were groups of people watching it and celebrating as the planes hit the towers, right? And the FBI actually apprehended these people and they ended up being Mossad agents, right? And they had bomb residue in their vans, and yeah, and they got released and they were sent back to Israel.
Okay,
Everyone search up
okay,
dancing Israelis
okay,
9/11.
Okay, first
The
thing
Israel
we
President.
talk
did
about
9/11.
9/11.
Mastermind, Wagwan, mastermind, bomber
Yeah.
clock.
Oh yeah, it was
Okay,
President Hussein. Remember, he was
Thank you.
protecting America.
Israel did 9/11,
He
guys.
got
okay,
beat in 2001, right before the towers dropped. Remember, right before every fight, he said Hussein Allah Akbar. Right before the fight, he took it from Michael Buffer.
okay. So people, let's talk. Let's say one thing, right? Okay. I have a relative that's a 9/11 survivor. Okay, it's a female. She used to work there in that building, one of those buildings. She's a 9/11 survivor. Okay, and she's not. She survived that. Okay, so the 9/11 is real. Okay, it really happened. Okay. So second thing is, I'm from New York, and I saw how it affected New York. Okay. Third thing is, everything else that you're saying about the certain people that are very that Jewish people that are very good for our country, help our country in many ways, right?
Oh, they don't.
Um,
They
uh,
don't.
and they also government. Okay, well, I tend to refer. Okay, and and they help people in many ways, right? So they're into education, they're into music, they're into movies, production, everything. If you name it, they're there. Okay, they're into this, the doctors in the field of medicine and so forth. Okay, from pharmaceutical on the way up. There's nothing negative about them. They are very prosperous. They help us a lot in our country. Okay, so we have much respect here in this channel, and for me too. I'm not sure.
You're on
So
your own.
now, so yeah, so I'm on my own, but I have to say the truth. Okay, so these people have contributed to a lot. So I don't want to speculate about this because many people died in that 9/11. I have a sister that's a survivor there, and she's a hardworking American female. And we enough said that I think we should move on from this topic because I don't want to speculate.
No,
I
but
don't want to
when we
speculate.
talk on Rap Star Boxing Knowledge, and one thing about Rap Star, yeah, we talk proper here. We don't
There we
hide away
go.
from we don't hide on conversations, bro.
There we go.
Okay?
And what's
And let me tell you about
sorry.
9/11 that I didn't appreciate about 9/11. How you telling me that America were training these Muslim fucking guys, letting them train, doing all these courses to know how to fly a plane? They gave them the fucking help of how to fucking do this shit, bro. It's documented that these guys took pilot lessons, bring money in the country, all that in front of the fucking American eyes. So
I'm
America has also, like, look, I'm not going to be biased like England. England has built the enemy within. They're the ones. If you want to go do your fucking homework, America were the ones who fucking gave aid to Afghanistan to build bin Laden to go against Russia. They're the ones who made bin Laden, gave him all the money and the power and the weapons to go against with Al Qaeda. They helped bin Laden to go against Russia.
yeah. When the
Yeah,
Soviet
so they
Union
made the enemy within.
when the Soviet Union invaded them, it was the CIA who trained the Mujahideen fighters. They're the ones that funded them with all their weapons, gave them all their training in the first place, and they turned into Al Qaeda. So yeah, CIA actually
Okay,
created Al Qaeda to
okay,
help
so so
these
so
people. But
so
but hey, well,
okay.
another point is just
How
look
you
at the
fucking letting
results.
those guys be
Just look at the
pilots?
results of
Take
9/11,
over a
right?
fucking plane, yeah, with
Just
fucking forks and knives and shit, bro.
with
What the fuck is going on?
box cutters. Yeah, no,
You know
but
what I
Okay, so
mean?
so
but
Come
just
on,
okay,
Solomon.
wait,
so
real quick.
rap star.
Wait,
Okay, rap
let
star.
me cook. Let me cook
Mhm.
though. Just look
Okay.
at the result of 9/11. What happened after 2001 as a result of those crashes, right? We invaded Iraq, right? Who does that help? What country specifically does it help that America invaded Iraq? I mean, we just took out the enemies of Israel, right? Saddam Hussein.
No,
We
it
literally went
helped
and took out
Iran.
the enemies of
It
Israel.
helped Iran. It didn't
Search
help
up
Israel. It helped Iran.
helped
Iran, you helped.
Israel. Just search up the
The
clean
number
break
one
memo,
country that
bro. The people
okay,
from the Department
okay,
of Justice,
okay.
Robert Richard Pearl.
Which country got pummeled? Saddam Hussein pummeled the most. Which country you declare war on? Um, and really
I'm
did the
talking
most
about
damage
Iraq.
was
Iraq
Iran.
was an enemy of Israel,
Iraq,
and
Iraq devastated
and
Iran the
search
most.
up to the chat. Search up the clean break memo. Okay, in the 90s, they people from the Department of Justice, Jews from the Department of Justice. You can search them up. Richard Pearl and Fife, right? They made a report saying what America should do to help Israel, which is to take out Iraq, take out Saddam, right? And get involved in the Middle East. This was already part of their plans before
Okay.
9/11 even happened.
Could you let me
And it
interrupt
just
for
so
1 second? Okay,
happens that the result of 9/11, we end up taking out all the enemies of Israel. I mean, you think
okay.
that's
So
a
can I say
coincidence?
something? Can I say something? Okay, right now, if you talked about the wealthy before, right? Did you know you're a wealthy guy? You could get a permit to fly plane to learn how to fly plane. A lot of rich guys fly planes. A lot of rich guys that actually run how you call airlines. They run an airline. Okay. I know a talk show that the guy that owns a radio station, a rich guy, a Greek. He has a fighter pilot. He has a pilot license, and he used to run an airline. Okay. So what I'm trying to say, America licenses people to fly planes, trains people all year long. Okay. So what these gentlemen was doing is using skills to learn how to fly planes. I'm not gonna speculate, man, because none of that's proven. And even if that stuff was true, we don't have the background to talk about classified stuff. The military is not gonna put it out. And then the allegation of CIA training the Mujahideen, no, I don't think so, because you got
That's
other
a
agencies
fact, or
close
that's
by.
not even disputed.
Uh,
Of course they fund them.
it's
That's
all
a
speculation,
documented
bro.
fact.
It's all, okay. Second thing is
Look, Bill
we don't even
Clinton
know.
even knew. Bill Clinton even
Okay,
knew. Bill
okay.
Clinton even knew that they made a
Okay, did you
mistake.
know
I'm
that
just saying,
Bin
I'm
Laden?
just
Yeah,
saying,
Did you
bro.
know
Bill
Bin?
Clinton even knew they made a mistake.
Of
And when he
course.
was
Okay,
in
but
time of power, before he started fucking around with those women on the side, remember he had his side piece. Bill Clinton, he had his
Yeah,
side pieces,
you're
right?
slandering our
it's
president.
But
not. It's
You're
remember
not
this.
slandering our
even
president.
disputed.
Remember
You're
It's
saying
this.
our
not. It's
president is an
That
adulterer.
bro.
distracted.
It's not
Let me
even
A
tell you.
married
disputed that
president. You're
Let me
saying that
America
our
tell
funded
you.
president is
Al
an
The
Qaeda.
adulterer, sir.
American,
That's wrong.
he's right. Yo, Friesen's
He's not
right.
an
The
adulterer.
American
He's
intelligence
accused.
helped the Mujahideen.
Of course, they funded them. They gave them
Stop
all
the
their
cap,
weapons.
bro.
They gave them all their weapons to
Okay,
fight the
first
Russians,
of all,
and they trained them. Of course,
okay.
that's true.
First thing, let me
But
give you a
no,
sample.
no, no, no.
Let
But
me explain
again, though,
anything, bro.
again to the chat, search up the clean break memo. Okay, in the 90s, these Jews in the Department of Justice were already putting out their policy goals, what they wanted America to do. They listed out these countries: Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. These were the countries that were the enemies of Israel, right? And right when 9/11 happened, it just so happens that America invaded all these countries and took out the enemies of Israel. And the people who drafted these policy documents, search up the clean break memo. You can search it up. There's a Wikipedia entry about it. You can see the people who wrote the memo. America just so happens to do every single thing they wanted after 9/11 happened. Do you not see the connection here?
Okay,
It's
well,
obvious.
you don't let me talk. You let me talk. Okay,
Go
I'll
ahead.
just touch one subject that any man with a couple of with a deep pocket could become could learn how to play planes, could attain trainers. The same thing with boxing. Like this guy just hired Derek James, right? That's the same thing. I could go to a flight school and pay a rich guy to teach me, okay, about planes. This guy's in prison learning how to run sophisticated airplane stuff, okay? So from computers, okay? So what I'm trying to say, um, let's not incriminate our country. We teach a lot of people from all over the world. Okay, this we master teachers. That's what America does. Okay, our military trains a lot of people. Okay, so you're saying that they were trained by the CIA? There's no proven fact of that. Second
Yes,
thing
there
of all,
is.
Of course, there's
the
proof.
guy
It's
that you're talking
documented
about,
fact. Of course, there's
he
proof
has
of it.
acute diabetes. The guy had acute diabetes. He could
Well,
never have been in a position of leadership like that. That's all
what are you
speculation.
talking
That guy
about?
that got killed, Osama bin Laden, he was just a ceremonial leader because he's a diabetic. He can't even walk straight. The guy was diabetic, had acute
Bro, we're
diabetes, bro.
getting off in the weeds here, man.
No, I'm not getting off the weeds, but I'm saying facts, bro. The guy had acute diabetes. The guy couldn't even ride a horse, bro. The guy was a rich South that got they had to bite the bullet. Somebody threw him under the bus.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is there's documented reports from the FBI, okay, about people watching the first impact of the planes. There were people who were watching it happen, celebrating, celebrating while the planes were hitting the towers. They got apprehended by the FBI. They turned out to be Mossad agents, right, which is Israel's intelligence agency, okay? And they had bomb residue all over their van. Okay, so it's just so obvious that
Okay, okay.
Israel
You
did
just
9
mentioned
11.
the Mossad, right?
It's
You
not even
think the
funny.
Mossad, the leader, the leader of the leader of the Mossad is gonna have his agents waste time. Mossad agents get paid
Waste time.
very well, waste their time here, right? And
They didn't waste their
this
time
they
because
highly trained.
the reason, the fact that
And most
nine
Mossad
eleven
agents
happened.
are
Wait,
Asian.
wait. The
Do
fact
you
that
know
nine
most
eleven
Mossad agents?
happened is
They
why
look
we
like
went and
Indians and
destroyed the
Asians,
enemies
and
of
they're
Israel.
female
I mean,
too.
what do you mean wasting their time? The
I don't know.
fact that they did that is the reason why America took out the enemies of Israel. Iraq,
And then
Afghanistan.
Iraq was the greatest enemy to Iran. Okay, they're the greatest enemy to the Shia, never to the state of Israel.
They were,
They're the greatest
bro.
enemy
Just
to the
read the
state.
clean break memo. Search up clean
Okay,
break memo
okay,
on Google.
okay,
Okay, they're
read
the
your
enemies
history,
of
bro.
Israel,
Saddam Hussein,
and
Iraq.
the reason they did that is to secure their northern border against
When the Ba'ath
Lebanon,
Party,
against Hezbollah.
when the Ba'ath Party, right, was in charge of Iraq, right, which is doing the, it means the Saddam Hussein regime, right? He obliterated Iran. Iran was the Shia had no power. So now by them liberating putting down Saddam Hussein, they right now the leadership of Iraq is Shia. Okay, so the one that benefited the most from the from putting down Saddam Hussein and the Ba'ath Party in Iraq, right, and executing him. First thing, the reason he was executed was because he was the first Arabic leader in the modern day time in the 21st century to successfully invade a
See,
country
see,
was
see.
the Kuwait. Okay,
That was an
second thing,
unintentional
sec okay,
consequence. That
okay.
was
Second thing. He was a. That's why they killed him. He was killed. He was executed, right? Because this was a guy that worked in the fields. He was an assassin, right? If you know about Saddam Hussein, he botched an assassination. The guy was such a country boy. He couldn't even do an assassination. He got shot doing an attempted assassination. Okay, he was
all
a
right.
criminal that got breached into the military intelligence of Iraq and elevated through the ranks by killing people, killing his own people through the ranks, okay, and became the director of military intelligence for Iraq. Then became vice president. He has so much power and influence that when we went for election, anybody that opposed him was taken somewhere and executed.
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy was a complete dictator. Okay, this guy was devastating the Kurdi and the
Yo, stick with the
in the
point. You're
Shia.
losing the people.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what I'm
I
trying to
just I
tell
just want
you
to
is
say
that
wait real quick. I just want to say one thing to the chat. If anyone is wondering if Israel did 9/11 or not, you just got to search up two things. Search up the clean break memo and search up dancing Israelis
why would they do
9/11.
that? Why
That's all you
or
got to
why would they
see.
do?
And then
Okay,
all the proof is
okay,
there that
people,
Israel did
people.
9/11 to draw
That's a
America into the
speculation from
Middle
this
East to fight their
gentleman.
enemies. That's all I want to say.
Okay,
I gotta
okay,
go, but salute to you,
but that's a
Rapstar.
speculation,
Have
man.
a
That's
good
a
stream, bro.
speculation.
God bless. God bless to the chat. Peace out.
All right,
Okay,
yo, everybody wants you to get back to boxing. So I want
okay,
you to talk
professional
about
boxing.
William Zepeda's performance
Okay,
today.
William Cepeda's
Fourth
win, man,
round,
was
fourth
fantastic.
round destruction of Maxi Hughes. Now where does this boy go and what's the future for him? Go ahead.
Okay, well, William Cepeda is a highly avoided lightweight prospect, highly ranked by the IBF and the WBA. He also has a Continental of America's belt. I'm not sure if it's a WBA or WBC belt. The gentleman is an expert volume puncher. He's a southpaw. He cuts at the ring excellently. He gets compared to a young Julio Cesar Chavez when he cuts off the ring. This guy is very fast on his feet and also has fast hands, and he's a southpaw. He's not afraid to get hit. The first round, Maxi Hugh was winning that round. Maxi Hugh showed excellent fundamental skills. He likes to fight southpaw style, a stand-up European southpaw style that he has was very effective. even though he has only 5 knockouts in his career. People say that he actually won that fight by split decision against Camboso. He also has a win over Kid Galahad. So he was fighting a top tier southpaw European boxer who's
Which has
also
lost six times.
IBO.
Maxi Hughes has lost
Also,
6 times.
okay, but he's also IBO
But he
champion
lost
that
six
defended the belt.
times.
Okay, he lost 6 times,
And
but he
IBO,
lost.
nobody respects the IBO like that.
Well, he has a win over Kid Galahad. He has a
Yeah,
win
Kid
over
Galahad
Giovanni
was a
Stefano.
126 pounder that got knocked out by Kiko Martinez.
Okay, but this
You're
gentleman
talking
was
to the
highly
boxing
accredited.
professionals over here, bro.
Okay,
You might be
well
a
that
boxing journalist, but I'm a
okay,
boxing
so his
machine.
back, so let's get back to this fight. This man was able
How?
to change the pace
Go
of
ahead.
the fight in the second round because he increased his punch output, something like a David Benavidez, and the gentleman was smothered completely. Max Hughes was completely smothered, which stunned the people. Completely smothered. Second, third, and fourth round, his corner threw the towel, and the fight was done. Matthew had nothing to respond. Matthew couldn't use his boxing ability to go on the back foot. He didn't have the speed. He didn't have the power. He was completely manhandled by this
And
young
to be
man.
honest, though, if you watch the fight properly, it was from the first round. You could see that Maxi Hughes was in a little bit. He was getting outpaced, or certain shots that he took to the body. Maxi Hughes from the first round looked like it was difficult for
His
him,
body
bro.
attack is monstrous, bro. He was
Go
catching it.
ahead.
They say he caught him with 21 unanswered shots in the third round. Um, this man is a wrecking ball. I think he needs to load up a little more in shots, and he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with. Um, if he wants to continue to rise, I think he should be able to fight for a vacant belt. I don't know why he's not being mentioned for the WBO because I don't know who's gonna fight for that vacant belt. Uh, but this guy is a star in the making. Uh, he just put a credible name on his resume, Maxi Hughes. Um, this guy has a lot of good wins. He beat the Hesta fighter. I could see him contesting for a world championship soon. Um, possibly the winner of Lomachenko, Camboso, because Camboso has a win over Maxi. Um, I could see him fight. Maybe I don't know about Javante. Javante got a lot of stuff going on. He needs to make himself more marketable. Maybe if with a world title, maybe he could get a unification against Javante. Um, being that Shakur Stevens changed his mind about his retirement, I could see him fighting a Shakur. Maybe his volume punching will play into effect with Shakur, being that Shakur sometimes tends to go on the back foot. I think that's gonna be an exciting fight. Something like that's gonna be very exciting because I want to see how Shakur's gonna be able to deal with that. Is Shakur gonna go and stand his ground and fight a guy like William Zepeda, or he's gonna go on the back foot like what he did with De Los Santos. So or is he gonna go back to his back game? Shakur plays an important factor in the lightweight division. Shakur is exciting in the lightweight division. I want to see Shakur in fights like this, like the Zepeda. I want to see Shakur fighting Abdul Wahid Davis. You know what I'm saying? The Tank. I want to see him fight guys like the winner of Lomachenko and my favorite fighter, George Killer Camboso, the vicious killer. I think Camboso's on the comeback. I think Camboso's left hook is going to be playing to effect. I think Camboso is going to stop fighting like when he fought Teofimo Lopez right there. That's the Camboso I want to see in the fight with Lomachenko and possibly pick this guy and fight him next because if Cambosa's cranking and this guy's volume punching, that's gonna be a bomb burner. That's what I want to see. Exciting fights in the lightweight division. I want to see guys just fight. You know what I'm saying? I want to see this is what Ryan Garcia is neglecting. Ryan Garcia needs to spend fight 4 times a year. He gotta do the Joseph Parker. You gotta fight at least 4 times a year instead of talking this negative stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we talking positive professional boxing, and that's what I want to see. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to my Jewish brethren. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? My Semitic brethren. You know what I'm saying? Much love to them. Much love to the Sephardic people. Much love to the Derzis. You know what I'm saying? Prosperous Derzis in Israel. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's good, man. Let's talk world peace, people. Let's talk world peace, and let's take the conspiracies and flush him down the toilet. Know what I'm saying? Let's talk about
Yo, talk
positive
about
things.
Kid Austin's fight, the
Oh,
disqualification,
Kid
and
Austin, man, that young kid is, I don't know, he looks like a star. But that guy was fighting dirty, and it cost him the fight. He couldn't deal with that clean punching power that 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 WBA international champion, that young boy Kid Austin right there. Um, that Schofield. I don't know. He looks like a gym rat. He looked like he got the Haney in him. He looks like he's training a lot. His body was he had no body fat, man. That guy has no body fat. He's all ripped. Know what I'm saying? That kid is something to look at, man. And then the guy, he had nothing else to do but to cheat. He didn't want to get hurt. He didn't want to get knocked out. He was completely confused, and he had no choice but to cheat, and it cost him the fight. It's like a basketball player that can't beat you. He starts fouling, and he gets kicked out of the game. So that's what happened with that guy. And I don't think he stank the bet. He shot the bet. I don't think he's gonna be fighting guys like Schofield anymore. Because you get DQ against Schofield, Kid Austin, that's a big no-no. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think he gets to fight a guy like Maxi Hughes now. If I was Maxi, what I do is I do a couple of reruns. I could ask this guy if he could give me a rematch
Max is
with
gonna
Kid
retire,
Galahad.
bro.
No, I get a rematch with Kid Galahad, man. He got a nice southpaw style,
Max is
man.
gonna retire now. Listen to
Yeah, he
this. Listen to this. What do you think about So we spoke about the Kid Austin, Joe Joyce, the juggernaut. He
Joe
came
Joyce,
back
man. He
with a
beat
stoppage
Cash
in the
Ali
10th round,
and
but he
stopped
didn't
off
look
Cash
that good.
Ali.
Yo, some people said that Joe Joyce
He on
didn't
the
look
come
that
up, bro.
good.
Well, people gotta see, man. He got a devastating loss against the Asian
Dang.
nightmare. You know what I'm saying? The Asian nightmare, the WB. Well, and remember this: he was a WBO interim champ, and the problem he tried to look too cute, so he got him so ripped. Right in the first fight with Zhang, he got him so ripped, looking handsome and pretty, and he was into that juggernaut persona. So then he got stopped on the eye injury. Okay. So then in the second fight, he came in
Yeah, but
big.
he looking slower.
Okay.
His age
Okay,
is
but
catching up. Joe
no,
Joyce
no.
was looking slow. He was
What,
getting
what, what,
tagged
what,
against Cash Ali. Cash Ali
but
ain't
what you,
shit,
but you
bro.
got to look at this.
David Price beat him up.
Okay, you got to look at this. Joe Joyce,
Joe
right?
Joyce wasn't looking that
Joe
good,
Joyce
bro.
is an older fighter. His amateur career, he had losses because of eye injury. The eye injury is a residual problem that he's had in his career as an amateur, as a pro. He started his professional career late. He's very big. Um, I mean, I give him kudos, man, for the accomplishments that he has done as a pro, for starting his career late, and and he doesn't know how to slip punches. You have to look at this. The reason he lost to Zhang in the first fight, he doesn't have head movement. Okay. Um, he also started becoming his ego went sky high because he got a stoppage win over Joseph Parker. Okay, because Joseph Parker fought the wrong fight. Okay, you can't trade with the juggernaut. You gotta box the juggernaut. You gotta use movement. You gotta use angles. You gotta use feints to beat the juggernaut. Don't think that you're gonna beat the juggernaut and just run up to him and knock him out, because Danny DeBosch tried that, and look what happened. Danny got an eye injury. Okay,
I just
the guy
got a
could
message.
box.
Listen, I got a message earlier. Shall I share it with you? Kid Austin
Yeah,
is coming to Rap Star next week. He'll be here.
that's my people. Kid Austin. Big shout out to Kid Austin, man. Much love, Kid Austin. I think he's aspiring young lightweight. I could see Kid Austin fighting a guy like Zepeda. I could see Kid Austin becoming a world champion. I know Kid Austin is a gym rat. He's a little Haney in the making. Know what I'm saying? I know he gets tight when he hear that, but that's the real big shout out, man. You putting out good content now, Mr. Mr. Rapstar. So yeah, so talking back about Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce got some good wins on his resume, man. He got a stoppage win over Danny Dubois on an eye injury. Okay, he got a knockout win over Joseph Parker. Okay, that fight with I played the training, and he tried to look too cute, coming all six packed up against Zhang in the first fight, and he neglected his fundamentals in the sense of slipping punches. Okay, he didn't slip the punches. He wasn't bouncing on his feet. He looked a little weak. Okay, and the second fight, he tried to come out too big to Zhang. thinking that he could deal with Zhang's power and got concussed. So
Hey,
now
listen, we're
he
getting a
went back.
lot of fans coming in. We got over 50 people right now, Solomon. Some people
Yeah, man.
say, some people say, look, man, this guy Solomon, he can rap. Can you please ask him to rap? Some people know you. Can you please rap for the Europeans and all the people
Okay.
around the world
Well, you want
right
me
now,
to rap
please?
for you, man? Okay. Sometimes I rhyme slow, sometimes I rhyme quick. I'm sweeter and thicker than a cheek. I could rap a little bit, not too much, but I could rap a little
Rhyme a
bit.
little bit, spit some bars for the people. Go on.
But I don't. I'm rapping other people's songs, man. I'm rapping other people's songs. Sometimes around slow, sometimes around quick. I'm sweeter and thicker than a Chico stick. Here's ice cream cone, honey, take a lick. Okay, I just something that just came to my mind. But check this out, right? So yes, let's talk about Joe Joyce, man, the Juggernaut, man. The Juggernaut's back on the winning streak, man. I want to see the Juggernaut. I want to see the Juggernaut get a third fight, a rubber match with Zhang, man. I want to see the Juggernaut get a fight with Danny DeBois. You know what I'm saying? That's the guy from Grenada. I mean, he's very popular. I would like to see him even fight Anthony Joshua along the career. I think if he keeps winning and keeps learning and fight under the jab, this is a guy. George Joyce has to fight with the jab, man. His biggest wins in his career is that totem pole jab. He's like a Sonny Liston. You got to use that jab. The jab is the punishing punch. It starts everything for Joe Joyce. I follow his career since the beginning as a pro. Okay, I know his weakness is the eye. Cover the eye. Okay, he got to come in shape too. He can't come in too big. He got to have the legs to move around because his thing is boxing, popping that jab and moving. You know what I'm saying? And he got to do it consistently because he did it with Danny DuBois and he did it with Joseph Parker and he got that win. You know what I'm saying? He could take punishment. The Juggernaut could still take a beating. He fought a ferocious puncher who's also slow-footed, and that's why he lost that fight. Now, Zhang. Zhang talks to Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker kept himself very busy. You know what I'm saying? For the career, got a lot of good wins on him. Okay, and then fought Zhang and was able to become, and he got that big positive win over Deontay Wilder, which is not easy. You know what I'm saying? He showed that he had tenacity. He had heart. He had heart, willing power to beat a guy like the Bronze Bomber. Then he went in, he upset the world by beating Zhang and took that interim WBO champion. And he's aspiring to become a two-time WBO and unified champ. You know what I'm saying? That's Joseph Parker. You know what I'm saying? That's the new Cinderella man. So yeah, this guy got to win over Joseph Parker. Can you believe that? This man got to win over Joseph Parker. And then Dillian White. You ever saw the fight, Joseph Parker, Dillian White? That was a bomb. That's when Dillian White was the shit. When Dillian White was the talk of the town. I want to see him come back too. Dillian White, man. Dillian White's shit. I wouldn't mind seeing Joseph Parker, Joe Joyce against Dillian White. Dillian White was like the Muhammad Ali of the UK. Because remember that fight when he fought Joseph Parker? Rap star?
Man,
That was a
Dillian White
good
was
one.
no fucking Muhammad Ali of no
Yo, that
country.
dude was nice, bro.
Man,
He
Dillian
was
White was
nice,
no
but
Muhammad Ali, bro.
he was he was WBC
Stop the
interim
cat.
for a minute.
Stop the cat.
Yo, at one time Dillian White was the
Stop the
shit,
cat.
man. Yo, he got a knockout win over Derek Chisora,
Come on,
bro.
bro. You
He got
fucked up my whole breakfast.
man, you don't like Dillian White?
You
Man,
fucking
Dillian White
made
was
me fucking spill
yo,
my
yo,
scrambled
Dillian
eggs when you
yo,
said that, bro.
yo, yo,
Fucking
Dillian White
spill
was
fucking
nice.
my scrambled eggs, you cunt.
I wanna see I
You
wanna see
fucked up my
Dillian
whole
White
fucking
against
breakfast for that shit.
Joe Joyce, bro.
Dillian
Joe
White
Joyce
is
against
fucking Muhammad Ali, bro. What the fuck you talking about?
yo when he beat this guy, when he beat this dude, Joseph Parker. You ever saw that fight? That fight was nice, man. That fight was exciting too. Dillian White was nice, man. The problem is that he waited too long to fight, and he never wanted to fight Wilder. He waited too long and to fight Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury knocked him out, man.
Right.
He won a couple of rounds. He won a
Now
couple
we
of rounds
want to
with
talk
Tyson.
about a fighter that's been named against fighters like Canelo Alvarez. And we've seen a fighter really recently that Eddie Hearn said that the next fight he fights is going to be big. Edgar, the ferocious
Berlanga.
Berlanga.
Yo,
What do you
yo,
think about
did
Edgar
you know he was
Berlanga?
hanging out with Curtis Lewa? He was hanging out with Curtis Lewa, the Guardian Angels. I got a picture of him.
Mm.
Um, the Chosen One. The Chosen One is very popular in New York, especially now after that big win that he got. He made very good money in that fight. He's on the come up. I would like to see him against Canelo. I think he's one guy just showing you people how to do it. That's what Ryan Garcia got to do. He got to be like Berlanga. He got to study the craft, man. That's how you pay the bills. The skills is to pay the bills, man. Like
Mm.
right now, look who he's gonna fight, Canelo, man. He's thinking about fighting Canelo. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? So I mean, Canelo's gonna get the Munguia fight because Munguia's been in the game for a minute. Munguia's been winning. You gotta give him props, man. Munguia's like a Rocky Graciano of modern time. He's been on a humongous winning streak, man. Look at that track record, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's been a contender for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So after he vacated the belt at 154, he was a contender at 160. Actually, got himself bulked up to 168. He's on a winning streak, got a lot of credible wins. He got a stoppage winner was John Ryder. Okay, he got a lot of good wins, people. So we gotta give him his prop, man. You know what I'm saying? He beat Devinchenko. You know what I'm saying? We gotta give him his prop. We got him a little kudos. He's gonna get a title fight. I don't know if he's gonna have enough on the tank to beat a Canelo, because Canelo's Canelo. You know what I mean? I don't think he could beat Canelo, but if he goes 12 rounds with Canelo, I mean, I see him going the distance with Canelo. I see him doing like taking that beating, you know what I'm saying? Get puffied up under the eyes, you know what I'm saying? Get a little bloody nose, you know what I'm saying? A little fat lip, you know what I'm saying? And a good paycheck, you know what I'm saying? I could see Munguia getting his first L and he's still young, you know what I'm saying? So it might take him to the next level, you know. I could see Munguia getting a little fat lip, a little puffiness on his eyes, you know what I mean? A little bloody nose, and going back to his craft. Then I don't know if he fights Berlanga. I tend to change my opinion on who's gonna be the winner. I think Berlanga could do it. You know what I'm saying? Then that's the end of Munguia's career, because if Berlanga gets to fight Munguia's gonna get concussed. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a new era, the chosen one. You understand that this guy's the future of the 168-pound division. The 168-pound division is so popular because it's it's so popular. It's an MMA weight class too. You know what I'm saying? So all this talent is honeycomb there. You know what I'm saying? You got guys like, I hear that Benavidez is going on leaving the division. He's going to 175. So we're not gonna be hearing that anymore. You know what I'm saying?
So what
He should have
happens?
took the
People
Benavidez
want to
fight.
know what happens to the chosen one when finally he has to move up in weight and fight guys like Bivol and Beterbiev. What happens to when he
Okay,
gets to
so we're
175?
talking about, okay, by that time, because he has to, by that time I think
Mm.
Beterbiev will be retired. Beterbiev is pushing 40. By that time,
You
Beterbiev
think you
will be
want
retired.
Beterbiev to retire, right?
Yeah, by that time, but by the time Berlanga becomes unified champion at 168,
Mm.
defends his belts, and bulks up, and that means he can make the weight class. Beterbiev and Biv will probably be retired by then. So the big man in that division will be Benavidez. So that fight will be Benavidez. The guy that's
But
gonna
there's
take over
been
that
talks.
division.
Lisa says there's talks, like Eddie Hearn said, that Berlanga is heard that might put himself in position for the winner of Better Biev versus Bivol. Is that a bad move from Berlanga?
Okay,
Is that a good move?
I don't think. Okay, how much money are they gonna put? You gotta think like, a minimum payday for Canelo if he fights Berlanga at 168 for the undisputed championship. You know, Canelo gets minimum 50 mil, and Berlanga is gonna get at least 25 mil for that fight, 25 30 mil for that fight. So how? I mean, who's saying how much money could Better Be pay him? I don't think that fight's gonna happen. I don't see it happening soon, because the guy is gonna make a boatload. He's gonna go to Puerto Rico on a big yacht full of money, bro.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That's yacht money, bro. That's yacht money. You know what I'm saying? That's like
Lamborghini yacht.
that's like a souped up yacht right there, like all with all the bling bling. You know what I mean?
Who
You know what I'm
wins?
saying?
People asking you in the chat, who wins against Berlanga versus Bivol or Beterbiev now?
Okay, well, people, those two guys gonna be tired. Those guys are coming up in age, man.
But why can't you
Right now,
answer the question
I
from
don't see,
Lisa?
Bibble
Lisa
being
wants
better
to
be.
ask you the question, who wins? She just wants to
Okay,
ask you.
okay. She wants to ask a
Answer the
question.
queen.
Okay, so right now, better be will beat Bibble in my opinion because
Mm.
Bibble is scared shitless of better beef. That's what we know. Okay, uh, he's a gym rat. He's high up in age. I see Berlanga is a powerhouse. He's much bigger than Better Beef. Better Beef probably be like 43, 44 if that fight does take place. Berlanga will have a chip on shoulder because he'll be ex undisputed champ coming up. I think Berlanga will cut off the ring immediately, have him pinned on the ropes. It'll be like how much of amount of punishment can Better Beef take? Better be probably catch him with a couple of go look for a couple of openings, but being of his age will miss, and he'd be pummeled, bloodied up by the third round, and they'll just they'll throw at the end of the third round they'll throw the towel. There's no comparison, bro. The guy's young, strong, big. You know what I'm saying? He got everything plus. The other guy's older. By that time that fight takes place, he's 43, 44 years old. You know what I'm saying? Susceptible to cuts. He might have enough punching power to make it a fair fight for 2 or 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds. But let's be for real, man. It's gonna be like Jake Paul against Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is gonna get concussed. Mike Tyson is 57 years old, people. Mike Tyson has no reason to be in a professional ring even for exhibition against a guy like Jake Paul. Jake Paul hits tremendously too hard. And the same thing like Edgar, the chosen one, Berlanga. These guys are punchers. These people are not pity pat fighters. These people concuss you. And that's what my boy is. My boy is a concussive machine. And the other guy, Jake Paul, too. There's two Puerto Ricans are ferocious, man. Those two Puerto Ricans are the most deadliest fighters in professional boxing today. Jake Paul, the blonde Puerto Rican, you know what I'm saying, from Dorado, Puerto Rico, and then this gentleman, Berlanga. So we got two Puerto Ricans. We got a cruiserweight that's on the come up, knocking everything in sight. You know what I mean? Aspiring to become a world champion. You know what I'm saying? Lost a little decision to Tyson Fury little brother. You know what I'm saying? And we haven't heard nothing about Tyson Fury little brother ever since. So yeah, and but he's been knocking people out in the first round. He's on the come up. He's gonna get this big exhibition with Tyson. And it's gonna be a good fight for him because he's gonna give him the exposure he needs. Maybe maybe just put on some big gloves and just tap around. I think that would be better for Tyson because if Tyson gets hurt, that'd be embarrassing for the sport because why would put an older man like that to take a beating? Um, but it could be like a Joe Louis when he put Pat
So who's
Valentino.
the most? Let's talk about this, bro. Who's the most concussive s- knockout stoppage? The guy who's got the most concussive punches. Is it Arthur Beterbiev with the 100% knockout ratio? Is it Virgil Ortiz? Is it Javante Tank Davis? Is it Bam Bam? No, I mean, who's got the most
Okay, by weight class, I would
destructive
say
power?
by
No,
weight
who's
class,
the man right now? Who's got
I would say
the
better be.
power?
I would
Who's
say
got the
better be because
power?
okay, I would say by power, by
Yeah, who got the
not only
motherfucking
30
power right
power,
now?
by pinpointing power, I'd be better be. But you gotta admit that that kid from that Southpaw Punch Boy, and he's only 5'4". He carries a hell of a punch, bro.
Tank
His punching, his yes, his Abdul Wahid's shot placement is unreal, bro. He
Abdul
be
Wahid.
he be yo Abdul Wahid's punching power and his shot placement it turned a fight because he did it to Ryan Garcia, he did it to several other fighters, and he also pivots too, bro, because he did it in the Gamboa fight. That fight he was hitting Gamboa with shots from all different angles, and also the shot that he caught Leo Santa Cruz with. You know what I'm
But
saying?
I
So
think
he's right up
Beterbiev
there.
is the number one destructive puncher today.
No, better beef could hurt you. Better beef could hurt you because he beat guys. Look, I think he has 18 fights, 19 fights, and he beat guys that were world champions. He beat Campillo, that guy Gabriel Campillo. Campillo was a world champion for the WNBA, and this man stopped him. Okay, he beat Marcus Brown with a cut head. Okay, he was leaking. Okay, and when people bleed, they tend to get weak. know what I'm saying? If they concentrate on the blood, they get weak. They get that coldness on the body. Okay, so they tell you don't look at your own blood because you're gonna feel that coldness. You might faint. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and this guy didn't stop there. Even with the cut, he was able to persevere and beat Marcus Brown with a body shot. And I haven't heard nothing about Marcus Brown ever since. And then the guy with that Yardy kid, he was like a harbor shark on Yardy.
You guys
Yardy
forget
came in with the
about
white,
Callum Johnson. Callum
yeah.
Johnson
Oh,
was unbeaten,
and
and
Callum Johnson.
mm,
What's that dude? That guy that he knocked out that he stopped just recently? Smith,
Joe Smith
Mundo.
Jr.
Yeah, Mundo. Mundo's no joke, man. Mundo's.
Yeah, he
I'm
knocked
talking about
him fuck
Mundo's.
out, bro. Better be have knocked him.
Mundo's no joke. I'm saying Mundo's big too. Mundo was a Muhammad Ali tournament
Better
winner.
be a fucked up Callum Smith. Finished him. And
And they were talking about
Canelo couldn't hurt Callum Smith like Better BF. Better BF
yeah, but
folded Callum Smith.
the
Folded
only
him.
thing that bugs me out is right. A guy could be so destructive, like Arthur Better be, right? But he's
He's
injury prone.
destructive,
That's
bro.
one. He's injury prone, right? That's one thing. Two, two about Better be, right? Is that Better be is high up in age.
So
Three, he
tell
doesn't get
everybody about Tank Davis. I mean
Abdul
Abdul
Wahid.
Wahid. Tell everybody about Abdul Wahid. There he is, Abdul Wahid. Look at
Yeah,
his
that's
knockout
Abdul Wahid.
ratio. Look at his knockout
Yo,
ratio.
Abdul Wahid is to me.
But he
Um,
hasn't had the competition like Arthur Better BF. But go ahead. Abdul Wahid has
no,
still
but
knocked
you,
out some ex-world champions.
okay. My opinion, Abdul Wahid Davis, he's fought the best competition available. He fought ranked fighters.
Mm.
Okay, they don't have world belts because you got to get into just professional boxing. It's very hard to get a world championship fight, man. It's very hard to get a world champ. People think, oh wow, I'm gonna go beat a couple of tomato cans and I'm
Mm.
gonna get ranked and I'm gonna fight for. If that was the case, Jake Paul would have been fighting fight now. Jake Paul would have been fighting for a world championship already. Know what I'm
Mm.
saying? To get for this guy was his first title he won it by be knocking out Jose Pedraza. Okay, he knocked out Jose Pedraza, right? For the IBF 130-pound championship, and the sky's been the limit for this guy. This guy has mastered his craft. This guy has knocked out dudes like Voldy Romero. He went the distance with a hurt arm with Isaac Pitbull Cruz. Okay, he knocked out dudes like Leo Santa Cruz. He knocked out dudes like um um Gamboa. This guy is beating people. Okay, and he has stunned the world. Ryan Garcia, he stopped him with a body shot.
Mm.
Okay, so this is a guy that knows how to fight, masters his craft, and you gotta pay him good. He's not gonna fight for chump change. And now nobody could say, "Oh, he got a regular belt." No, he's the world champion, the official
Yeah,
world
but
champion
now
for the
Abdul
WWE.
Wahid has got destructive power. I agree. He goes in the top 5 list for sure, right? Right now, current fighters of
Yep,
destructive
he's
power.
undefeated still,
He's
undefeated.
a knockout artist. You can't deny him that.
Yep.
But let's keep it real, bro. He hasn't even fought guys like Lomachenko. Haney and Teofimo already fought that kind of caliber. He hasn't even fought the
Okay.
guys. Even Cambosis has fought fighting
Okay.
Loma.
Okay, but
Who
listen,
is
but he
Javante
fought.
Tank Davis
Okay, okay, but he
knocking
beat
out
guys
though?
like
Is he
he
knocking the
beat.
elites out though?
Yes, because
I tell
let
the
me give you
people,
a thing.
talk to the
He
people.
beat Leo Santa Cruz.
Yeah, which
He
was at
beat
one.
Leo Santa
The
Cruz.
Leo Santa Cruz was
Yeah,
best at
at 130,
126. Yeah, but he bring
130,
him
he
up.
knocked him out.
He bring him up.
Okay, well, he was a champion already at 130.
Yeah,
Okay,
but he
so
wasn't the
he
man.
knocked out Leo Santa Cruz. He
Mm,
knocked out Jose Pedraza. These right
mm.
there, two undefeated guys. Right. He
Uh
he
huh.
knocked out he knocked out this guy Ryan Garcia, another undefeated. He went against
Yeah.
Pitbull Cruz. That fight was a stunt and actually won. Show people he could box, he could move, he could pivot. He has
Mm.
boxing skills. Okay. Sky's the limit for him. He's undefeated still. Right. Voldy Romero. People forget about Voldy Romero fight. Voldy Romero is boxing hard, and he won. He caught him. Voldy Romero made one mistake on the ropes and got caught and got leveled,
Mm.
got concussed, fell into the ropes. Okay, people, this dude is a star in the making. And mind you, these fights that he was talking about, they were all pay-per-views. He generates money. He generates heavyweight money. And he's only a
Yeah, but the
lightweight.
way you're talking, yeah, even Lomachenko made stoppages better than Tank Davis. Lomachenko made no Maschenko. He made what's his name? Fucking hell,
Okay,
motherfucker,
you're talking about Nicholas
Nicholas
Walters,
Waters.
right?
He made
Okay,
Nicholas Waters quit, and Nicholas
okay,
Waters was the guy who knocked out Nonito Donaire. He made
okay,
he made Gilbert. He made
okay. But look at that.
that
Look at that.
Cuban fighter, Rigadel. He made Rigadel quit. Rigadel
Okay,
beat
so
Rigadel. Rigadel would have beaten Leo Santa Cruz, right?
okay,
So if you look at it that way,
let's get back to
Lomachenko been
analyzing
making
the
people
resume, bro.
stopping people as
Okay,
well.
okay,
But
let's
he been
analyze the
stopping.
resume. Right?
Lomachenko stopped better caliber fighters.
Now Lomachenko fought guys that were small. Okay, Vinito was very small. He brought him. He
Yeah,
brought
so
him up
Tank Davis
from
fought guys which are small.
Okay, he fought he beat that guy Roman they got the Puerto Rican cat that he concussed to WBO 130-pound champ.
Yeah,
He
that's
knocked
the
him out.
same as fucking. He bring another guy out which was
Roman
small.
Martinez.
Listen, bro,
Okay,
you're being a hypocrite. Tank Davis bring out all the guys that you're talking about were not champions in his weight class, bro. They were fucking lower weight class, bro.
Okay, but check
Stop
this out. What
capping
I
for
hear,
fucking Abdul Wahid.
okay,
You
Abdul
capping for
Wahid.
Abdul Wahid, bro.
Okay, right now Abdul Wahid, right? If Lomachenko could
Abdul
be able
Wahid
to
was fighting guys at lower level, lower weight classes, bro. Bringing them up.
listen, man. Listen, if Abdul Wahid, right,
Bro,
he's gonna fight,
go
right?
ahead.
And right now, Lomachenko, Camboso winner. Most probably, to make money in that division, they're gonna have to fight Abdul Wahid. So don't worry, just be patient. That fight's gonna take place. If Lomachenko has enough in the tank to beat Camboso, which I doubt, okay, if he could beat Camboso, then most probably this fight will take place because he wants to make big money. You know what I'm saying? Lomachenko wants to make big money, and I don't think what Abdul
But
he
Tank
has
didn't want to
nothing.
fight Lomachenko years ago, bro. When he
Okay,
was
imagine a stalking,
Tank already ducked Loma, bro.
Abdul Wahid,
Abdul's
walking
just
down
doing
Lomachenko.
Abdul.
Imagine Abdul Wahid walking down Lomachenko. Lomachenko's gonna get leveled, bro. It's gonna
Man,
be
Abdul
hilarious.
Wahid already ducked the smoke.
He's not ducking the smoke, but he's gonna knock him out, bro. And then I
But
want to
what
hear
I'm
nothing.
saying
If he
is
knocks out,
Abdul Wahid has got some good knockouts. I understand. But their fighters, most of them are fighters coming from 126 and 130 pounds.
okay. People wasn't coming out of
Yeah,
was
but
coming
people
from
went
any
all
weight.
fucking 12 rounds and Tank nearly lost.
Yo, he didn't lose, bro.
But
People,
yeah, but he
he
never
was
knocked
boxing.
out Pitbull. Pitbull was lucky
That
in
was one of
every
his
nearly
best
won.
fights, man. That fight is. I know a dude that he watches that fight every day, bro. He watches that fight. He idolizes Pitbull. He likes the Pitbull style, bro. Pitbull fight like a young Tyson, bro. He got people. Yo, picture that shit. This guy is so skillful. He beat a Pitbull Cruz, bro. Pitbull owns his own
Yeah,
gym.
but
You
Pitbull
know
Cruz
Pitbull owns.
like shit in his last fight.
Yo, Pitbull owns his own. Yeah, because he fought a tall dude that could box. He fought Pitbull's man when he fought a dude that could box and didn't want to commit to none of the fighting. And he still beat him. What you talking about, bro? Yo,
Man,
that guy didn't want to.
people are saying that Pitbull made Tank look bad.
Nah, the guy. Yo, this is boxing, bro. The guy. Okay, look at Tyson. When Tyson fought Tony Tucker to unify, right? He went the distance with Tony Tucker, right? Tony Tucker broke his hand on him. Tony Tucker hit him with an uppercut with the right and broke his right hand on Tyson, right? And he went the distance. And people say, oh, Tyson looked bad because he went the distance with Tony Tucker. You know what I'm saying? So now my boy Abdul Wahid, he fight this to Isaac Cruz, and he got his arm hurt and still went the distance with him and still looked exciting, still pivoted, still boxed. You know what I'm saying? Was able to beat an aggressive power punching Mexican that's deadly in there, that knocked out dudes like Francisco Vargas, that knocked out dudes like Gamboa, like knocked out dudes, and this guy was able to go 12 hard rounds with him. Yo, that's a rematch right there, man. All Isaac Cruz gotta do is get that belt at the WNBA 140 belt. If he get that belt, he could get that rematch with Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? That's the fight we want to see. You know what I mean? Where Abdul Wahid Davis, the Tank.
Now you talk about Abdul Wahid. There's another guy who's got Uh, I think 20 fights and 19 knockouts, and that's Subriel Matias. What do you think about Subriel Matias?
Well, Super Matias, that's a Puerto Rican brother, very good fighter, but he he's also. But what I'm hearing from people, Super Matias, he's the type of dude that there's like a harbor shark. He's gonna go on you, right? He's gonna attack you, but it's not nothing too much to him, bro. And also he telegraphs his shot. Every combination he ends with a left hook. So a guy like this guy right here, Abdul Wahid is a thinking fighter in the ring. Remember, he comes from an old school TMT fighter type of dude. He's gonna time that left hook. He's gonna time when Sabri throws that left hook to after the combo, and he's gonna counter that, and it's gonna be a wrap. That dude is gonna be exposed, bro. I'm Puerto Rican, and he's Puerto Rican, but yo, Abdul Wahid is gonna expose him, bro. You know what I'm saying? And Abdul Wahid look like a Puerto Rican too, bro. He got that Puerto Rican, like that Puerto Rican style about him, bro. Because not for nothing, but as yo, Supreme Matiz got to be active. Supreme Matiz got to show me more because he's undefeated. He never won a regional belt. The only belt he won was the IBF 140-pound belt. He's being avoided, but it has to play much more to his management. His management is fronting. You know what I'm saying? I guess they want to cash in on that on his defenses. But I don't see Subriel Matias. If Matias right now impresses me by knocking out Paro by like a stunning fashion and shows me something in there like head movement, feinting, not ending his combinations with a thudding left hook like he does, then then the sky's the limit. But if he continues that path, like everything, he's the type of dude like a harbor shark on top of you, and he's gonna be exposed because Abdul Wahid's gonna time him. He's gonna have
So how
problems
is
also
Abdul
with
Wahid gonna expose Frank Martin? Please talk about that.
Frank Martin. Well, Frank Martin has trouble with some fights, man. Frank Martin tends to be like he's a little bit better at the current time than Errol Spence, but he has that southpaw bullying style. Uh, is not better than Tank Davis. Tank Davis has better fundamentals in boxing, has better leg movement, good crowd. Uh, I don't think Frank Martin's been hit in the chin by anybody with that kind of punching power. So that's gonna play to effect. We have to see the speed factor. Can he deal with Tank Davis' speed? Can he deal with Tank Davis cutting off the ring? Tank Davis also a southpaw. Can he deal with a southpaw fighting him with a better accuracy, better punching power, better speed? Um, Tank Davis has much more champion rounds than him. That guy never won even a regional belt. So how the hell are you gonna compare him with Tank Davis? The guy never even won a regional belt. He's highly ranked, right, because of his connections, but the guy hasn't even won a regional belt. Okay, so how are you gonna compare him to Tank Davis? Tank Davis has champion rounds on his resume. Tank Davis has 4 ex-champions. Who has Frank Martin for? Mention one. I haven't seen him for the ex-champion yet. You know what I'm saying? So now that's all gonna play into effect. You know what I'm saying? At least William Zepeda for Maxi Hughes, an ex-IBO champ. But Frank Martin has not fought no ex-champion. Frank Martin has not contested for a regional belt. Frank Martin is going to show lack of experience against a world-class
So
fighter like
is Abu Wahid gonna fucking stop Frank Martin?
yes, in my opinion, by the raw amount of talent, experience, punching power, we don't know if Frank Martin can do that kind of
So if
punching
Frank
power.
Martin
We
hasn't
don't.
got that experience and everything, you answered Lisa Sloan's question. Why is he fighting him then?
Well, the reason is because he's highly a ranked fighter, undefeated, accredited. I guess he's the less risk, more reward. I mean, they offered something like a better payday. That's why uh, Frank Martin accepted the fight. On paper, it looks good. The kid is undefeated, southpaw, highly ranked. That is a good win on his resume, and a good payday, a easy payday, easy work, like Tank Davis says. You know, it's easy work. You know what I'm saying? No sweat. He's coming in. He's been an actor for a while. Just came in for a little stint in the joint. So that'd be a good fight for him. He's fighting a ranked fighter, credible, undefeated fighter, southpaw like himself, who's aspiring to. It'd be like Paulie Malignaggi against Miguel Cotto. When Miguel Cotto fought Paulie Malignaggi, that's the way it is. Like he fought Paulie. Paulie never had no belt. Broke Paulie's orbital, dropped him. Paulie went the distance, but this guy's not going the distance. I think Tyron Davis is going to prove a statement that he's still there, that he's still a force. He's going to hurt this kid in the ring, put him away early. You know what I'm saying? And show the other champions in the division and 140 pound and 147 pounders that Abdul Wahid is here to stay and he's here to persevere and be great. Yes, this is professional boxing at Rob Star's channel, and we're chitter-chatting about this professional boxing right here at 3:46 a.m. in New York City time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is professional boxing, and we're talking to Rap Stars channel. We just finished talking about Abdul Wahid Davis, the tank. This young man has been hurting people in the ring. This young man has beaten ex-champions and current champions. This young man is going to be defending his belt, his WBA Super 140-pound champ. He is the sole champion of that belt. The tank Abdul Wahid Davis. He's going to be fighting Frank Martin, a young man who's undefeated, southpaw, trained by Derek James. You know what I'm saying? He's part of the same stable that has Errol
Yo,
Spence.
Solomon, talk to the people. We got loads of people coming in right now. Talk to them about the Mexican Zoo versus Keith Thurman. Mexican Zoo looks hungry. Can you please break down both of these fighters and what they got to prove right now?
Well, this is another fight that it bugs me out, right? The champion, he got a vacant belt, okay? WBO belt was given to him vacant. He's a son of Kotsazu, Tim Tszyu, current WBO 154-pound champ. The guy does hit hard. The guy's kind of rugged in there like his dad. Uh, I'm seeing flaws similar to his father's, okay? Um, Now, let's talk about Keith for a minute. Keith, 147-pound, a unified champ. His only loss was a split decision loss to Manny Pacquiao because he got dropped. He hit Manny Pacquiao with everything in the kitchen, but the kitchen sink, but couldn't stop him because that's Manny Pacquiao. So he's been inactive. This is the only flaw that he has. He's also a very small fighter, very muscular. Now he's going to 154. He also fought at 154 before. A lot of people say he hasn't, but he has. And now I think he beat Carlos Quintana. Carlos Quintana at 154 and stopped him. So one time Keith Thurman has championship high quality wins. He got rounds in championship world class level fights. Okay. He also is an excellent mover in the ring. He uses the whole ring. His ring generation is great. He's a tad too small for 154. That's my concern. But if his speed is there and his tenacity is there and his keeps away from getting hurt early from Tim Tszyu, and this is the secret here, the flaw that I'm noticing with Tim Tszyu, just like his father, okay, is that he's receptible to the right hand, the straight right hand, the right hook. Just like his father, Tim Tszyu, or Cortez, who lost to Vince Phillips, I think his son is going to lose the same way. He's going to get tagged with a right constantly by Keith Thurman. He's going to be walking into that right all night long. His head movement is not that good. Remember, he became a world champion, winning a vacant belt who belonged to Jamel Charlo. Jamel Charlo never wanted to fight him. Jamel Charlo went for the other paydays. He has an excellent win against Tony Harrison, but who doesn't have a win against Tony Harrison? Both Charlo brothers have wins over Tony Harrison. Austin throughout knocked out Tony Harrison. So, I mean, that win right there He means that he could cut off a ring enough to hurt a mobile fighter. So Keith Thurman knows that. He knows that this guy is gonna chase him down if he shows mobility. But the flaw that I see with Tim is that Tim is susceptible to the right hand. So if Keith Thurman manages to catch him and hurt him with a right hand, um, he does throw a lot of rights. He hits very hard. He just happened to fight a Granite Chin Pacquiao that night, and that's why he lost. But he was trying to knock out Pacquiao. He was hitting Pacquiao with everything, but Pacquiao didn't know. Now he's up in the higher division using heavier gloves. The question is, can Tim Tszyu sustain that kind of punishment for 12 rounds, getting tagged by fast right, snappy right hands all night long, and win rounds and be effective? And is that going to affect him in the later round? If Tim Tszyu has to prove to me something that he's in the future, I think he doesn't prove it. I think he loses the belt to this man, Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman is going to become a two-division champ. Two-division champ. He's the future of that division. I think Keith Thurman has enough skills. I think Keith Thurman could fight maybe a rematch with Danny Garcia. I think Keith Thurman could fight a Jamel Charlo if he comes out, if they let him fight because he has a domestic violence charge. I think he could fight like a Brian Centeno. I think he could fight maybe uh, a Terrence Crawford coming up in weight now that he has a world belt. But Tim Tszyu, you're gonna be exposed. Tim Tszyu, you're set with the right hand. Yeah, you lack head movement. You had a hard time with several fighters on the come up. Uh, Even in the Tony Harrison fight, he had a problem with little head movement there, and a problem with movement from the legs from Tony Harrison. I don't see. I'm my pick is keep one time Thurman. Keep one time Thurman is my pick. It's always been a question mark with Tim Tszyu. I mean, he's very popular. He's Australian. I like his dad, but his dad himself was susceptible to the right hand, and the right hand is gonna play effect with his son also. He's a chip off the old block. He's a sucker for the right hand, and he's gonna fight one time, and one time is an expert with that right. You know what I'm saying? Keep one time Thurman. Big fan of that man from Tampa, Florida. You can't buy nothing in Tampa. It's on the come up. Very expensive area to live in Florida right now. Tampa. Never haven't been hit by no hurricanes. Hurricane proof area, and that's what's gonna happen when he fight in the ring. He's gonna be hurricane proof. Tim Tszyu's hurricane is not gonna hurt. The stable body, movable, concussive punching, key one time Thurman. So yes, you heard it here in Rap Stars channel for the boxing journalist himself, the boxing journalist himself right here. You know what I'm saying? Talking about his professional boxing from East Village Lounge, Suleiman the Scholar. I'm picking Keith Thurman, knocking out Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying?
Now, are
Okay,
you
that's
a big Mike Tyson fan when he was in his prime?
I'm a big Mike Tyson fan,
Yeah,
people.
but look at Mike
I mean,
Tyson's coming back at
I'm a big
57 years old, and
I'm a
there's no
big
head
Mike
guard.
Tyson fan.
There's no head guard. And Mike
I'm a
Tyson's coming
big
back at 60 years old. Talk about
okay,
that. Have a look at
okay.
that picture.
I'm
Have a
57
look at
years
that
old.
picture.
Okay, I'm looking at the body, but that's imagery, people. Imagery. The guy is an imagery fanatic. Uh, he's one guy right now that's forget about his age. Um, he forgot about his age. He forgot that he's 57 years old. I don't care how great Chisel you are. Evander Holyfield was Chisel himself when he fought his exhibition fight. Got knocked out in the first round. Um, the only way this fight could take place if they light on each other and they make it an exhibition. And but knowing Tyson, I don't know what Tyson's been thinking. They're feeding him something or something. But if he tries to trade with that kid, he's gonna get hurt. He's gonna get knocked out. The kid is a ferocious puncher. That Puerto Rican hits like a mule. That Puerto Rican will put him away. That Puerto Rican is young, strong, and he's big, and he hits very, very, very hard. Okay, so you this is a big mistake. I think right now the only reason Jake Paul did that fight for the marketing ability. Um, this guy, I heard he's controlling his training pictures, his videos to make himself look like he's dangerous, but he's not that good. He's gonna be slow. He's 57. Um, he's not gonna be able to slip the punches. He's not gonna have the speed to avoid a punching power maniacal hitter like that. I just hope he doesn't get hurt. It's gonna be bad for the sport if Tyson gets hurt, even in an exhibition. It's gonna be bad for the sport, but it's gonna make good money. It's gonna be on Netflix. Uh, well, if he gets this exhibition win over Tyson, I could see him fight for a world championship at cruiserweight. People telling me that he should stay away over from the WBC champ, even though I think that's a good belt. I think that guy is a good winner because he's the one that knocked out Julian Makabu. I would like to see him fight him, but they said that that's the world level. Jake hasn't seen world level, but I think Jake has enough skills to be fight at world level right now. Jake has enough skills to beat a guy like that at that level. Jake has a lot of stopping power. So that's the fight I want to see. Want to see after Jake. Um, we're talking about exhibitions here. At one time, Joe Louis fought an exhibition with Pat Valentino. But Pat Valentino was blind for one eye, and Pat Valentino got that eye injury when he fought Ezra. He became black from the eye because he fought Ezra Charles for the championship of the world. And after that, retired, but fought an exhibition with Joe Louis. And when he fought that exhibition with Joe Louis beat the daylights out of him. He concussed him. Okay, so just picture this. Because you fighting an exhibition doesn't mean you get knocked out. We seen Floyd Mayweather knock out Asian fighters. Okay, Asian fighters in exhibitions. So don't sleep on this guy knocking out Mike Tyson. Okay, don't sleep on him knocking out Mike Tyson. We also saw the MMA fighter that Joshua knocked out, who was trained by Tyson. And remember, we also have to remember that Tyson, in his last professional fights, was knocked out. He didn't look that good to me. He wasn't looking too good when he got knocked out by Kevin McBride, a big heavyweight club fighter. Okay, Irish Kevin McBride knocked him out. Yes, he got knocked out by Danny Williams. Okay, so he also got knocked out by Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis, he hit on Lennox Lewis one left hook, and Lennox Lewis roughed him up. So remember, later on in his career, Tyson was all hype. Tyson was all hype. He was lethargic. He didn't have the speed. He didn't have the head movement to compete. He had trouble with big punchers and big men. Evander Holyfield was able to negate him in the first fight. In the second fight too, he was on the way to do it again. So let's be for real, people. I like Tyson, but he was way too small for the heavyweight division. And later on in career, it bit him in the ass. Okay, so I think he got himself. I don't know what he was thinking when he made this fight. I know. I think maybe he's hurting that he's hurting in the pocket or something. I just doesn't make no sense. Why is he doing the exhibition at 57 years old? I think that's bad for the sport. I think it was great that he was training fighters like he trained that gentleman that fought Anthony Joshua and got knocked out. I think what he should do is create a stable of fighters that he could train and do something productive and good. Um, I think he could cancel this right now, man. Tyson to put a stop to this right now and not do this because it's gonna hurt him in the long run. I don't think it's good for him fighting a guy in his prime that could hit that hard because Jake Paul does hit very hard. Jake Paul is a gym rat himself. Jake Paul is learning. He's sponging the art of boxing right now. He has multiple trainers. He's hanging out with Amanda Serrano. He's learning the craft, something that other guys are not doing. So this is what we gotta look at. The guy's learning the craft. Okay, he's learning his craft, and we have to respect that. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt this dude big time. That's gonna hurt this dude big time. Gonna hurt him big time when he fights. When he fights a god like that. Wow. I just right now I'm in my job and I see one of the biggest water bugs I've seen in my life, man. And I just had to give it some braid. And that's what's gonna happen. That big punching power, that Jake Paul has is gonna play into effect. The punches are gonna be sharp, fast, concussive, and Tyson's not gonna be able to deal with that. Tyson's gonna be hurt real bad. So why would Tyson? Maybe he's a masochist. I just don't get it. Maybe Mike Tyson's a masochist. He likes to get hurt. So many beautiful things you could do in boxing. He could own a boxing gym. You know what I'm saying? He could do programs for kids. I don't know. He could train a fighter. I think to me, he's more to train like a nutritionist type of training. Like training to be fit, you know, head movement, stuff like that. A strength and conditioning coach. But he's also flawed too. And then he was asked before in one of his shows, he said, why would he train a fighter for a couple of $100,000 if he could do endorsements and do commercials and stuff like that? So why all of a sudden now he wants to fight exhibition? Something is suspect there. I think that weed companies are hurting him. So we have to look at that. Wow, if I put it there, Ray does work, people. Invest in Ray. Ray does work. It does kill water bug. I put that raid on that water bug and she's put out real proper like. Know what I'm saying? I got a big win on my resume. I'm just like Jake Paul. But remember, he's also very popular in Puerto Rico. He's in Dorado, Puerto Rico. Jake Paul hangs out with the Serrano sisters. Know what I mean? And also saw Berlanga, the chosen one, hanging out with Curtis Lewa, the gentleman that ran for the Republican Party as mayor in New York City, and the Guardian Angels. He took a nice picture with them. So he's schmoozing with the higher ups in New York. So you gotta see Berlanga is very popular in New York City. Sparman, and they said world champion. World champion Edgar Berlanga. He's already been called world champion, and he only has an NBO belt. You know what I'm saying? They consider him a world champion in the making. So you don't hear Benavidez doing that. You don't hear Benavidez coming out and the people saying world champion Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? Berlanga is so popular. If Berlanga wanted to run for mayor in the future, I think Berlanga could win. You know what I'm saying? If Berlanga got into politics, Berlanga could be something. Because he's so popular. That's it. Talking about that, Tyson needs to wake up. Tyson, you're 57 years old, right? Tyson, boxing is not for you right now, man. You could train fighters. You could advise. I don't even think you should be in the ring training guys. Your body looks great. All this exercise you're doing now, you prolonging your career a little bit. It's costing you a shitload of money. All those wires and all that shit is costing you a lot of money. Unless it's endorsements or something. You're looking great in shape, but you're still old, man. You're just an old guy that looks in shape. You're gonna be fighting a guy that has ferocious punching power. He's big. He's bigger than even when you was in your prime. You only 5'10", 5'11". That guy's 6'1.5". The guy hits like a mule. Um, you're gonna look like a bozo in there, man. You got your friends, you got your props, you got your wife and kids. Um, move on to bigger and better things, man, in the sport, man. Buy gyms. Do something positive, man. You got commercial, you got cartoon about you, man. You should not be fighting a guy like J. Paul right now. I don't think that's something positive in your career. We don't want to see you get hurt. This is professional boxing, people. You could be concussed. You could be put into a brain bleed. You know what I'm saying? But Kovalev killed the man in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Robinson killed people in the ring. Okay? This is a sport that you could really get hurt. This is a guy that his chief sparring partner, James Broad, who used to be called Broadaxe, got brain damage from sparring Tyson. Okay? When Tyson was on the come up, he was a chief sparring partner for Mike Tyson. And he got brain damage for sparring. So now Mike Tyson is 57 years old, and he wants to do an exhibition with one of the most biggest concussive punches in the cruiserweight division right now, Jake Paul. He just knocked out two opponents in the first round. Okay, I think that's a huge mistake. I don't want to. He fought Nate Diaz, I think 10 or 12 rounds. Then knocked out two opponents in the first round. What are you thinking, Tyson? Is that money that good that you're going in the ring risking yourself of getting hurt? Think about it, man. Is money that essential in my life that I'm gonna be become a laughing stock? This is not wrestling, people. It's not wrestling, people. This is not MMA or wrestling. I think by now they see all those wires they're putting on him. Those wires is probably to check his heart rate. He is spending a lot of energy. I don't know what kind of PEDs. It looks like he gotta be on some kind of PED, man. He gotta be on something. That's why it's an exhibition. I don't think it's gonna be a professional fight. It's gotta be some kind of exhibition. Because look at the body for an old man, 57 years old, to look like that. Even the guy that Evander Holyfield, they say he was on something when he fought that exhibition and got knocked out one round. So it's good for show. You could wear a suit and look nice. I got much respect for Tyson, but when it comes to decisions, Tyson makes some of the wrong decisions. Like I remember when he's married to Robin Givens, right? She wanted him to retire after that Michael Spinks went, and she wanted him to move on to bigger and better things. If Tyson would have retired at that time, Tyson would have been undefeated. He would have been an all-time great, a legend. But instead of doing that, they made him fight with Robin. He divorced Robin Givens in a wrongful way. They slandered each other's character. Okay, I understand he moved on and married somebody else. But he has losses on his resume now. Those losses he wouldn't have had him. He wouldn't have had him on his resume now. He wouldn't have had the Danny Williams loss, the loss to Kevin McBride, the Lennox Lewis loss. That was an embarrassing loss. So I just want to see like Mike Tyson become something, man. Be something positive. I don't want to see him get hurt. So yeah, man. If you're 57 years old and you're training for professional boxing, you got all these wires on you. And I know he's not doing no road work. He's doing a lot of calisthenics, a lot of moving back and forth. Where's the road work, Tyson? You used to be running all the time. Why is the art of running being neglected in boxing? Why are these guys not running anymore?
Got a lot of well, listen, we got a lot of Berlanga fans coming in the building. Somebody just said,
Berlanga.
Yo,
yeah, he was
somebody
hanging
just
out with
said
the
that
Gaudi
Canelo is gonna wait. Somebody said Canelo is gonna duck Edgar Berlanga because when the time comes, Canelo's gonna say he don't want that smoke. What do you think of that?
Okay, well, Berlanga is growing, people. Berlanga is really a light heavyweight that boils down to 168. Berlanga is a big dude, bro. Berlanga is big. Canelo is a uh, little short dude that's real wide. Okay, and Canelo he knows his craft. Canelo know how to fight. He did bulk up, but what he bulked up, he got a short stature, so he's very wide. Okay, now the kid is learning boxing. The kid is very strong. The kid hits hard. Okay. Um, the longer this fight takes for it to happen, right? The more plus for Berlanga, because Canelo's getting old. He's gonna be fighting these other guys. He's gonna fight Munguia now. He's gonna have those rounds on his resume. He's getting long on the tooth. You know what I'm saying? So I see the longer it takes, the more advantages for Berlanga. Berlanga is being treated like a world champion already, man. Berlanga, he's not making the Canelo money, but he's making money, man. He's making some good money, man. Berlanga's making some good money. Berlanga's pushing a luxury vehicle. He might not have 10 of them like Canelo has, but he has. He's making money. I would like to see Berlanga, you know, be a world champion, be a role model. He's another Puerto Rican guy that I would like to see be a role model to the youth. You know, the young kids need somebody like that. I think Berlanga, if he manages his career right, Berlanga could even get to politics, man. We need a person with a leadership status like that, something positive in New York. We need a guy like a Berlanga. You know what I'm saying? In politics, he's squeaky clean. He doesn't say the wrong things like Ryan Garcia. He doesn't say the wrong things like Ryan Garcia in the ring. You know what I'm saying? You see how he is even in the negotiations with the Canelo fight. He's a gentleman. He schmoozes with the politicians like a Curtis Lewa. He hangs out with guardian angels. All you hear is nice things about Berlanga. You never hear nothing negative. You never hear nothing negative about Berlanga anywhere. So big shout out to Edgar, the chosen one Berlanga. Hey, remember this, man. He's gonna be fighting a guy for a big payday, and on top of that, a guy who's also a very, very, very professional guy in and out of the ring, and that's the gentleman by the name of Sal Canelo Alvarez. And Sal Canelo Alvarez, you gotta be on your A game when you fight him.
You break down. Some people are saying, Solomon, break down the fight. How does Berlanga beat Canelo? What does he do?
Okay, the fight gets made. Okay, when the fight gets made, it most probably, I mean, the best place for it to be made, in my opinion, will be MSG or the Barclays. They're both very popular, both high with Latino community. So if the fight gets made there, um, those two guys will fight there, and I could see the crowd, uh, like like this guy will come out from the crowd, the people, because he'd be the people's champion, right? Berlanga goes into the ring with young adults, young kids, and he gets in the ring first. Beautiful crowd, beautiful people, a lot of stars watching the fight. Then Canelo comes with a Mexican garb, the Mexican thing, big music, big mariachi band, and all that. So all the popping circumstance right there, all the media, all the big higher ups. Then when the fight takes place, first round, I see Canelo using head movement, using ring laddership. I see Berlanga coming in. Berlanga waiting for Canelo to throw something so he could counter. I see head movement from both parties. I see feints. I see uh I see the first shot landed. Probably be a jab from Canelo. I see the first hard punch coming from Berlanga, or possibly a right hand something. Um, but being that Canelo's too fresh, I see a lot of head movement, a lot of defensive. I see pursuit from Berlanga. then end of the first round. Okay. Second round, a little bit more. I see Canelo landing something on Berlanga. Berlanga taking it, showing no ill effect. I see Berlanga countering. I see flash knockdown for Berlanga in the second round. Canelo getting knocked down. Canelo embarrassed because he got dropped by the by the contender. Uh, and Canelo comes in. Canelo's trying to counter it, trying to do something for Berlanga. Berlanga shows that he could box, goes on, tightens up his defense, moves, does a back pedal, counters again, hits Canelo with something again. Canelo starts looking for something, he's hot blooded, he is throwing shots. Heated exchange, end of the second round. Third round, Canelo comes in, lack of defense, gets dropped early by Berlanga. So that's 2 rounds, 10-8. Okay. The round ends. Berlanga is from the outside doing like a volley Romero, keeping defensive. Um, the thing is that he's got 2 10-8 rounds, but he's not throwing no jabs. Canelo's trying to come in with a jab, trying to do some body work something out. End the third round. Fourth round, Berlanga is looking for another opening, trying to do something like we did to McCory. Hit him with some stunning power. He hits Canelo with a lot of stunning power shots. Canelo use half movement. Canelo waits for the flurry to end. Then Canelo starts countering. Berlanga is moving back, using lateral movement, trying to survive the oncoming onslaught. Shows that his mouth is open. Shows that his stamina. He spent a lot of stamina on the fight. Later on the fight, Canelo starts showing championship rounds. Canelo starts landing shots, scoring shots. The fight keeps going. Is changing for Canelo's favor, but Canelo lost 2 rounds due to the 2 knockdowns. The fight pace continues all the way to the 8th round. I could see in the 9th round, Canelo ties slow, has worked a lot against Berlanga. Then Berlanga tags him with a big right hand, and he does a McCory finish. And Canelo is stopped. The new undisputed champ is Edgar, the chosen one, Berlanga. Okay, that's my take.
All right. All right. So that's the take of Berlanga versus Canelo. That was your breakdown of Berlanga versus Canelo?
Yes.
All right. Let me give you my breakdown. Berlanga versus Canelo. Berlanga loses. The end. The end. That's it. I don't need no breakdown. Berlanga loses.
Hey, this is Unbiased, Solomon, the journalist. This is a boxing channel called Unbiased.
That's my take, bro. I mean, I could go round by round, but I don't think I would need to. End of the day, I mean, he might be able to beat Canelo. If Canelo was 38, if it was 5 years later, maybe. But if Berlanga fights Canelo, Berlanga loses. He either survives or gets knocked out. The end. Right? Matter of fact, that's still a question mark if he can beat Danny Jacobs. Which I would think he would. He might beat Danny Jacobs because Danny Jacobs is way past it. But he's probably going to have a tough time with Danny Jacobs at certain points of the fight. So let's break down that fight. If that
You heard that, Solomon, that he's basically coming to rebuttal you and laughing at you.
Yeah, I mean, that was comedy.
I let him talk. I let him talk because what I'm saying is, look at the McCory stoppage, bro. Look at the amount of power. You see that power he had? So you're telling you after you saw that, you have the nerve to say that he will have problem with Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs was dropped by the Triple G. Danny Jacobs was knocked out by Dimitri Pirog. So if once Berlanga taps that chain, remember he's 168 pounder, 60 pounder that came up. This guy boiled down from 175. His punching power is immense. Okay, so he's walking around cruiserweight dimensions when he's fighting in there. McCory tagged him in the 6th round. He received it and like nothing. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like he's gonna knock out Canelo. Canelo's too small. Canelo's wide. He's another one that started his career at 154, 147, and This kid is big, man. The kid is
Okay,
big
can
and
I ask
he
you
is
a
big.
question? Does Berlanga punch harder than Triple G?
In my opinion, yes, because
Okay,
he's a
so
bigger man.
I know who I'm talking to now, based on it. So I'm talking to the Mirage version for Berlanga. So for Mirage is for Benavidez, you are for Berlanga. To the
No,
point where it's like crazy. Yo, listen, bro. Berlanga, it's nice that he got that knockout against a guy that he should obviously beat. He needed that knockout because it was, I mean, he had went 5 fights in a row without a knockout. Soon as he stepped up from F class competition to D and D plus and C minus competition, he got a knockout. Congratulations for him. But my personal opinion, I see Belonga being at his very best a gatekeeper. I'm just being, I'm sorry.
wow.
I'm
But you
sorry.
see,
This is my
Solomon,
opinion.
Solomon, you're not phased. Like people say, you're not phased. You got a strong mind. You don't care what people say, Solomon.
No, he don't. He been on the Berlanga train for a very long time. As long as I've heard him talk, he spoke very highly of Berlanga. And hey, if Berlanga lives up to it, hey, kudos to you. I ain't gonna dog you out like I've done in the past. I'm gonna respect that you love that you think Berlanga's the goods. I just don't. I don't think he's that great. I think he's okay. He's a decent fighter. I don't even know if he could beat Boo Boo. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, you know, I don't know if he could beat Plant. I'm
Okay,
not.
okay. So now let me say something because the guy, like if you saw the fight, right? He doesn't waste punches. Okay, he fight like a Juan Laporte, like a big Juan Laporte. Doesn't waste punches. Second thing is right. He conserves his stamina. The kid has power, bro. I think if he hit Canelo, if he does like he's fighting like a Deontay. Deontay used to do the same thing. Like comes with this concussive, spontaneous punching out of nowhere. So if he catches Canelo with one of those stunning, punches, right, like a Javante Davis, one of those pinpoint accurate shots, I got a feeling he's gonna have a couple of drop. He's gonna drop that guy a couple of times, bro.
Hold on one
And
second, Suleiman. I gotta reel you in for a second. How many times have Canelo touched the canvas in his career?
how many times Canelo has touched the canvas?
In his
He
career.
has
And I'm asking
okay.
you a
He
question. You
hasn't
gotta give me an answer. How many times has he touched
okay.
the canvas in
Well,
his career?
anyway,
I don't. Just give me a
the,
straight answer.
okay. How many? Okay, how many times? Okay, I'm gonna change that.
You
I'm gonna
gotta
change
answer
that
the question
answer.
first, and then you can answer the question with it. Don't answer the question with a question. You gotta answer the question, please. How many times have
Okay,
Canelo been knocked down in his career?
okay. He has never, in my opinion, he's been hurt but never dropped.
Okay, so he's never been knocked down. All right. Now, is Berlanga better than every single person that Canelo's ever faced?
Okay, Berlanga is the biggest puncher he's ever fought. He's gonna be the biggest puncher that he's ever
What
fought.
proof do we have of that?
Okay, let me prove that because Calvin Smith was a 168 pounder. He was considered a puncher and big, right? But he came down from 175 and became NEBA champion and started his career at 168, made it his home. Okay, and he's big. His dimensions, his punching powers, he mentioned, based on the McCory knockout win and his 16-0 16 first round knockouts. The kid has dynamite in his hands. Let's be realistic. You can't change that shit. I don't want to hear none of that.
Okay, I'm not gonna change
And
it,
then
but
when
we
he
gotta be
knocked out
honest.
McCory,
But the first 16 fighters that he fought, not a single one of them were ranked in the top 100. Okay, so that's where I got to give you some combat. That's basically he's Deontay Wilder in another form because Deontay Wilder didn't fight somebody in the top 50 until his 29th fight.
okay,
So
but let me explain to you right now. That's perfect what you said, right? You just mentioned Deontay Wilder, right?
yeah,
Like Deontay Wilder did 10 title defenses. Deontay Wilder was hurt and with Luis Ortiz persevered and knocked him, and then he had the avalanche. So the same thing with this kid. When this kid starts throwing the avalanche, which he has 16 knockouts all in the first round because he used to have the avalanche, can Canelo deal with the avalanche?
okay, but you say can Canelo deal with the Avalanche? But Canelo is fought. If we being honest right now, Berlanga wouldn't even be in his top four of best opponents, top five of the best opponents in Canelo's career. Now, maybe you might have it ranked higher because you're very high on him. But realistically, looking at most boxing scribes and most people that follow boxing would not have Berlanga as a top 5 fight for Canelo in regards to opponents. So to say that Berlanga's going to knock down Canelo is a heavy duty reach, considering that yes, he got the knockout in the knockout last fight. He needed that. I'll give him a congratulations. But outside of that fight, who has he knocked out that was even a top contender? He's not done it against top contenders. So if I'm going to base Berlanga's power with quotation marks, I'm not going to base it off him beating the 98th ranked person. I can't base it off of somebody him knocking me out.
The situation
I'm a tomato can, bro. If he's fighting
okay,
knees, then I can't give him credit.
The situation is like that with being with the state that professional boxing is, it's very hard for you to fight high rank opponent, especially in that division. Those guys are all divas. And second thing is, opponents also base how much they're gonna pay. Like right now, the guy is fighting at a different pay scale. He's fighting at 1.5 million for that fight, the McCurry fight. So they offer him the Morrell fight afterwards, right? Morrell is fighting for 300,000 paydays for chump change. Morrell has 9 or 10 fights. He has 9 or 10 fights. Morrell has 9 or 10 fights. First of all, that fight will not take place. You know why? Because the money's not right. Berlanga's not going to take that fight.
But let's do money aside. If that fight was to happen, who you got winning?
Well, he has much more experience than Morrell. I think he will knock out Morrell.
You said much more experience. That much more experience is not that much experience when you consider the quality of competition. It ain't too much of a difference, to be realistic. He just got more fights. But when it comes to skill level and impression,
Morrell fought a guy. The best opponent. Okay, the best opponent Morrell fought, right, was that guy that he concussed, right? They gave him a coma, right? So that guy, I looked at his resume, undefeated, has a couple of regional belts, right? Then I heard in another show, I don't want to say the name, that this guy, he's from Vegas, and he saw that guy sparring. Picture that, a 168 pounder coming in at light heavyweight dimensions, sparring a welterweight, and he was getting tuned up. He was getting pummeled from rope to from in the ropes, from side to side all over the ring. The guy was not that good. Okay, undefeated fighter with regional belts that fought Morrell, and Morrell beat him so bad that he put him in the hospital, right? Almost killed him. So what I'm saying is the quality opponents, and the guy got paid shit money. He got paid chump change for professional boxing standards, for modern boxing standard. He got paid chump change to fight Morrell. Okay, so the reason that fight is not going to take place with Berlanga, because Berlanga is a higher quality fighter. One, Morrell could get hurt. Second thing is the money's not there.
Berlanga can get hurt. That's what you say.
That's what you guys say. That's what you guys say. That Berlanga's not going to happen, Bodie. First of all, that's their cash.
First of all, here's the problem with what you're saying, and you're being biased for him, and I understand, and it's okay because you're a fan of Berlanga. But if we look at the quality of competition for Berlanga and Morrell, which Berlanga has more fights than Morrell, it's not a big difference. It's not at all. Matter of fact, it's not. It's almost mute, because who has Berlanga fought that makes us say yes, he has fought the quality opponents that makes me say that. Let me finish this last
Nicholson, right? Okay, Demal Nicholson. Okay, Demal Nicholson fought Berlanga, right?
He lost every person that's any good. I know you're finna compare it to Boo Boo.
Okay.
I know what you're about to do.
He went to Boo Boo. He dropped Boo Boo, but they ruled it a slip and went 10 rounds, and Boo Boo had a hard time. Okay, so this is a guy that's 6 foot tall, 4 rounder with Berlanga, took Berlanga the first distance, took a beating from Berlanga, went 8 rounds. Went with Boo Boo, went 10 rounds. Then they threw him with Christian Billy, and Christian Billy finally stopped him, right? Finally stopped Nicholson. Another one, Casares. Casares for him, went the distance. He swelled up his eye, managed to drop Berlanga in a bomb burner. And people was talking that he lost the fight. because the refs didn't want to stop the fight. The guy's eye was swollen shut. Okay, so now, so Berlanga went the distance, right? Casares went and fought Pacheco, Diego Pacheco. Pacheco stopped him, right? Then I can't believe it. This guy's a South American champion. Okay, he managed to win a South American title. When and they put him with Iglesias, Osli Iglesias, the IBO, the current IBO champion, who's also big like Berlanga. Okay, he's a southpaw. He stopped him in 1 round in a non-title fight because he just was coming off the knockout loss to Pacheco. So in a non-title fight, Osli stopped him in 1 round with a left hook. Remember he's a southpaw with a left to the temple. Okay, so I'm just showing you that these are opponents that he's fighting that are good enough for other contenders to fight, and he's getting ridiculed for them. But these guys are so credible that they actually fought guys like Osli Iglesias, they fought guys like Dimitri Andrade, they fought guys like Diego Pacheco and Christian Bill.
Okay, but here's the deal. Now Pacheco, he's on the same level as Berlanga in my opinion, where they're at in their career right now, based on what we've seen so far. But when we get to the next level, that's what I'm talking about. Not the level that you're on. So you're trying to put Berlanga on the next level, and he ain't been on the next level yet. Don't use those triangle theories with those other fighters that he fought, when every other fighter that you name except Pacheco got their ass whooped when they went to that next level. You know what level I'm talking about? I don't know. I don't. No, you talking about South American titles. I'm talking about the WBO, the WBA, the WBC, and the IBF. We talking about those titles and those titles alone, not the titles that get you up into the positioning for it. Don't use those positioning titles as your argument right now. That ain't gonna go too far with me right now. What I'm talking about right now, the real contenders right now. Can Berlanga beat Billy? Can Berlanga beat Boo Boo? Can Berlanga beat Morel? Can he beat those guys? I don't know if he can beat all those guys. He might be able to beat one or two, but he's not going to beat all three. If he fought them back to back to back, he would lose one of those fights guaranteed.
Right now is because the guy's in position for world title. He's in a position for the undisputed title. That's why those fights are not going to take place. The guy is in a position for world title. Berlanga's in a position. So he's
in position for the fight the person who's been in position before him, which is Morel.
Okay, Morel.
I want to see that fight. That's the fight I would want to see. And then the winner can really talk that shit.
Okay, but the problem is that fight's not going to take place because Morel.
I mean, you're dealing with cross the street politics. We know why it's not going to happen. But
he's the number one contender for the WBA. Morel is the WBA regular champion, but I don't know how they're not considering him the contender. So that's the problem. He's the number one.
Because you know what this is about. This is about money, bro. Morel ain't worth no money. Berlanga is worth some money. This is about money. If you can make more money, they'll move pieces the way they want to move them and move people on high rankings. It ain't based on skill set. We got to be honest here. Sometimes the rankings can be bought. You know, they ain't always about what you actually do in the ring.
Hey, I like Morel. I think Morel is nice. I think Morel
beats Berlanga shitless.
Out of all those Cuban guys, Morel's the best one.
I think Morel beats Berlanga shitless, bro. I don't think. Listen, but the only time I've seen
Morel, you guys don't like Puerto Ricans,
huh?
I don't know why, but Berlanga gets the most hate out of all.
It ain't that he get the most hate. It's just that you got people like yourself that's rating him on a level that he hasn't reached yet, and we haven't seen him.
Okay,
we have not seen him prove it. Matter of fact,
but you know why people raise him?
Hold on one second, Suleiman. There's one fight I watched Berlanga when he dealt with adversity, and he didn't respond well. He was given a victory in a fight that I don't think he won. I thought he did not deal with adversity well, and that was against a D+ class C- fighter at best.
So which was that?
going to do when he faces adversity versus a high quality opponent. The rules apply to all fighters. I said this about Boo Boo. Boo Boo had a phenomenal amateur career, but as a professional, he never faced any real heat in the ring where he can learn from and be able to cultivate himself to be able to deal with those circumstances, that mental and physical pressure. When he fought Benavidez, I said he's going to wilt under pressure because he's never been through the real pressure. Berlanga went through some pressure, but it was against a D-class fighter. So you telling me the Berlanga's going to knock down Canelo when he couldn't handle a little bit of pressure from a D-class fighter, bit the guy, and I don't think he actually won the fight. But you're going to tell me he's going to knock down Canelo twice, and Canelo's never been knocked down in his entire career. It's hard for
Okay,
me to have
so
an objective conversation with you because you're so subjective in regards to
okay,
Berlanga,
so
because that's not
can I
being realistic
rebuttal
based
that?
on what he's done in his career so
Okay,
far.
if you let me
Well,
rebuttal that, I
let me
can give
just
you.
let me just stop here. Wait, Solomon. I just want to let unbiased know there's a guy called Let's Be Real, Lisa Snow, and some people agree with um um Solomon, the journalist. They agree with him that Berlanga gets overlooked and he gets hated. Go ahead, Solomon.
Okay,
Well,
so let me
okay,
rebuttal
go ahead,
that.
Solomon.
Angulo was supposed to fight for the WBC 168-pound champion, the guy that Berlanga fought, that he had a problem with. Angulo, Benavidez lost the belt on the weight scale because he couldn't make the weight, and he fought a hard fight with Benavidez and got knocked out. He fought uh, Berlanga, and that he fought one of his greatest days at that fight. That fight was a good fight, a real good fight, and he lost. Then what I'm trying to say that that's not a weak opponent. That's a high quality opponent. Okay.
It's a respectable opponent, but it's not a. You can't say. Let's be honest here. What has he actually accomplished on that level? To me, he is at best a C- class fighter. Just being honest. He's not a horrible
Okay.
fighter, but he's not.
Angulo.
He's not on that level. He's not
Okay,
on
but
the level.
Angulo.
And you know what
Okay.
level I'm
Okay.
talking about. There's only a few
Okay. Let
fighters
me
just on
explain.
that level.
I know, but let me explain. Right. If Angulo was good enough to go up the WBC rankings and be in position to fight Benavidez for the WBC title, okay,
And what year was that
that's
when he fought Benavidez again?
what we have to look it up. But he was in position to fight Benavidez, and Benavidez knocked him out. Okay.
Yeah, but what year did he Benavidez fight him? What
Oh,
year was that?
I'm
That
not
was
sure,
about
you,
4 or 5 years ago. Am I
yeah, but
wrong?
you said, but your words are saying that he's not that good. That he's a BC crap. He was good enough to go up the rankings,
There's been
right?
plenty of C fighters that got an opportunity to get a title, but you know what happened when they got the opportunity? Exactly what happened to him. They lost. And I know you're going to use the triangle theory to some degree to give him more credit than I think he deserves. Maybe he does get more hate. I don't pay attention to a whole bunch of people and their opinions with Berlanga. I'm basing it based off what I've seen from Berlanga so far in his career. He's not a horrible fighter, but he's just not on that level, in my opinion, yet. He showed me something in his last fight, but I predicted that. I said he hasn't had a knockout in 5 fights. He's overdue for
You
one.
don't know that,
This
that when
guy,
the kid
this
fights,
guy's style
he
is
has a
perfectly
star
made for
appeal.
Berlanga to get a knockout, and I called it
He
right. But
he has star appeal when he fights. He has star appeal when he fights. He is athletic. I don't know. He has an aura about him. He has an aura that Benavidez don't have. Benavidez don't have the aura Berlanga has.
I
Benavidez has
mean, I
more
mean
fights
that's
than him.
that's a personal opinion. I'm not here to argue what aura they have. I'm here to argue about their boxing skills and their set in regards to competing on the highest level. And right now, I am not convinced that Berlanga can beat Billy, that he can beat Morrell and Boo Boo Andre and Caleb Plant. Those are the 4 guys that are not champions that is on that close to that level that I would prefer to see him fight one of those guys to show me that he's ready for it. Because until he beats one of those type of guys, he hasn't showed me anything that says he's actually truly ready for it. Benavidez actually, as much aura that you say he has, at least Benavidez has fought. So, in 2023, he fought 2 fighters that were on the level that we expected him to fight on, and he performed. I have not got that from Berlanga yet. So regardless of what the people in the chat say, regardless of what you say, this is not hate of Berlanga. My opinion right now to Berlanga changes it that I believe he will end up being a gatekeeper. That's it. He has not shown me phenomenal skill set to be able to win on the highest level. I cannot forget the fight that was. Now, listen, this happens to almost every fighter. It's happened to Tyson Fury. It's happened to many fighters where they've won fights that we looked at it and I didn't think he won. But that was the only fight I saw Berlanga in real trouble, and he didn't respond well. So if he's in real trouble versus a higher grade opponent, what is that going to mean for me? Until Berlanga shows me differently, I can't say that Berlanga will survive that or win the fight
But
in
all this
regards to that.
constructive criticism is making him better because we saw it in the last fight. Because he's been getting after the Quigley fight, he's been getting a lot of criticism. So,
Understand?
but
I
he's
mean,
making.
okay. Do you think it was? Do you think it was a legitimate criticism, considering that where he wants, considering that where Berlanga feels like he should be and where he wants to be? If he wants to be fighting Canelos and being on the championship level, do you think the criticism is warranted?
Yeah, it is warranted, but wow, but he's getting like half of the guys that like Ryder wasn't getting that kind of criticism, bro. Let's be
But the thing is
realistic.
though, but Ryder didn't walk around.
Yildirim
But
wasn't getting that criticism.
But neither one of these
Yildirim,
guys, but these guys are not walking around saying that they should be getting big paydays and fighting the biggest fights all the time. They're not putting that expectation on them. They're just going to make a fight, and then whatever fight happens, they make it. Berlanga has a mouthpiece, and I'm not saying he's being disrespectful or anything like that. I'm just saying he's speaking up for himself and putting himself on a level that he has to live up to. The guys that you just told me about, they're not speaking themselves on that level. They just go out and make a fight, and if they win, they win. If they lose, they lose. So Berlanga is setting himself up to be judged based on what he expects from himself, which is nothing wrong with him saying, I want to be on the highest of high level. That's what every fighter should do. So I'm not going to, I'm being fair here. I joke with you usually about Berlanga, but I'm being fair in this conversation. That it's nothing wrong with Berlanga saying that, hey, I want to fight the best. I want to fight for championships. But you still got to prove it, bro. You got to prove it on the highest level. You got to go out there and fight those fights to let us know to the masses that you're for real. Because most of us are not convinced yet. And the thing is, we talk about Berlanga gets all this hate. There are actual champions that is proven that gets 18 times the amount of hate of Berlanga. So I don't want to hear nobody cry about Berlanga's being hated on when we got world champions right now who is proven and tried and tested who get hated on far more than a Berlanga would. It comes with the territory.
well, I tend to differ. I think with him, he gets. I'll be shots for a while, okay. And I'm saying both. They hear the word Berlanga, the name Berlanga, and right away I get all these. I get droves of guys hating on Berlanga hour after
Okay,
hour. Okay.
okay,
Then
but hold up, Suleiman. Do you consider this hate? Well, okay,
it's
check this out.
constructive criticism.
Okay,
Constructive
so
criticism.
sometimes, see, okay, so I'm glad you keep on. I'm glad you rephrasing it. 'Cause some of it is not hate. It's just that if you're a fan of Berlanga, you're not gonna like what you're hearing coming back because a lot of us don't are not convinced the Berlanga's the goods. So because I'm not convinced the Berlanga's the goods, don't make me a hater of Berlanga. It means that I've not seen enough from him to legitimize that claim that he is the goods. That's constructive criticism. I'm glad you're saying constructive criticism because you got to take the word hate and you got to actually apply it in the right way. Because if I
Yeah,
don't think Berlanga's good, it ain't because I hate him. I don't hate Berlanga. I don't dislike
no,
Berlanga. I
because
just
how you
don't think
call like
he's
that?
great. I
Like
think
I
he's
see
okay.
fighters, bro. I see fighters like that they're not that good, and they're not getting not even half the criticism that he's getting. You know what I'm saying?
Give me some
And that
examples, Suleiman. Give me a couple
like
examples.
Camboso. Camboso had a problem with Messi
Oh,
Hughes.
come on, bro.
And
Come on, bro. We already know. Come on, man. Come on, bro. You using Cambosis for an argument, bro? We know Cambosis is not the goods, bro. He took advantage of an opportunity where Tio wasn't on his game and he was, and he got a victory. That's his claim to fame. And he beat Mickey Bay. That's his claim to fame. But he is the epitome of the best C class fighter you can find. A decent opponent. That's as far as it goes. He's decent. He's not trash. See, I don't like to say I don't like to call fighters trash because if I get in that ring, I get my ass whooped by most of them. Matter of fact, almost all of them. I've been in the ring and I got pieced up a week and a half ago sparring in the ring. I got my ass pieced up. So I know that I can't go into the ring and compete with these guys. But the truth of the matter is, Kambosos is not the goods.
I got
And the reason
myself.
why, go ahead.
I got myself in top physical shape to fight Golden Gloves. I ran 10 miles the day before, right? And I came in at 146, right, to fight for 154, the same year that Danny Jacobs won. And I'm not gonna lie to you, but they put me with a big tall dude. He hit me with a body shot. He punched me on my shoulder, took away my left hook away, and it was a referee stopped contest in the second round. Basically,
you got stopped?
I referee stopped contest. I was standing up. I didn't get dropped, but the guy beat me down, bro. And he was a tall dude
first of all,
with
you
a
should have
nice
ran
guy.
10 miles before the fight. That was a big ass mistake.
No, but I trained myself. Nobody wanted to train me, bro.
Yeah, but you listen, but you know the rules of. I don't know. Maybe you didn't know at that time, but when you're getting ready for a fight, when you get into the last 5 days, that's where you're winding down. You're focused on making sure you make the weight and then rehydrating. You're not running 10 miles.
Yeah, but that's what happened to a lot of these fighters. A lot of these fighters, they want to have the cute look, the chisel look, like when the girls see you all cut up, all ripped, 6-pack. So what I did was I wanted to have the 6-pack when I came in. So I did 10
so you wanted to be cute and
coaching.
got your ass whooped because you ain't had no fucking
Yeah,
stamina.
the same thing that happened to
You
Joe
burnt all your
Joyce.
stamina on your 10-mile run
the
day before.
But it wasn't a stamina issue. The thing was that I fought a guy, Eric Chambers. He hit me with a right in the first round. Hit me with a right to my shoulder, where I used my left hook. Right. So he punched me on the shoulder, took away my left hand completely. My left hand was done. Right. So then, being that he took away my left hand, he hit me with a right to the body. Right. Because he wanted to drop me. He saw that he couldn't knock me on the first round. So in the second round, he hit me the right to the body. So that pushed me on the ropes, and then he smothered me like with a whole bunch of punches from long range. Like what happened to what happened to J Rock against the Ravello guy. Remember when the Ravello got wide on him? He started throwing shots and had him on the court. So yeah, he did that shit to me, and they stopped that shit. They stopped, and Paulie was there.
You
Paulie
throwing back, bro. If you ain't throwing back, especially on that level, they're gonna stop the fight, bro.
Yo, but I had coolness on my chest because if you saw the guy I fought, I was like 5'4.5", and the guy's like 6'3", right? And I got stopped, right?
Damn,
and then the guy,
he's built like freaking. He's built like what's the name?
yeah,
Fedor.
he weighed 152, 154, and I weighed 146.
Was that Fedor's cousin?
The thing that messed me up is that they told me if you would have trained more, we would have got you down to 132. You would have had a better chance, but I it's ego. Boxing is ego too. Like I wanted to fight so bad, but I thought I was on my A game, and hey, I had no clue that guys could do that. They could punch you in your shoulder and take your arm away. You know what I'm saying?
That's one of Canelo's secrets, bro. It just didn't work against Bivol. He tried to do that against Bivol. He'll break you. He'll punch your arms until your arms are tired. Now you can't throw.
He punched me in my shoulder, bro. And my left hand was
does. You think? And listen, you telling me right now about what somebody did to you, and Canelo does this on the highest level, and you're gonna tell me an inexperienced Berlanga can be able to knock down Canelo twice? Are we being realistic here?
Do you know who won the tournament in my weight class that year? It was Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs won.
Oh yeah, you were mine. So you up there? You in your late 30s. So
Danny Jacob is nice, man. Danny Jacob is nice, man. And even him, he got knocked out.
The thing is, though, right now, Berlanga might be getting Danny Jacobs at the perfect time right now because I don't know how much left is Danny Jacobs take. It's a real question mark. I actually, personally, if that fight happens, I'm probably going to pick Berlanga. I'm probably going to pick him because I don't think there's enough in the gas tank at Danny Jacobs. But if Danny Jacobs got 60% of his best, I think he can beat him. But I just don't think he got that much left in the tank.
Hey, Solomon, who's the best person you sparred in behind the scenes? Is there anyone that you sparred that people know?
There was a guy he never became a champion, but he had regional belt. His last name was Smith, the Mechanic Smith. Remember the Mechanic Smith?
But you were in the same year in the Golden Gloves.
No. I'm not talking about Golden Gloves.
You were in
this guy was a profiler.
You were in the same weight class as Danny Jacobs. And the shoulder punch took you out the tournament.
Yeah, it did take me out of the tournament, but it took away my offense. My offense was a left hook. I had no left hook, no jab. and the guy was bigger than me, man. But you don't have no choice. When you fight Golden Gloves, you're handicapped in the sense that you know who you're gonna fight. They put you with whoever. You got to know how to fight
Random.
any skill.
So you can't
Yeah,
prepare.
that's like Golden Glove. Golden Glove is tough, but because
I
you
know.
know who
I
what kind of
know.
you don't know
My
who
boy
opponent
was
you're
Golden
training for.
Gloves.
It's not
Used to
like
go to his
professional
fight.
boxing, bro.
It's
Professional
definitely not.
boxing
It's definitely not the same.
is not the same because you gotta be skilled because you could fight like me. I thought I could. I thought I was gonna knock anybody out, bro. And they put me in the ring with some dude, skinny ass dude with like a good. He had a snappy ass jab too. That shit was. I couldn't even see that shit
And
coming,
Golden
bro.
Gloves, you have to prepare for everything because you don't know who you're fighting next.
And imagine if they would have told me with Danny. Danny would have kicked my ass because Danny by the time they used to call him the Golden Child. Remember? His name was the Golden Child. Danny was the shit, man. Danny was something, bro. That the thing with Danny was that he had that tumor, and then they put him with Dimitri Privok, right? And he used to hang out with all those guys. He used to be down with Saddam Ali. All those dudes used to be down. All I know that boxing is no joke, bro. Boxing is something serious, bro. You know, it's something serious. You talking about this young boy. This young boy is spending time in the gym. He's big. Um, if he get that fight with Canelo, but everybody want to put him on Morrell. I could see why the Morrell fight is not gonna happen. His promoters, management team are gonna do it because the money. And to tell the truth, I think it's a safety mechanism for Morrell. Morrell hasn't fought
You think
nobody
it's a
like
safety about Morales or a safety for both of them? I don't think it's a one-way safety thing because that's a
okay.
very
Like
dangerous fight for Berlanga.
let me give you
Berlanga
another
has not
example, right?
faced a puncher of that caliber, and neither
But
has
let me give you
Morrell
another
faced somebody
example,
of
right?
his caliber.
Look at Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz, right? Andy Cruz is 3-0, right? With one knockout. And he first fight he won the IBF international belt at 135. The last guy he fought, they say he was hitting him with everything but the kitchen sink, and he had no power to hurt the guy. So the fight went the distance, right? So what I'm saying is like picture him in a ring with a seasoned fighter, right? And people talking about, put him in the ring with a Zepeda, put him in the ring with a Camboso, put him in. Yo, I think that he has no power for the pros, bro, to hurt people, bro.
But the thing
You
is,
know
though,
what
he
I'm saying?
might be able to outbox people. But the thing is, though, you give me Andy Cruz, but Andy Cruz is going to be fast tracked to some degree because he started his professional career at 27 years old. So 27,
He's like
going
a
on
Joe
28.
Joyce. He's like a Joe Joyce. The same thing
But
with
the
Joe
thing
Joyce.
is,
They
he's a
fast track.
boxer. But I mean, listen, again, I think he's training with some of the right people because I do believe in regards to training, Bosie's a good trainer. So listen, they're gonna by the time he's in his 7th or 8th fight, he's gonna probably be fighting higher quality opponents than Berlanga is going to be fighting at this point of his career. And Morrell as well. It applies to Morrell as well. Morrell and Berlanga's in the same position to some degree, but I've been more impressed with the way Morrell has knocked out in comparison to Berlanga because those first 16 people he fought, literally, they might not even have a box rec that you can click on. You're going to have to search them. None of them guys were even ranked. They might as well have got me out the house and had me come fight them. Am I wrong? Out of those first 16 opponents that he got knockouts on, is there anybody that's on that was at least a C-level fighter? Be honest with me, Suleiman.
Okay, repeat your question, sir.
The first 16 fights that Berlanga had where he got those 16 knockouts, right? Was there any fighter out of those first 16 fights that we could even say was a C-class fighter?
Well, okay, let me explain, bro. Those fighters, right? They were blitzkrieg, bro. They were blitzkrieg in a sense. They could have been a C-class fighter, but he blitzkrieg the shit out of. There
Bro,
was
you
one
said
of
they
them.
could have been. That means you can't even tell me that
No,
they were
I'm
a
not gonna lie
C-class fighter.
because I seen a guy. He when Berlanga was teeing off on him, he tried to block that shit like high guard, and Berlanga kept hitting him, and you could see the power. Like he was blocking those shits, and those shits was moving him, bro.
But he
I'm
gonna have
telling you,
power against somebody if he's fighting against me, bro.
he was killing those dudes in there,
He was
bro.
fighting
And, yo,
against
I
me.
seen those
His
fights,
first
bro.
16 opponents was all unbiased brims, bro.
Yo,
He's
he was
supposed to
killing those dudes,
shit,
bro.
but they were all unbiased brims, bro.
Yo, they was lifting their hands
I'm
and
an
he's
F
still
class
getting hurt.
opponent, bro. I'm an F class opponent. He
No,
beat a
but you
bunch
gotta
of
admit
me.
though, Don, you gotta admit that they was trying to make it out of the first round, but yo, his power is yo, you gotta admit this kid could
He
hit
can
because
punch, but does he have power that translates on the highest level against the
he
highest level
reminds me of
competition?
Deontay, bro. He reminds me of Deontay because Deontay when he fought Bermane tried to block that shit in the second fight and he still knocked him out, bro. So I don't know, bro. I think this kid he could be another Deontay, bro. He could be another Deontay in the coming because
So if he's
it's
another
like he,
Deontay, that means he's an overrated guy that accomplishes something because he's protected
nah,
well to
Deontay was
fight against.
nice,
No,
bro.
man,
Yo, Deontay was
bro. Let's keep it real here. Listen, I was rooting for Deontay at one point in time. I started my dislike towards Deontay Wilder started when he said he wanted to kill a man in the ring. The way he said it, that rubbed me the wrong way. I still wouldn't against Deontay Wilder, but that made me look at him a little side-eyed. Because you don't fight to kill somebody, you fight to beat them. You
yeah,
want them
because
to be
remember when
involved right
Deontay
now.
fought Luis
But,
Ortiz, the 2 fights?
but listen,
Deontay's some mad skill.
we've had this conversation about Luis Ortiz. Luis Ortiz, his best victory is Charles Morton, bro. That means he's no better than Big Baby Anderson, bro. He's never fought. He never won his step up fights. We talked about this from amateur to pros. When he fought the fighters on that level, he lost. He lost. So I don't want to hear about Deontay Wilder beating Ortiz. His first opponent that was ranked in the top 50 was his 29th fight, bro. And then
But
when
look
he
at
fought,
Dominic Brazil. Dominic
let me finish.
Brazil.
Dominic Brazil was ranked number 47, bro, and they moved him
Bro,
up
he
just so
beat
he
him
could be against
bad, bro. First
Dominic
round
Brazil.
knockout.
But Dominic Brazil got knocked out by everybody that is a B class fighter. Everybody that was B class beat his ass. So again, when Wilder was when he had his 10 fight reign, the only person that I look at that says, okay, he beat somebody of some type of note is Ortiz. But Ortiz beat no one when he stepped up in competition. Bro, his first 39 fights, which is right before the Ortiz fights, Bermane was the only opponent that he fought that was in the top 20. And he
And
only
when he
fought
fought
two.
Bermane,
No, but listen. Deontay Wilder only fought 2 people in the top 20 in his first 39 fights. 19 of his 39 fights were against unranked people. In other words, he fought a bunch of unbiased brims, bro.
yeah, but you know what they were saying about when he fought Spilka? He was losing that fight because Spilka was losing head movement, but he concussed him. And also this guy was ranked.
Spilka was 43rd, bro. Spilka was
How about
43rd.
Liukovic? The White Wolf, Liukovic. Remember Liukovic?
27th.
Okay.
At the time
Okay,
they fought, it was 27th.
And he concussed the shit out of him in the second round, bro.
27th. There was 26 other fighters that was ranked higher than him as a heavyweight.
Yo, he was twitching, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
Look. Here's the deal. Outside of Ortiz and Stavern, which I would consider those guys Hansi class level fighters, potentially B with Ortiz, potentially low B. But
okay, so what you're saying, then back to the topic.
Every fighter that Deontay Wilder fought that was of a B class, he lost.
So you're saying that Berlanga's those 16 opponents he fought were worse than Deontay's? The 16 guys he knocked out.
It might be the same. It might be worse. It's probably the same level. A bunch of unranked guys, a bunch of unbiased brims, bro. A bunch of guys that he got off from the couch.
Yeah, because
never to be heard again.
Yeah, if you see those fights, bro, you go actually watch those fights in like half an hour, bro. Something like that. All I know that how you call, like, they were lifting their hands, they were trying to block that shit, and he would just, God, just lay that shit on.
But all 16 of them, you put them together, Canelo could beat them all in one day. Come on, bro. You sitting here telling us that he's gonna knock down Canelo twice, bro. I mean, I know you like Berlanga, but we got to be realistic here. You cannot realistically sit here and tell me that he's going to knock down Canelo twice. You have to psych yourself out to believe that.
Yo, you know which guy I would like to see Berlanga fight? Just for shits and giggles, bro. Avni Yildirim, bro. I want to see him
No.
knock him.
I mean,
I
yeah,
want.
he'll probably whoop his ass, but no, these are the Danny Jacobs is actually the perfect fight for him right
No,
now.
Danny
In my
Jacobs a
opinion.
good fight, and it's gonna pay him good money because Danny Jacobs still got that star name.
He still
But
got
what I'm saying
value.
is,
He still got value. He still got name
but just for shits
recognition
and
value.
giggles, bro, I would like to see him like concuss the shit out of Avni Yildirim, bro.
But
Because
actually, the
Avni
fight,
Yildirim,
you know, the fight he really should be fighting though. But I know they're not gonna make it because it's a dangerous fight and he could lose. Pacheco, that's the fight he
now
should be having.
they're both matchroom. That's why they don't want that fight's gonna happen. And that kid
Yeah,
is crazy young.
but the thing is they should make it because it should be dog eat dog world. The winner is the
Yeah, I
one that
know.
moves up to the next level.
But you know
They're
what it is,
both on the
matchroom.
same page.
But you got to look at matchroom, right? Matchroom. This guy might vacate. They said there's talk that he might go down to 160 and fight Janabek. So Canelo,
But
because Canelo don't want to be fighting at those high weight classes anymore.
man, Canelo
He,
was not going down. I don't. Well, I don't know what rumor you got that from. Listen, that's unconfirmed rumors, bro. I'm not riding with that. I'm not
but all I
riding
know
with
that,
that.
but remember, Cotto did the same thing. Cotto went later on in his
That's
career, he went back
Cotto
down
though.
to.
But Cotto did it, and when he did it, then we talked about it. Canelo ain't did none of that yet. So all this is hypotheticals and theories, bro. That we
All I
go
know
off
that,
of.
if this guy fights Danny Jacobs, that'll be a good fight because Danny Jacobs could box. Danny Jacobs was matchroom. He got a street cred.
But
He
see, the
got a
thing is,
first world title with matchroom.
but here's the
When he
thing
got
though.
IBF champion, he got it with matchroom,
Are
right?
we gonna be honest though about this? Danny Jacobs is about 4 years past his best. Am I wrong or am I right?
Yeah, he lost to Ryder. He's punching. You know what's bugged out? He moved up in weight class. He lost his punching power, bro. His punching
He
power
doesn't have punching power at that weight class. He does.
168.
He does. He
He
doesn't
had
have
punch
punching
power
power.
160. Yeah.
Yeah, but that happens sometimes because now he's closer to his natural weight, and those guys can take the punches better. You know that comes with the territory, bro. Some people,
But you
when they
notice
move
that
up
shit,
their
right?
power gets better. Some people
I
it
need you
doesn't.
to agree with me. Like Danny Jacobs is not hitting people like he used to at 160. You know what
No,
I'm
he's
saying?
not. But again, it's a good enough fight. The least, it's a good enough fight to gauge where Berlanga's at. Because again, I think you're overshooting Berlanga. I want to have. I wanted to make sure I had a respectful conversation with you because usually I troll you a little